Hello, good morning everybody, and a very warm welcome back to Snetterton and the second day of this race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club, the second visit of the season to the Norfolk circuit for the club that brings a great variety of racing championships to the venue this weekend. We're coming towards the end of our final qualifying session of the weekend here. It's for the Car Club Enduro Championship, and very shortly we'll be underway with racing. So yes, we are at Snetterton on the 300 circuit once again, just under 3 miles in length, so including the full infield layout. And you're going to be in the company of myself, Ian Soman, and beside me throughout the weekend is going to be Chris Stevens. We'll hear from Chris in just a minute. We'll also hear from Kieran Mogg down in pit lane and the Park Fermi area to talk to drivers after the race as well. Here's a look at the circuit. It's the, as I say, the full 300 circuit, so right at which is then right sharply at the Wilson hairpin, entering their infield technical section. Palmer, Agostini, Hamilton, Ockies, and then Williams bring them back onto the Bentley Straight in the more traditional Snetterton layout up through Brundle Nelson, the bomb hole, and the long right-hander at Coram to complete the lap. What's the weather forecast for today? Well, at the moment it is reasonably cloudy, a bit of blue sky, expected to be overcast, and although that forecast takes up to 1 o'clock, I think there is the possibility of a shower or maybe some more prolonged rain later on this afternoon. We shall see what we get, but certainly dry for the next few hours here at Snet. So as I say, we've got a great variety of racing to look forward to. We've got 12 races on today, 6 before the lunch break and 6 afterwards. We've got the 3 Part Sports Specials Championship coming up next, then Lowcost's Classic Stock Hatch, their only race of the day, Car Type R Trophy, 5 Club MX5 Cup, and the first of 2 races for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Then much the same in the afternoon, we lose the Classic Stock Hatch and we gain the Car Club Enduro Championship, which, as I say, is just coming towards the end of its qualifying session. As I mentioned, Chris Stevens is alongside me in the box. Chris, a very good morning to you, and lots to look forward to today.
Absolutely, very good morning to you, Ian. And yes, conditions are looking much more summery than they were yesterday when we arrived at the circuit. There is actually a little bit of sun starting to poke out through the clouds. Actually, I had to dig out my shades at breakfast this morning, which was a welcome treat. And yes, an awful lot to look forward to. The Yokohama Lowcost with a double header today as part of a triple header weekend. That is always fireworks. And 2 races, as you said, for the Car Type R Trophy. And things are looking very interesting in terms of the championship there as well. So lots to look forward to. Of course, we're very excited about the race for these guys who are out at the moment. The Car Club Enduro Championship. The longest race of the weekend. It's another of the 2-hour encounters for them this weekend, and they've only got a couple more outings before we start crowning champions, and they head to Alton Park and Donington Park later out in the year. We're at the halfway point at the Club Enduro Championship season.
That's right, and this qualifying session with actually many of the drivers already in pit lane or having brought their sessions to an end. It's the Simon Mordra, Alan Blanco Cooper that is on provisional pole position, a lap of 2 minutes 2.013 seconds, some 0.4 of a second faster than that of Chris Spyallen and Simon Mason, with Wayne Lawson and James Pickford third fastest at the moment. Those are the top 3 overall, as the checkered flag has now gone out. Heading Class B, that is the car of Peter Mansfield and Sam Heading, that's the Lotus. We saw them out on duty yesterday in the Car Road Sports Championship race. And Class C is being headed by the number 63 car by quite some margin. Last time I looked at the gap as well, and that is Oliver Harris and Jack Collins in the E36 3 Series BMW. 3 different classes, of course, in Club Enduro, split on power to weight, and that's going to be a 2-hour race later on this afternoon with mandatory pit stops and refuelling. And obviously strategy as well as outright pace comes into play, and reliability as well, of course, in a race such as that. So that's due off at around about 2:10 this afternoon. But we've got several races to come before then, which we're looking forward to. We had action yesterday, and we're getting to the sharp end of the championship in some of the categories. For quite a few, it's the penultimate meeting of the season now, so there is an outside chance that some champions could be crowned this weekend, although I think in the majority of cases it will go down to their respective final events of the season. So we'll try and keep you across that as well, what's going on as far as the championships are concerned. A reminder, by the way, if you weren't with us yesterday, that you can find out lots of more information about the weekend's racing by heading to the 750 Motor Club's brand new look website. Still the same address, 750mc.co.uk, 750mc.co.uk, but it's really completely refreshed. It looks absolutely fantastic, and amongst the things you can find there is a link to today's race programme, so you can see all the entry lists, the timetable, and all of that. So whether you're here at the circuit or watching on the stream produced by Alpha Live, then you can maintain your information on the day's racing that way. You can also access the live timing. You can also access via tsl-timing.com, so you can see exactly the same information on the timing screens that we can. And you can also, if you're here at the circuit and not already watching the live stream, then you can access the live stream through the website as well. So you'll be able to have a full 360-degree view around the whole of the Snetterton lap. So do take the opportunity to do that if you possibly can.
And if you are perusing the 750 Motor Club website with that very fresh look, and you've been watching the weekend's action and thinking, how can I get involved in all of this? Then there is a lot of information about how to get racing. There's tons of foundation programs as well that will help you not only get your ARDS license, but also get you racing as well.
Yeah, and it's more affordable than you might think as well. I mean, the 750 Motor Club, the champions of low-cost, relatively low-cost motorsport. So if you're looking to get into circuit racing, the 750 Motor Club is where you should start, and probably, in actual fact, finish your search. Okay, that qualifying session has now come to an end. Confirmation is the Major and Blenko car on Class A pole, Class B, as we said, Mansfield and Heading, and Class C, Harris and Collins. We'll see those cars out this afternoon. So the 750 Motor Club safety car, as you can see on the live stream, that's just heading around to take up its position ready for the start. Don't notice any clearing up that needs to be done after that session, but if not, then very quickly we'll be underway with our first race of the day, which will be for the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship. But first, let's head down to the pit lane, and Kieran Mogg, he's going to be on duty there all day. What's he got to tell us?
Thank you very much. Yes, obviously we're down here and the sun is gleaming today. It is absolutely fantastic. Obviously, yesterday we had a bit mixed conditions day. It looked like a threat of rain, but didn't get it in the end. The drivers have been saying that perhaps this afternoon could bring up some rain, but for so far it seems like it might be okay. I mean, it is British weather, so anything could happen, as we've got a lovely Lotus coming past us here at the moment. It's the hands up. Yes, indeed. Obviously the Club Enduro series have just come out of their qualifying session, and coming up next we have the Sports Specials. So it should be a fantastic day of racing. Sports Specials, here we go.
I like the fact that in the background of that shot there of Kieran, you could see the sign behind him flashing "Respect Track Limits," which was illuminated throughout the session there, just to make sure that the Club Enduro drivers were doing, as it says, respecting track limits. We didn't have too many problems with that yesterday, so let's hope that's going to be the same again today. But as Kieran says, it is the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship that is going to be the first action of the morning. We had a race for these cars yesterday. That was the first of their 3 races, and that race yesterday was won by Anton Landon in his Sienna Mark II. Second overall and winning in Class B was Neil Turner in his Caterham 7, and third overall and winning in Class C for the Mevs was Stuart Much. So 3 different class winners in the first 3 places yesterday. And in terms of what that means for the championship, well, Neil Turner has extended his overall lead in the championship. He's on 112 points. Second in the standings on 98 points is Stuart Much. This is before drop scores are taken into account. And third is Andy Hiley, 96. Andy, who's done a lot of the winning this season, but here, as at Mallory Park, seems to have 1 or 2 issues with the car, so he was a bit further down the order than he would have hoped to be yesterday, but still managed to get second in Class A. So that's the overall look of it. And Neil Turner, who does benefit a little bit, he's got a few more cars in his class, and because points are scored within each class, and it depends on how many starters you have in your class, how many points you can pick up, Neil does have a little bit of an advantage, and it looks like he might be in good shape for the championship this year. But there's 2 more races to go today, and then 2 races at Croft next month as well. We saw some drama during the course of yesterday's race for Marcus Crook. He had a big off onto the grass at Riches, but came back through the field to finish 6th in the end. This grid set by second fastest times from qualifying yesterday, so let's have a look at that if we can, as the cars come out onto the circuit now. We can just see in the background there they're about to line up with the 64 car of Anton Landon on pole position in that Sienna, Rob Johnston Racing built car, and yep, he's just slotting into pole position now. Alongside him will be the number 2 car, which is the Caterham 7 of Neil Turner. Row 2 of the grid, that's going to be the 53 car of Andy Hiley. Let's see if he can maintain that position, or even improve on that position this time after the problems yesterday. Maybe he's been able to work some magic on the car overnight. 24 Marcus Crook in the Fisher Fury is going to line up next to him. Row 3 of the grid is going to be number 7 on the inside. That's Stuart Much in the MEVs, the class-winning MEV from yesterday. 27 Andrew Hayward is there in his grey Silver Clubman. Row 4 of the grid, that's going to be 38 Jamie Bracher, who was 5th overall yesterday. And here we have the grid coming up on screen now. So Jamie Bracher on the inside of row 4 in the Silver Phoenix. Next to him is number 30 Stuart Thompson. Row 5 of the grid is 69 Jarrod O'Donoghue's MEV, and another MEV for Silver Much, number 79. Row 6 is 10 Nigel Brown and 65 Martin Hayward. Row 8 is going to be row 7, 4 Alan Farrimond and 23 Alan Bateman. Row 8, 18 Colin Benham and 49 Simon Dodd. And Paul Barker, 21, and Scott Crone, number 3, are going to be our final cars on the grid. Although there may be 1 or 2 missing after yesterday, and I can't see the car of Scott Crone. I think he may have pulled out. And also, there's a car missing, which is Martin Hayward's car as well. That doesn't look like that is there either, I'm afraid to say. He was a non-starter yesterday too. So we're into the countdown procedure for a 15-minute race. Most of the races today are 15 minutes in length. The races for BMWs are 20 minutes. And obviously we've got the 2-hour race for the Car Club Enduro Championship. But 5-second board now being shown to the drivers in the Freaky Part Sport Specials Championship. We see the lights go on and out. Who's going to make the best of the starts? Then again, it looks like Neil Turner in the Caterham has got away pretty well from row 2 of the grid. Andy Hiley, as he did yesterday, going backwards a little bit, but it's Turner and Crook in the first 2 positions this time. Anton Landon said yesterday he's not really very good at getting the car off the line in the tyres that these cars are using this year, and so it's proved. He's gone back to third position. A big lock-up for Marcus Crook into Wilson Hairpin. Is he going to get around the corner? Well, yes, he is somehow, and he's still holding on to second place. So it's Neil Turner in the Caterham leading. Marcus Crook is second. Anton Landon third. I think it's Andy Hiley in 4th position as they head down to the left-hander at Palmer for the first time. It is Hiley, and then it's Stuart Much in 5th position in the first of the MEVs as they head down to Agostini for the first time.
Well, Marcus Crook better hope that those tyres are working a little bit better for him, because they're going to be like 50 pence pieces after a massive lock-up going into the Wilson hairpin. And that had all the shades of what happened to him at Ritchie's yesterday, just before he skated off the road, but managed to gather the car up very nicely, and in fact hasn't lost an awful lot. They're still locking those brakes. I assume those were his tyres we heard squealing going into Agostini as well. So I don't know, maybe some cold tyres potentially. Yes. Of course, no warm-up lap for these guys. It's just pull away from the grid straight away. But still, Neil Turner and Marcus Crook leading the way as they make their way down the Bentley Straight, but the Sienna's starting to come back through. We saw this yesterday from Anton Landon, and in fact has managed to take both of them on this occasion with a big dive on the inside into Brundle as well. Neil Turner having to sort of turn out of the corner ever so slightly, but yielding to the what we anticipate will be the superior car and driver combination in this race. It was a 10-second advantage that Anton Landon had at the checkered flag yesterday. So although he's not particularly strong off the line, he does still have the raw speed in that car. Just side by side for third position, going around Coram, with Andy Hiley making his way through on Marcus Crook, and Hiley having jumped out of his road sports car yesterday and then into the Kronos to be in this race straight afterwards, presumably sprinting from Parc Fermé down to the assembly area. I'm sure that took his toll on him yesterday, but Andy Hiley looking much more competitive than he did yesterday. He's right in this fight for the lead.
He certainly is, and the car probably also a bit healthier as well. So through Wilson they go for the second time in this race. Then Anton Landon, Class A car, of course, so not unexpected that he got the lead down the Bentley straight. Extra power in that. Those cars have up to 350 brake horsepower per tonne in that class. Class B cars, such as those of Neil Turner, have 272 to 280 brake horsepower per tonne, and the Class D cars have 220 to 230 brake horsepower per tonne. So they all have to fit within those brackets, and that can be achieved by manipulating the power or the weight of those cars just to suit one or other of those brackets. But it is Anton Landon leading from Neil Turner in second place. But certainly, as you say, Andy Hiley, the multiple champion in sports specials and kit cars before that, looking a little bit more on song today. But someone who's not on song, that's the 38 car of Jamie Bradshaw, the driver from Castle Carey, and he looks like he's going to pull off in the Silver Phoenix, the ex-Tony Southgate and Bridget Smart car, I'm afraid. So it looks like he's going to be out of the race.
Was in 8th position, so that's a shame to see, and I think 5th in his class as well. Side by side for second now, Andy Hiley in that Class A car. The Kronos moving through on the Caterham past Neil Turner into second position, and it looks to be game on now, not just between two Class A cars, but for the overall lead.
Just under Marcus Crook. 5th is number 7, Stuart Merchant. Rounding out the top 6 is the number 27 car of Andrew Hayward. But it looks like we could have a race on our hands for the overall victory here if Andy Hiley can take the fight to Anton Landon, which he wasn't able to do yesterday.
Quite. It's looking an awful lot closer as they made their way into Agostini. Only a couple of car lengths between them. Hiley not really in a position to challenge going into the hairpin, but a serial winner in the Freaky Parts and Sports Specials Championship. And Andy, even though he's, I was going to say getting on a bit, that's a bit charitable really. I remember speaking to him after his first race as a pensioner, which he was eager to do. Like he said, "Oh, it was my first race as a pensioner," and he went and won it straight away. He's been around for an awfully long time, but not losing any of that speed.
Certainly not through Williams and onto the back straight. Marcus Crook there still in 4th place. I've not spotted him locking his tyres and brakes in the same dramatic way that he did on the opening lap in the last lap or so, but it's just that we've not seen or heard that. He's still there in 4th place. Quite a gap back then to Stuart Murch in 5th, who in the background you can see has Andrew Hayward for quite close company. So turning their way through Brundle and Nelson now. Certainly that gap of about half a second. It's still, I think, a similar kind of gap really back to Andy Hiley in 2nd place in the Kronos. There's going to be about 8.5 minutes to go by the time they get to the end of this lap, and I would think it is going to be a 7-lap race, as many of the races yesterday were these 15-minute races. It just seems to be that pretty much whatever you're driving, and assuming you don't get a safety car interruption, it's going to be a 7-lap race. So they're coming up to the line again to complete lap number 3. And there you can see Anton Landon over the line, and the gap has actually come down a little bit. It's down to just under 0.4 of a second, because Hiley does another best lap of the race at 2:06.275. So I think Landon does have his work cut out here.
He certainly does. You see the gap closes up through Ritchie's, and Landon now feeling the need to defend into the Wilson hairpin. And I must say the Class B leaders are going right with them as well. This is Stuart Much, the Class C leader, battling with Andrew Hayward in the Class B Silver Clubman machine. Stuart Much continuing to very much dominate proceedings in Class C. The leaders make their way towards Agostini. Still no big look from Andy Hiley just yet, although Lanton was defending, so he's well aware of the Kronos in his mirrors. I'm curious how effective these the mirrors will be on some of these cars, because they're technically road-going machines, aren't they? So based on the sports cars.
Yeah.
But more of the age that they are, I wonder how effective they actually are on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's probably not hugely, I would hazard a guess. Off onto the Bentley Straight goes Stuart Much and Andrew Hayward then. They're disputing 5th and 6th position. They're in different classes, and I think it looks like Stuart is just managing to shake him off. Meanwhile, Andy Hiley's lost a little bit of ground to the leader this time, and Neil Turner with the Caterham, with the Class B leader, is back on Andy Hiley's tail again. So just wonder if whatever issues Andy's been experiencing have made a return. He has lost perhaps a second already on this lap to Anton Landon. The less powerful Class B car has been able to get back onto his tail. Neil Turner and Marcus Crook, both drivers from East Anglia, from the east coast of the region. Towards the finish line they come again. And yes, Turner right in the toe of Andy Hiley this time, and the gap between the two leaders, it's gone out to 1.9 seconds very nearly. So that time through, Landon was about a second and a half faster.
Hiley laps 2.3 slower than his previous lap, so definitely a scruffy one there for Andy Hiley. And if you see that car in the paddock, take a look inside it, you'll notice the steering wheel is rather massive. The trend, especially for racing steering wheels, actually loses second place there to Neil Turner into Palmer, and so I do hope this is not a return of whatever ailments were troubling Andy Hiley yesterday. But the trend for steering wheels tends to be to make them smaller and smaller. But Andy Hiley much prefers the nice big bulky wheel. It's not quite as big as like a NASCAR wheel, for example, but it's not far off. And he said, well, so long as I've got the elbow and shoulder space, then it's no problem.
No, not at all. I guess it's down to individual driver preference, and you can accommodate that, can't you, when you're preparing your own car. So that's Andy Hiley, who's in second position still. Here's Stuart Much, who's not really shaken off yet Andrew Hayward. I thought he was going to a lap ago, but Hayward is resilient. He's sticking in there and trying to take the fight to the Class C car ahead of him. But just remind that points are scored within each individual class rather than based on overall finishing positions. And there it looks like Hiley's lost out to Neil Turner now, doesn't it? Down the straight, which is not where you'd expect a Class A car to lose ground. So possibly there is an issue with the amount of power that car is putting out today.
Would track with the time he lost on that previous lap as well, wouldn't it? Because it, like I say, it dropped over 2 seconds in terms of his lap time. So that is a shame, because Hiley was starting to put pressure on Anton Landon for the overall lead.
Yeah, I thought we were going to have a closer race out front today for the victory, but it seems that it's not going to be that way, unfortunately, in this opening. Oh, and now Hiley's in trouble. He's heading into the pit lane.
No.
So that's possibly not too big a surprise, the way that car was just slowly ailing, and now it's ailed all the way into pit lane, and it's a retirement, it would seem, here for Andy Hiley from what had been second position, and is now obviously dropping down the timing screen. So I don't know if Kieran's down there and whether he's able to go and find out what the issue is. We might be able to find that out a bit later on, but there's just under 4 minutes to go, and the driver's now working their penultimate lap of the race.
So it is now 2.3 seconds the advantage for Anton Landon over the Class B leaders of Neil Turner and Marcus Crook. Stuart Much continues to lead in Class C. It's starting to pull away a little bit more from Andrew Hayward, and Stuart Much got big plans for these MEVs for next year, moving away from the turbocharged Mark II MX5 engine over to the Mark III for next year. So 100 less horsepower which, and that's a good demonstration of my point, should make it a bit more drivable and a bit more amateur friendly, which he's hoping will attract some new customers, as will the prospect of it costing half as much to prepare.
It's a good battle I could see going on in Class D between Alan Bateman's caterham and Simon Dodd in the Formula 27. I think they were swapping places as they went into Ritchie's last time. That's the battle for the lead of Class D. We might pick up on that before the end of the race. But there's Andrew Hayward, number 27, going down the Bentley straight once again. Anton Landon's lead now, by the way, is 2.3 seconds, so it looks like he should be fairly comfortable out in front there. Just watching, yes, there's that battle for the Class D lead, just coming out of Palmer and down towards Agostini. At the moment, it looks like it is the Bateman car that is ahead, number 23 in his Caterham 270R, just ahead of Simon Dodd in the Formula 27, which is very much a 7S Collins, a mistake from Bateman at Agostini there, and that might give Dodd the chance to go around the outside, and it does. So Bateman with a little bit of work to do to try and recover the Class D lead. Through Williams they go. They're chasing after the Class B car of number 18, Colin Benham as well. There we can see on the inset, for those of you watching on the live stream, the engine cover is off on Andy Hiley's car. So something under there that is the problem, as Colin Benham's had a spin coming back onto the Bentley straight, and he is now going to fall behind those two Class D battlers.
Crucial thing for Andy Hiley there as well was that he was not in the car, which is not a good sign. Of course, no chance of him getting back out even for that final lap, which of course is a shame. So Anton Landon on course for back-to-back victories in the Freaky Parts Sport Specials Championship. Now 4.4 to the good, having just done the fastest lap of the race at 2:05.068.
Yeah, it'll be his fourth victory of the year, won't he? Had a couple at Mallory Park and obviously won yesterday as well. Good dice going on here. This is for 6th and 7th position. Gerard O'Donoghue, this Class C MEV, against Stuart Thompson, the former champion in his MK Indy. He's just behind him. And it was Thompson that was the overall champion last year, indeed, in that car after a dramatic conclusion to the season at Mallory Park. Here's Landon then, coming through for what is the 7th time. I'm just wondering actually if he might squeeze another lap out of this, but we'll see if we do get the checkered flag this time. 26, 25, 24 seconds to go still, and he's just about to head into the Murray's for the final time and head off up at the start and finish straight, so he might get another lap out of it, I think, so it could be an 8-lapper. You can see the marshal has the checkered flag, but I don't think he's going to wave it to him. No, he's gone past, so he's going to get one more lap, so it's going to be an 8-lap race this time for the sports specials. It does now count down to 0 as Neil Turner comes across the line in 2nd position, still leading Class B, but 5.5 seconds adrift of the overall race leader. And that time through, I notice, both Turner and Crook do their personal best laps of the race as well. As the number 64 car, the race leader, laps 21. Paul Barker in the Auto-Tune Gemini, drive from Crewkern, is lapped by the race leader. He's the 71-year-old who raced motorsports in the 1980s, kit cars as well. This is a 1994 car with a Zetec engine that he has, but that's the car that's just been lapped by the race leader, Landon, who is in that Duratec, 2-litre Duratec engine Sienna. The car that he runs himself. It was built by Rob Johnson Racing, Rob, who also raced in sports specials successfully for quite some time. But it's looking like here like this is pretty much a lap of honour now for Anton Landon, Chris.
It's a little bit, isn't it? And even for the Class B leaders as well, because they're separated by 2.6 seconds, and Neil Turner looking very strong. Of course, his nearest championship rival, Stuart Much, is also scoring the maximum points that he can score in Class C. And so although Neil Turner should extend his advantage a little bit because he's more points for having more cars in his class, no real opportunity yet for him to take an early march towards getting the championship wrapped up. Of course, still one more race to go for these guys later on today. That is due to start at around 1:30.
The Class D lead battle still going on, by the way. It's Simon Dodd still ahead of Alan Bateman there in the number 23 car. So That's got nearly a full lap still to run. We'll keep an eye on that. But Anton Landen now coming through for the 8th and final time. So it's a longer race in terms of number of laps than we've had so far this weekend. Checkered flag is made ready, and Anton Landen is the winner for the second time this weekend in the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship. Congratulations to him. That's his 4th victory of the season. Neil Turner wins Class B. That's another step towards the Class B and the overall championship for him, no doubt. He beats his mate Marcus Crook. He is 3rd. And across the line goes the back marker of Paul Barker. 4th place should be Stuart Much, who's going to win Class C. Here he is. So he takes the checkered flag now for another victory in Class C. So he's doing what he can within that class. And then Andrew Hayward, who was quite close to Stuart Much for large parts of that race, eventually is 7 seconds adrift of him. I think he realised that he wasn't going to catch him or pass him, and certainly the point system in sports specials is that there's no particular need to. That battle for 6th, we just saw it going into Murray's, didn't we? Between Stuart Thompson, who's ahead of Gerard O'Donoghue now, I think. Yes, he is, as they come up to the line. Stuart Thompson in the MK Indy goes through. He takes the checkered flag in 6th place. Gerard O'Donoghue losing ground on the last lap takes 7th. Nigel Brown, the stalwart of sports specials for about 40 years now, he takes 8th place. And then just a few more cars to come through. Alan Farrimond, I think, should be next in his the car that he's hired this weekend. It's going to be Sylvie Much and those 2 Class D cars, to try to figure out where they are on the lap. Yeah, they're still nose to tail, rounding Coram for the final time, I can tell you. It's changed around as well because Alan Bateman has got himself ahead of Simon Dodd. They're into Murray's for the final time. And I think Bateman, who was behind at the beginning of the lap, has managed to get through on this final tour. He's just coming into shot now. And it's going to be Bateman in the Caterham that's going to do it, or is he? Because Simon Dodd is pulling out alongside him, and Simon Dodd on the run to the line gets the Class D victory in the Formula 27. So dramatic conclusion there for Class D. One other car to come across the line is Colin Benham as well, after his spin about halfway through the race. So let's have a look at the results from that one then, if we can. And it is Anton Landen that took the win after 8 laps. Neil Turner, 5.3 seconds behind in 2nd place. 3rd place went the way of number 24, Marcus Crook. 4th to number 7, Stuart Much. So Turner and Much both winning their respective classes. Andrew Hayward, number 27, was 5th. Stuart Thompson, number 30, was 6th. Then Gerard O'Donoghue, 7th. Nigel Brown, 8th. Alan Farrimond, 9th. And Sylvie Much rounded out the top 10, with that battle for Class D also being for 11th and 12th positions. Simon Dodd and Alan Bateman, with Colin Bateman the only other finisher on the lead lap. I can see now our top 3 finishers have slotted into their positions down in Parc Ferme, and Anton Landen has already got his helmet and balaclava off. Neil Turner and Marcus Crook will do likewise. Stuart Much is, I think, going to pull into position. Possibly we'll hear from him as well as our Class C winner. So very shortly we'll be heading down to Kieran. But Chris, I thought you were going to say something then. I thought you were going to impart wisdom to us, but I thought that yesterday, and then I realised my mistake.
I think we established yesterday there is no wisdom coming from this end of the commentary box. I was just thinking, actually, it's nice. It's Stuart Much. Last time I saw him pulling into Parc Ferme, his car was on fire. This was a couple of years ago when his duct-taped hood had ignited against the engine, and actually that's where the Phoenix logo on his car has come from since. It's rising from the ashes. Yeah. Yes, exactly. I hadn't realised. It's been, 2 years since that happened. I hadn't realised he'd actually commemorated the moment on his livery.
Okay, so just waiting to get the drivers in position for a quick word. Next race is going to be the Yokohama Lowcost Championship, which will be very quick into that no green flag lap for those cars. So it won't be too long before we get those out onto the grid, I don't think. But hopefully in just a second we'll be able to head down to Kieran to hear from class winners, certainly in the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship. Anton Landen, the overall winner. Neil Turner in 2nd place and the Class B winner. And Class C winner being Stuart Much. They do have another race, as Chris was mentioning, later on, just after the lunch break, at 1:30. 6 races before lunch, of which we've had 1, and 6 more to come this afternoon as well. A busy day of racing, as ever, with the 750 Motor Club, and lots more to come here at Snetterton over the coming weeks as well. Classic touring cars here next weekend. and I know that one of the big events still to come this year is the trucks next month. But let's head down to Kieran in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much. Yes, okay, so we've got all the drivers here. I'm going to have a quick chat with Anton Landon, but just to jump in here a second. So, 2 races, 2 wins.
Yeah, it's fortunate, isn't it? I mean, Andy did well. He was keeping up. I think he's only got 4th gear and a dodgy clutch. So, at the end of the day, he didn't finish, but no, I could see him coming. He was fast down the straights and you could see him keeping in, but I think he was keeping it in 4th gear around the tight bends, and that was where he was getting away. But straight off the start, I think Marcus and Neil got me. Stuart was close up. Managed to get Neil just before going into Coram and the left-hander before there, and made it stick, and from there it was all the way home, bring it home. I was doing quite well. The lap times were coming down. The last one, I was 1 second under my best, and then screwed it up basically in the corner and I dropped it. I lost it all.
Yeah. You make it 3 for 3 later?
I will give it a go. We'll check the car over first and make sure nothing's hanging loose, and then yeah, we'll give it another go.
Right, look forward to seeing you. Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, we get Neil Turner. Neil, if we can jump in. P2 overall, another class win. Got to feel good?
Yeah, what a great race though, eh? We were really giving the Class A cars. Sparky and I, this is our local circuit. We come here quite a lot for fun and games and just to play with our cars really and have a great time. And yeah, today we really took it to the Class A cars, didn't we? Made them work for it a bit.
You did a little bit. So is this one of your favourite tracks, you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. I've always loved Snetterton, where it was the old configuration back in the 80s, 90s, or whether it's this one. It's just great, isn't it? You've got fast corners, slow corners, plenty of places to overtake. I think you could overtake on virtually every corner here in our type of cars, so it's great racing. Well done 750 Club yet again.
Absolutely, and for the 3rd race later on, what's your predictions?
Oh, same again, come on. Why would we change anything? Come on, let's have it all over again. I can't wait.
Awesome. Well, congratulations and look forward to seeing you later.
Yeah, thanks you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, grab Stuart Much in here just a second. So another class win for you.
Yeah.
It's another good race.
Yes, he was, yeah. Drew in a Class B car was sat behind me for a lot of the race, hassling me, and then at one point he got past and I thought, this isn't fun. So we've got more power down the straights, definitely, so we just drove past him and then kept him at bay for the rest of it, and then he sort of backed off, but I couldn't keep up with these front runners. They're another 2 seconds up the road from me at least. We're so non-aerodynamic that we just need more power to try and keep up with them. But yeah, good race, no issues, and all brought it home well, so happy.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations and look forward to seeing you later.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. Now, we have run out of time, unfortunately, because the Lowcosts are on the grid.
Yes, race 2 of the weekend for the Yokohama Lowcost Championship. They have 3 in total. Yesterday it was a win for Ryan Garrett from Sean Brame and Daniel Garrett, with Paul Clark, Jack Linus and Lewis Ward completing the top 6, with the grid for this one being based on second fastest qualifying times, but with some penalties applied. Let's go back to page 1, shall we, if we can, on that grid. We'll start that again. There we go. Lewis Ward, number 4, is on pole position, and alongside him is number 82, Paul Clark. Second row of the grid is number 8, Sean Brayman, 29, which is Jeff Peake. Row 3, 57, Daniel Russell, 19, Daniel Garrett. That is after a penalty has been applied because he went past the exit onto Parc Fermé. Row 4, 13, Jack Linus and 31, Glenn Griffiths. Row 5, 55, Bradley Horsnell and 2, Murray Shepherd. Row 6, 5, Liam and 50, Ian Hardy. Row 7 is going to be 99, Ryan Garrett, yesterday's race winner, and 66, Luke Stokes. 90, Tortulla, and 27, Mark Rear on the 8th row. 47, Tim Penstone Smith, I think, has probably gone home from row 9, but 46, Barry Stewart is there, as we don't have time for much more because we're already into the countdown procedure. I can tell you it's then Will Jenkins, Dave Berry, Alan Harmon, Steve Brown, Daniel Grist, Trevor Faunch, Kevin Straw, Keith Malpas, Ed Folkingham, Jake Sturt and Neil Manlix Gagan completing the field. 30-second board is shown then. This is round number 11 of the championship, and we have 2 more races today, 2 more races to come in the final event of the season as well, which will be at Alton Park. 5-second board is shown, Waiting for the lights to come on then. There they go. Lights go out and we are underway. And it's a pretty good start from Paul Clark, I can tell you, from the outside of the front of the grid. Also a good start as well from Jeff Peake from row 2 of the grid in the number 29 car. And that's the car that I think has got its nose in front as they come down to Riches for the first time. Yes, he has. Jeff Peake, who's not really a contender yesterday, he goes through into the lead of the race. Paul Clark is second. It looks like Sean Brame in third position. He's been a winner this year. Paul Clark looking up the inside of Jeff Peake. There's someone, I think that's Lewis Ward, that's locking up in about 5th position. Daniel Garrett there is on his outside in the number 19 car. He runs a little bit wide there, but I think maintains position. And they all stream through Wilson Hairpin and down towards Palmer on this first lap of the race. Is it still going to be Jeff Peake holding on? Yes, it is. Jeff Peake holding on from the yellow and green car of Paul Clark, but Clark is going to pull alongside him here as they head down towards Agostini, the hairpin, and he goes through on the inside. So Paul Clark takes the lead from Jeff Peake. Sean Brame is in third spot as they make their way down towards Hamilton for the first time.
So Lewis Ward going from pole position down to about 5th place. A really difficult start for him. Remember, he was the one with the 5-place grid penalty yesterday, carried over from the previous meeting. But for the Garretts, they've both made forward progress. Remember, they both had 5-place grid penalties for taking the checkered flag twice yesterday. Not quite familiar with the post-race procedure and going on to do the full lap rather than coming straight into the paddock. So that's Daniel Garrett up 2 places, and Ryan Garrett has come up from 13th position. We'll get confirmation where he is when they go over the timing line, but I can see that red number 99 car very much in the pack. It's side by side again for the lead, with Jeff Peake trying to come back around the outside of Paul Clark, who did have a good start, but not quite as good as Peake behind that number 29 machine. And Garrett's now up to 3rd, ahead of Sean Brame. So the championship leader making even more progress on this lap so far. They make their way around Coram for the first time, with Clark leading and Daniel Garrett already looking to pile the pressure onto Jeff Peake, who has been on the podium this year already, but we haven't seen him on that rostrum for a little while. I would have thought, yeah, since the very first race of the season, all the way back at Donington Park. And so it's been a while since we've seen Peake fighting this high up the order. Let's get a confirmation of where Ryan Garrett has moved. So from 13th up to 5th, and could well make it 3rd. He does into Ritchie's. Fantastic stuff. The two Garretts line astern once again, now 2nd and 3rd behind Paul Clark.
Yeah, and it's Ryan who's making a move on his brother. He's down the inside. They've both gone either side of Paul Clark there. It's going to be Daniel Garrett that has to be. And now Clark spins right in the middle of the pack. Sean Brame collects him. He might have some damage there. Others having to go very wise in avoidance of Paul Clark's car, which is just rolling backwards. It's not in gear. Sean Brame, yeah, he's up against the barriers. It looks like he's going to be out of the race. That's bitter misfortune for a driver, another local driver, I think, really, that has unfortunately been an innocent victim there of someone else's issue. But that leaves the Garrett brothers, Daniel, who's won 6 times this season, and Ryan, who's won twice, out in front with a little bit of a gap to everybody else. So with Jeff Peake 3rd, Murray Shepherd, that is, in 4th place, and I think that might be Daniel Russell in 5th position. But yeah, that's spread the pack somewhat, hasn't it, Chris?
Yeah, it has a little bit. The Garrett's ganging up on Paul Clark there, and he succumbed to the pressure over at the Wilson hairpin. And is that Clarkey off again on the exit of Agostini? Oh, miserable lap for the previous race leader. Jeff Peake's still not a million miles away. We have seen that even just a little bit of side-by-side can bring the rest of the pack closer to you. So although there may be about a second and a half covering the top 5 or 6 cars at the moment, you'll see they're squabbling behind me. That's Ryan Garrett, yesterday's race winner, going into the lead ahead of his brother Daniel. It's the number 13 of Jack Linus going around the outside. Yes, it is, up into 4th position ahead of Murray Shepherd, making his return to the championship this weekend, side by side in the bomb hole as well. That is some brave stuff from the former champion.
Yeah, 2020 champion Murray Shepherd has gone off and done all kinds of racing since then in historics. He's done some Formula Ford racing as well, but back into low cost for this weekend. Daniel Garrett is one driver who I think could possibly mathematically wrap up the championship today if all goes well for him. He has, on drop scores, a 34-point advantage over Sean Brave coming into this weekend. We know that Sean's not going to be scoring in this race, and Lewis Ward was third, another 5 points behind, and Ryan Garrett was level pegging with him. And it's now Ryan Garrett that's into the lead of the race as well. We'll see, I think, a bit of swapping and changing between these two. Yellow flags being acknowledged there by Daniel Garrett and by Jeff Peake as well, and that will be for Sean Brame's car, I think, which will be just around the corner. It was parked up by the barriers, wasn't it? Oh, and Lewis Ward, a bit locked up there, which under yellow flags possibly is not what should be happening, but he's still there anyway in sixth position, I think it was. Or was he ahead of Murray Shepherd by that point? Yeah, he was behind, wasn't he? So he's in sixth place. Seventh place going through is Daniel Russell. Eighth, I think, is Glyn Griffiths. So they're out of that yellow flag zone now, so they can race once again. And it is the two Garrett brothers, Ryan and Daniel. Daniel, who also is involved in the engine preparation of many of these cars. He's heading off down towards Hamilton.
That was a wide moment there for Ryan Garrett. I thought for a moment that was going to yield him the lead to his younger brother Daniel out of Agostini. You see Jeff Peake, Jack Linus, Murray Shepherd, they're not out of this just yet. A little bit more side by side between these two brothers, and they will very much be in the fight. But it's game on again down the Bentley straight. We saw the ease with which Ryan was able to sail past Daniel on the previous lap, and I imagine it's going to be a little bit more of the same here with Daniel in the slipstream and the inside line going into Brundle. And before they even get on the anchors, he's managed to pull completely across the nose of his older brother.
Yeah, and Jeff Peake, I think, is closed the gap to them, hasn't he? He was 1.3 seconds behind Daniel at the start of the lap, but he's now close to the back of Ryan's car than that, so he's trying to buy into this. Jack Linus going with him as well in the number 13 car, the 29-year-old design engineer from Chelmsford in his third season of racing. Jeff Peake, who's won races, been a championship contender in Lowcost in the past, so a bit of experience there. And obviously Murray Shepherd in fifth place, he's being the champion in the COVID year, the 2020 season. He's leading that next little group with Lewis Ward and Daniel Russell behind him. It might be Russell ahead of Ward actually as they come up to the line this time. Side by side for the lead, and it was Daniel ahead over the line, but Ryan's going to be ahead by the time they get to Richie's corner. And Jack Linus, I think, has got past Jeff Peake there. And Daniel Russell going for fifth on the inside of Murray Shepherd in that number 57 car. So the 36-year-old Dan Russell works for Mercedes F1, raced since 2022. He's now up a position, but Lewis Ward now is trying to take that off him as well. Lewis Ward, who was a runner-up in the MR2 Championship quite a few seasons ago, has also been a Sport Specials class champion. He's now got Murray Shepherd attacking him, so a great scrap going on here for 5th, 6th and 7th, but they're holding each other up, not able to get in terms with the lead quartet.
Well, that was a lovely move back round the outside from Murray Shepherd, though, using some of that expertise that won him the title a few years ago. Side by side again for third position with Jack Linus, who is the fastest man on the racetrack at the moment, at 2:22.164 last time around, fastest lap of the race, and he's now up into third position out of Agostini. But you see how much time they've been losing just in that little squabble, but it's still very much nose to tail between the Garretts as well as that battle for 5th position comes through. Oggies, and then around Williams as well, with Murray Shepherd sitting in behind Daniel Russell. Oh, sorry, it's actually the other way around. It's Murray Shepherd ahead of Daniel Russell now, so he's made that move somewhere after the Wilson hairpin where he managed to get round Lewis Ward. And I thought again it was going to be another swap between the Garrett brothers, but Jeff Peake coming back on the inside for third position going into the Brundle and Nelson complex, and Daniel Russell and Lewis Ward making a pass on Murray Shepherd down the Bentley straight as well. So it's all changed every time we look at it.
Absolutely right. We've still got that one retirement so far. Sean Brain, Paul Clark is back up to 18th position after his spins. He may have made up some more places on this lap as well, actually. But this fight going on between Lewis Ward and Murray Shepherd just allowing Daniel Russell to make a break. And you see quite how quickly you are able to get away from two battling cars there. I mean, well, it's looking relatively spread out amongst the first four for the moment, isn't it? As we come towards the end of lap 4, 3 laps to go in this race. It's I was saying it's spread out. Of course, Ryan Garrett has now got back ahead of Daniel Garrett as they come over the timing line that time. So it's Ryan from Daniel, and then it was pretty much side by side between Jack Linus and Jeff Peake. It's Linus ahead by the time they turn into Riches, and then it's Russell, Shepherd, Ward, and Brad Horston a bit further back than them in 8th place here with the 2 leaders side by side into Wilson, and it's Daniel up the inside, take the place. He goes a bit wide on the exit of the corner though, so Ryan will be level pegging with him, but Daniel has got the inside line for the next corner at Palmer, and so retakes the lead.
And there was a hand signal there from Ryan to his brother. I'm not sure if it meant you go on ahead or let's pull a gap.
Yeah.
If it was the latter, then Daniel's not really obliged to that message. But yeah, you're right. Normally we see Lewis Ward was just driving on the grass there for some reason. Yeah, we're usually seeing like bigger trains of cars, a bit like this, for the lead of the race, but it's managed to spread out a little bit. Some of the guys thinking a little bit more tactically. You have to think about the slipstream so much. You don't necessarily want to be leading at the start of the last lap.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily even want to be leading on the last straight, because we saw it was a drag to the finish line, up to the checkered flag, out of Murray's yesterday. It could well be the same again in about 4 minutes' time. It's worth remembering the bigger sibling series to this, the Master 7s, is out next week at Brands Hatch as well.
Good scrap this for 8th. Bradley Horsland is at the head of it. It's got Tortulla, number 90, behind him. Then it's the 50, the Ian Hardy car for the drive from Liskeard, all the way down there in Cornwall, the car salesman. So he's completing the top 10 at the moment. There's Tortulla just pulling out of the slipstream, and Ian Hardy trying to get the double toe and make a move on both of them into the Brundle Nelson S. He's got past one of them. He's got past Bradley Horsnell. 66 Luke Stokes is also involved there as well, but it's Tortulla that has now made it through into 8th position in the number 90 car, the 21-year-old student from Derby, who's done some Formula V racing as well. He's at the front of this group. Had a better race than yesterday, where he finished a little bit further back than he might have expected. I think, no, in fact, it was a non-finisher in the end yesterday, Tortulla, so he'll be happy with his slot inside the top 10 for the moment. Well, I can tell you the leaders have been side by side. Paul Clark. Now, I wonder if that's damage from earlier contact. Yeah, it was sort of clobbered by Sean Brame there, but he's pulled off well out of the way, I think, and looks like he's out of the race. Of course, he was leading in the very early stages.
Yeah, it's a shame to see, really, because he was running very nicely at the beginning of this race.
This group's had got Ian Hardy at the front of it as I was starting that sentence, but Luke Stokes now in the number 66 car is up on the inside of Bradley Horsnell, the 36-year-old from Ross-on-Wye. He's gone through to the lead of this group, the mechanical design engineer in his second season of racing, an ex-Alan Harmon car that he is in, so he's now at the head of this group and will be in 8th place, turning his way through Palmer, just ahead of Bradley Horsnell, and then Tortulla now at the back end of the top 10. A big scrap here for 8th. There's 5 cars involved in it, probably the closest battle that we've got at the moment. And Ryan Garrett and Daniel Garrett are still swapping the lead between them and working together to pull away from Jack Linus and Jeff Peake out front. I can tell you the gap is about 3 seconds now to the second group of cars, but we'll keep watching this battle for 8th at the moment because it's extremely intense. Ian Hardy's dropped behind Tortulla now, therefore outside the top 10.
So 90 seconds left on the clock. Curious to see how the leaders have been swapping and changing on this lap so far as the battle continues. Tortulla chasing Ian Hardy. There are the leaders, so it is Daniel Garrett back to the head of the field. It was Ryan who led over the timing line and has actually pulled a couple of car lengths over over Ryan. And I'm just wondering, is he chosen this moment to pull the pin and start to pull away? They have been able to build a gap over Jack Linus and Jeff Peake in 3rd and 4th. 3.2 seconds is the advantage for the two brothers, who now head out onto the centre straight for the penultimate time. It is 1 lap to go then in this second race of the weekend for the Yokohama Lowcost Championship, and it will be Ryan Garrett who leads them over the line, but Daniel Garrett sweeping through into the lead before they get into Ritchie's. So despite that advantage that Daniel had been able to build up around Coram and the previous corners on that lap. It is now Daniel who's back into the lead once again, and again led over the timing line, led into Ritchie's. He leads into Wilson as well. Slightly wider line through Wilson.
Or even Ryan in the lead, rather than Daniel. It's Ryan in the lead at the moment, number 99 ahead, as they turn their way through Palmer for the final time there. This race not over yet. It's going to be fascinating to see how the brothers play this, isn't it? Are there any form of team orders here? Oh, is it going to be just a drag race to the line, which I suspect it might be? Down to Agostini once again. The 99 almost Ferrari liveried car heads through ahead of Daniel, who seems content just to sit behind for the moment. So long as he's within striking distance, he'll be happy with that. And they're a long way clear now of Jack Linus and Jeff Peake, and I think Daniel Russell actually has caught those two as well. So we're going to have perhaps a three-way fight for the final podium position before the end of the lap.
Well, it is Ryan Garrett going for his third victory of the season, trying to make it back-to-back wins, of course, as well. Winner yesterday in the drag to the finish line. Oh, big wide moment through Williams, though, at a really crucial part of the lap. Now, you would have assumed that Daniel would have been able to slipstream his way past onto the Bentley straight anyway. Is that just going to make life even easier? I believe it is, because he's already pulled clear of the Ryan Garrett car. So Daniel Garrett, the championship leader, to the front with 3 corners to go. But remember, we saw a drag to the finish line yesterday. It could well be the same, but Daniel's got a rather healthy advantage. So maybe the checkered flag will come just in time for the championship leader as he looks for a 7th victory of this season. Yeah,
he's got a bigger advantage now, so it's not gone to plan for Ryan there, I don't think. I think there were some yellow flags out there as well. We saw Daniel with his hand in the edge acknowledging those, so of course there's no overtaking at that part of the circuit. Penalty for number 37 for track limits, but I don't think that's anyone too close to the front. So we're going to have Daniel Garrett coming up to the line to take another win. It's his 7th of the season. Daniel Garrett in the Yokohama Lowcost Championship. He beats his brother Ryan Garrett by 3/4 of a second. Jack Linus in number 13 gets 3rd place. Jeff Peake, 29, who led briefly at the start of the race, he takes 4th. 57, Daniel Russell is 5th. Dan Russell, and then it's Lewis Ward, number 4, in 6th position. Murray Shepherd, 7th. Tortulla heads a bomb burst of cars over the line. Bradley Horsnell is just behind him, so Tulla 8th, Horsnell 9th, and Ian Hardy completing the top 10 in the end. But again, another entertaining scrap for Lowcost Honours, and a shame really that only on the second lap we lost Sean Brame and Paul Clark out of contention as well.
Yeah, I imagine they would have spiced things up a little bit in terms of that lead group. Might have been more than 2 going for the lead, but still another great battle between the Garretts. They make it 1 apiece so far this weekend, and nice to see Jack Linus back up onto the podium as well. He's had a very good run of form lately, had 2 second places at the previous meeting in Anglesey, and adding to that tally here with a 3rd place finish in race 2.
Yeah, so the Lowcost, they are out again for a final bash this afternoon at around about 5 to 2. But let's have a look at the results of the second race of the weekend. It was a win for number 19, Daniel Garrett. 7 laps completed by him, and he was 0.755 seconds ahead of his brother, number 99, Ryan Garrett. Then 3rd place, number 13, Jack Linus. 4th was 29, Jeff Peake. 5th, 57, Daniel Russell. 6th, number 4, Lewis Ward. 7th, number 2, Murray Shepherd. 8th, number 90, Tortulla. 9th was 55, Bradley Horsnell. And rounding out the top 10 was number 50, Ian Hardy, ahead of Liam, Glyn Griffiths, Mark Rue, and Luke Stokes. He had a 5-second penalty as well for exceeding track limits. And further on down the order, it was Jake Sturt, Barry Stewart, Kev Straw, David Berry, and Alan Hardy. Alan Harmon, I should say, that completed the top 20. So more low-cost action to come this afternoon. It's around about 5 to 2 this afternoon. Still 4 more races to come before the lunch break, though, here at Snetterton. We've got the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship coming up in just a few moments. We've got the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, which has the second of its 3 races this weekend. The 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and then finally the BMW Car Club Racing Championship as well. So I can see cars just being held in the scrutineering bay. At the moment, we'll probably get drivers out of their cars to head over to talk to Kieran Mogg in a few moments. Reminder that later on this afternoon as well, we've got the 2-hour race for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship 2. Let's take a short break, and when we come back from that, we'll be with Kieran Mogg.
Thank you very much. And good news for all the Garrett fans. They actually made it out of the circuit this time. So with our winner, Dan Garrett, that was fun.
That was brilliant. That was probably the best race of my life, to be honest, battling him the whole way through. And yeah, no parade lap either, so no penalties this time. That was great.
Obviously, at the start, you were fair back in the pack, obviously because of the penalty from missing the exit yesterday.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of cars you had to overtake.
Yeah.
You know, how difficult was it? Because it didn't look that difficult.
I think experience come into it in the old days, to be honest, starting sort of mid-pack. They all bunch on the inside of the line, so normally you just get to go around them all, and it's exactly what I'd done, and then just one by one, and yeah, it was good fun. And then I saw Ryan after about 10 seconds from 12th to seconds. I thought, how the bloody hell's he done that? You know, but he done it. Yeah.
And obviously, speaking of that, for the last half a race at least, you two were just line astern, kept on overtaking each other. How much of it was after you, and how much of it was no, I want to beat you?
I think out the last corners, it was who would have it, and then I should have had the infield, and Ryan should have had the outfield. But can't complain. I think it worked pretty well, to be honest. But there was some good battle in there, outbreaks and slipstreams, and yeah, I can't wait to watch it back later.
I think you'll enjoy it, definitely. Well, congratulations on the win.
Very much. Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, let's speak with Ryan Garrett, who's back here. Obviously, our race winner from yesterday, second place today. Ryan, just talking with Dan, that was a good race.
It was bloody brilliant, yeah. You get to talk to me today because we found the exit this time.
Exactly.
But yeah, over the moon with that. Yeah, I'm kind of speechless, really. Yeah, well happy.
Yeah. And obviously, we didn't get to speak after your win yesterday as well. That was a good race yesterday.
That was excellent. Yeah, there's a lot of battle in between. It's a shame we didn't have Sean on that one. I'm not too sure what happened to him, but whether it would have been the same sort of finish, I don't know. I think I pipped him by that much. So yeah, great.
That was a good race. Obviously, a nice way to obviously start the day as well. And so, can we expect the same?
Hopefully, if the rain holds out. I know it's forecast for a little bit of hit and miss, so we'll see. But I've got a set of tyres that I can put on, whether they're any good or not, I don't know. But yep.
Awesome, look forward to seeing it. Congratulations.
Just say hello to my two little boys at home. They'll be over the moon.
Perfect. All right, thank you very much. Right, let's speak with Jack Linus here. Jack, and you had to fight for that one, but then you managed to keep that gap towards the end.
Yeah, it wasn't the best start for me. I just had to work as hard as I can to gain the positions, get on the back of Jeff, who is a solid driver. So, yeah, I just did everything I could to get on the back of him. And then, yeah, once I was in front, it was just focus ahead, don't look behind, and just, yeah, keep going. These boys just drove off. They were so fast today. So, yeah, I don't think there was much chance of us getting that or getting them back. But, yeah, it was a great race. And, yeah, Jeff was with me the whole way, and I was just waiting for him to come past on the final lap. But, yeah, just about got the run out the final corner and took the checker flag. So, yeah.
And we saw pretty much everyone else switching and changing positions the entire time, but we didn't see that from you. So was there a particular strategy you were kind of using to kind of go, right, I don't want you to come past me at all?
I was just focusing on every exit of the corner, especially onto the two big straights, because these cars don't have much power. So yeah, I just had to keep that perfect, get the best run I could, and yeah, just try and maintain that gap, as they're the big overtaking spaces around here for us. So yeah, it was just focus on that and then try and keep ahead as much as I can.
What about later? What's your expectations?
We'll see what the weather does, because it looks a bit, yeah, hit or miss. But yeah, it's just give it my all and see what happens.
Absolutely. Well, look forward to seeing it. Congratulations on P3.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you. All right. So that's it for the Lowcost for the time being. They're coming up later on. But coming up next is the stock hatches.
Thanks, Kieran. Very much looking forward to this one. The Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. Any pre-1992 hatchback with a Control Yokohama tyre. And you add that together with a multi-mark competition, and it produces absolutely fantastic racing, especially when you add in the success ballast as well. Let's go through the grid. It's the new championship leader, James Hazelhurst, in the number 12 that starts on pole position ahead of yesterday's race winner, Chris Deere, but with the full 25 kilos of success ballast on there now. The number 67, Matthew Stubbington, has a new engine in that car, and then there'll be a gap on the grid where Stuart Place's car should be. Engine problems for him. Then it's the number 4 of Ed Cooper and Richard Kelsall, number 89. The fourth row of the grid is 41 Jason Wood and 91 Finn Groom. Then comes the 48 of Neil Dudman and the number 5 Terry Roughton. In the 6th row of the grid, it's Jake Wood in number 10 and number 18, Darren Bathingthwaite. On the 7th row of the grid, number 39, Martin Rogers and 58, Peter Oglesby. On the back row of the grid is the number 92 of Rick Groom and 62, Alan Dooley. They had some dramas yesterday. Paul Thorpe alongside me in the commentary box for this one, making a guest appearance. The starting procedure has already begun by the looks of it. Yep, 30-second board has just gone out. So it's the new championship leader starting on pole position on that Peugeot 205, the man from Bedford, against the man who was rather unstoppable yesterday. It was a 12.8 second lead for Chris Deere when he took the checkered flag yesterday. But remember, he has got that success ballast on board as well. So the the green car with the yellow stripe on pole position on the left-hand side. As we look at it, we just wait for the lights to go. We're lights on and lights out pretty sharpishly, and it is a very even start between the two cars on the front row of the grid. Now, if James Hazelhurst can maintain that advantage, he will have the inside line when they go into Ritchie's, but Chris Deere will try to brave it out around the outside. Ed Cooper has made a lightning start as well. He's up into 3rd position as well with his Vauxhall Nova. And we were talking yesterday, this is not a particularly good track for the Vauxhalls, but he's had a good launch there, up into 3rd provisionally.
Ooh, and now into second.
Great stuff on the inside of the Wilson hairpin, taking yesterday's race winner maybe a little bit by surprise on the inside there, but it is Hazelhurst who leads. Chris Deere's just managed to get the advantage on the exit of the Wilson hairpin, so when they get into Palmer, he's back into second.
Yeah, what a lightning start there from Ted Cooper to make his way up. And Finn Groom as well, who finds himself in 4th place. Just one correction, we're actually not on Yokohamas anymore. We're on the Toyo Triple Eights, which are not quite as good as the Yokohamas. They tend to go off really bad towards the end of the race, and yeah, as you can see, they're all control tyres, and all these cars just looking towards the back there. There's Alan Dooley. His only aim is not to get a lap, so please cheer for him not to get a lap. So as we look towards the front, James Hazelhurst, Chris Deere right on his tail, Finn Groom having a little sniff there at Ted Cooper. And he's succeeding. He's actually got past Ted Cooper into 3rd place now. Finn Groom had an unfortunate coming together on the hairpin yesterday, which knocking him out of the race, and he's keen to make amends today, and Ted Cooper's fighting back. Now, of course, Ted is also in the championship battle, and he wants every single point he can. And a great battle there between Matt Stubbington and Tiz Kessel. They're mates, they're the local people having mates, and Tiz Kessel had a problem with exhaust. He's got a new exhaust system on there, and Matt Stubbington's got a borrowed engine from the car 39 Martin Rogers, and that's what it's like in the classic stock hatch, lending parts to get cars on the grid. And Darren Bassingthwaite having a little sneak up there on Matt Stubbington, but I don't think that paid off.
Well, Cooper's managed to just hold the advantage in 3rd position, coming through the Brundle and Nelson complex, slightly battered front end on the Finn Groom car after yesterday's calamities. And then, yes, Neil Dudman just waiting in the wings there as well. But the top two have absolutely cleared off on this opening lap. I can't wait to see what the gap is going to be when they get over the timing line. It's Hazelhurst and Deere who are pulling clear in the early stages of this race, while Ed Cooper clings on to 3rd position. But it is James Hazelhurst in that Peugeot 205 that leads the championship. Just with the advantage they go over the timing line to complete the first lap, but Chris Deere in 2nd position, and then the gap back to Ed Cooper about 2.5 seconds.
I was just seeing Neil Dubman there overtook Finn Groom. They were going side by side down a straight, and the power of the 205 just beat Finn Groom. But now Finn Groom is coming into the wiggly section, which will play into the XR2. It's much more nimble round these corners, and Finn Groom has got by him again. Oh, this is going to be very exciting. Any one of these cars in this train for this 3rd place could win 3rd place.
Well, Stubbington and Kelso will taking a little bit of grass on the exit of Ritchie's as well, just to add to the dramas. There are the leaders making their way around Palmer. Hazelhurst leads Deere. Cooper still in 3rd position. Groom in 4th, but that Dudman in 5th position. But Groom fancies a run at 3rd position now on the run towards Agostini. Is he going to be able to find that inside line in that XR2? No, not quite. If anything, it was Dudman coming back around the outside in that yellow Peugeot, and that sort of bumblebee livery that he's got with the black hexagons as well, almost like a beehive. Side by side going into Hamilton with Groom on the inside. Cooper running out wide onto the curbing. Now the circuit will come to him as it is
Neil
a
Dudman
right-hander
might sneak
now.
up the inside,
He
and
does. Yes, so that is a change for 4th position. If he consolidates the manoeuvre into the subsequent right-hander at Williams, which he does do.
And now we've got Matt Stubbington trying to sneak through it. Like I said, any one of these cars could win 3rd place. We did have a great... Oh, Titch Kessel had a little bit of excursion onto the grass. Sorry, Mr. Palmer. I'm sure that wasn't intentional. So he had a little set. So he's dropped back a bit from that, but he's still in the train. I say any one of these cars. Neil Dubman has actually powered past the Ted Cooper car. Now, this is nightmare for Ted Cooper. He wants every single point he can get, and we did briefly see car 41 Jason Wood, the other protagonist in the championship battle, is really struggling with this circuit. He's not getting to grips with that car at all. And yes, Matt Stubbington has got past Finn Groom, but Finn Groom will try and get the cut back around this long right-hander. We're trying 80 miles an hour around this corner, trying desperately to get the car ready for this sharp left-hander to get onto the start-finish straight. It's a real battle with the car.
Well, great stuff from Neil Dubman to find his way up into 3rd position, a race winner from earlier this year at the first meeting of the season back at Brands Hatch. He has been on the podium since then as well, and looking very good for another one here as he's romped clear of Ed Cooper already, just in the few corners that he's had a little bit of clear air. So Dubman in 3rd position, but they're now 5 seconds behind the leaders. James Hazelhurst, meanwhile, has done the fastest lap of the race, 2:24.530. He still only leads by not much at all, about 0.4 of a second to Chris Deere. Dudman 3rd, but with about a second now over the battle for what is now 4th position, being led by Ed Cooper.
There's Titch Kessel, trying to make up the places he lost as that little excursion onto the grass. Yes, it's getting incredibly exciting at the front as we just look at the Jake Wood machine, the son of Jason Wood. Doing very well his first time at this circuit, and looking there, Neil Dubman has definitely gapped Ted Cooper. Now Ted Cooper's desperately trying to hold back Matt Stubbington and Finn Groom. He wants to keep every single point he can, and he's going to try and make that Nova as wide as possible, but this circuit doesn't really favour the Novas. The Novas are a great all-round machine, but they don't really excel anywhere like the 205s and the XR2Is. They've got the power down the straights. The XR2s have got the handling. Matt Stubbington's got a little bit wide there, but he's still held the position going past Ted Cooper. What a move that was.
Who needs grass to make to get the grip? It's absolutely brilliant stuff as Stubbington manages to find his way through over Cooper and just squeeze himself into 4th position, that Peugeot 205, passing the Nova of Cooper. And now it will be Finn Groom in the Ford Fiesta. So great battling between the two different, the various different marks, I should say, the Ford, the Vauxhall and the Peugeot in this fight.
We've definitely got a mix of machinery there. We've got the 205 sort of romping it in the distance. It is very much a 205 circuit. This is the best of the rest we're watching here as Matt Stubbington goes a little bit wide but still managed to maintain that position. Finn Groom is all over the back of Ted Cooper. He's trying to make that Nova as wide as possible to stop this young man, and he's been racing only a couple of seasons. He's another 2nd generation racer, and he's very good behind the wheel. He's just had no luck this morning. As me and Ian were saying yesterday, he's just had no luck this season, and he just needs every bit of luck he can to try and stay where he is.
Coming up to the halfway mark in this race, the leaders will tick off their 3rd lap. They should be across the line any second now. There they go. They just go
Chris
past
Deere
us.
has gone into the lead.
Yes, he has. So Chris Deere has now taken the lead, and he's about 0.6 cleared. Now that's surprising because that's about a 1.1 second swing. We can see the lap for Hazelhurst last time around was a 2:26.4. So he's lost an awful lot of speed somewhere on this lap. And yesterday's race winner is back into for the first time, into the lead of this race. Stubbington there ahead of Cooper.
Yeah, Cooper's got right back behind him again. He was making sure Matt knew he was there. Oh, and Finn has got a sneaky little move. Like I said, the XR2, it loves this inner section. It's much more nimble around this tight technical section. And Finn Groom was making it pay, but Ted Cooper's got the inside line. They're still side by side round that corner. That's scary as they come onto the Agostini Straight. I still don't know the names that well, but they're going to be side by side, and now the circuit's going to favour Ted Cooper being on the inside for this very slow left-hander. And Darren Bassisway, what a move that is. He's made himself known there as well. He's desperately all over the back of them. This isn't over for this fourth position.
Jake Wood, who is hanging around the outside there at Agostini as well, waiting in the wings to potentially pick up any places as well. It's been a very good debut season for Jake Wood, you were saying he's just taken the novice cross off of
He
his car,
literally
hasn't
has,
he?
oh, there was a little bit of grass there from Ted. Yeah, he's literally just taken the novice cross out. He came on Friday, did some testing on Friday. That was wet. So yesterday was his first time around the circuit in the dry, and he finished marvellously well. And he's really got hold of this circuit. He does a lot of sim racing at home. Just to get to know the circuits, and it's definitely paying off. It's definitely the way forward, I think, for the younger drivers.
Finn Groom managed to get that move on Ed Cooper there, but here comes the number 18 of Darren Bathingthwaite, who goes past both of them down the Bentley Straight and around the outside of Brundle.
By the local man, Darren Bathingthwaite. He went incredibly well yesterday, and he shows he knows his circuit so well. Finn Groom got on the inside of Ted Cooper. This is great for Darren Bathingthwaite. Like I say, he's a local man. He's been racing for many seasons, and he loves this circuit, and he demonstrated his ability. But they're still side by side, Ted Cooper and Finn Groom. Now, like I said, we're going 80 miles an hour around this corner. We have to try and slow the corner, slow down for the left-hand corner. Who's going to come out on best? And it is Finn Groom.
Somehow into Murray's. Groom finally getting that move done that began all the way back at Williams. What feels like, about half a lap ago. So it is still Deere who leads by half a second. Hazelhurst just done another fastest lap of the race, trying to close that gap back down again and recover the lead. Cooper with a big dive on the inside into Richards. Oh, it is side by side for the lead with Hazelhurst around the outside of the Wilson hairpin. Now that will give him the inside line into the left-hander of Palmer as well. Remember, this is Hazelhurst trying to take the lead back again after he lost it a couple of laps ago. And Hazelhurst, the new championship leader as of yesterday, gets back into the lead of the race. But Chris Deere will try and fight this back. Remember, Chris Deere not a full season entry, and so he is fighting for honour more than anything. But Hazelhurst needs these points for the championship as well. Into Agostini, he does consolidate the lead, but still Deere is not finished with this yet, as Hazelhurst has to park it in the middle of the road, and Deere looking one way and then the other.
And of course, James has never actually won. He hasn't actually won this season. He's had loads of podiums. He's desperate for this win for this season to show how good he is in this car. This is a new car for the season, which has really proved its worth. They've done a great job on the car, and to hold back Chris Deere like this, it's an incredible battle. I thought Chris Deere might walk away with it, but Chris Deere must have made a mistake somewhere to catch up. So he's a little bit of gap there, 2 car lengths. I wonder if Chris is just going to sit back and let James take the victory.
Does that sound like something Chris Deere would do?
No. He's a championship winner, not only in classic stock hatch, but Metro and MGs. He's won multiple champions, so he won't hold back at all. Neil Dudman having a bit of a lonely race there in 3rd place, but he'll just be managing the gap back to Matt Stubbington and Darren Bassingthwaite. And looking further back to, I can't quite see who was battling there. And I did notice that Jason Wood and Ted Cooper are together, and they are also in the battle for the championship. So that could be very interesting towards in the last 3 minutes left of this race.
Yep, so should be 2 laps to go then when they get over the timing line. So there is James Hazelhurst. Still doesn't lead by much over Chris Deere, does he?
No. I think Chris is going to try and pounce on the last lap, knowing Chris. So James will be trying to gap as best he can, but I'm sure that Chris is just managing this gap to him behind. He's right on his tail there.
Yeah, he's going for it.
Definitely got the drag down the straight, but James has got to hold it together. It's I say multiple podiums through the season, but he's never had a win this year. So looking further back, Ted Cooper and Finn Groom still battling, I noticed in the background. But there's Neil Dubman, very lonely. He'll be happy with this 3rd place. And there we have Matt Stubbington and then Darren Bassingthwaite. Oh, Ted Cooper. Hey, what a 4-wheel drift that was, Chris. Have you ever seen that in the GTs, eh?
No, it's not quite as slidey as that, which was a great save there by Cooper. Runs wide out of the Wilson hairpin. That is going to give Finn Groom there the run. He's got the outside line for Palmer, though, so it's going to be very difficult to try and make that stick, but he's got most of his cars ahead of him. They bang door panels, and Cooper just about manages to hold the inside line there as well. Wood is just about behind them as well, and that is Jason Wood, the father and one of our championship protagonists as well, who very nearly got caught up in all of that and does now show his nose to Groom, who just gets it chopped off, though, as they go into Agostini.
Yes, like I said, this intersection, Chavin's going to be all over the back of that too, that Nova. But I did see that does mean there's a gap again back from Ted Cooper to Jason Wood. It's definitely advantage James Hazelhurst. It's definitely the championship is definitely going to be decided on our last meeting, which I think for the last couple of seasons it's been like one run meeting beforehand, but this is incredible. This is the first time for a long time. Oh,
side by side for the lead.
Side by side for the lead. Chris Deere trying to go round the outside, but of course the first corner benefits James Hazelhurst, but the second corner will benefit Chris Deere as the camera desperately goes round, and James has still held on. Well done, James, but we're getting up. We must be coming up to the last lap shortly as they come round this fast Coram circuit, and Chris will be just sitting there working out how he can get past this young man. I noticed James was looking at all his data yesterday, being really professional, looking at what he can do better, and it's definitely proved today.
Well, it has been 5 podium finishes for James Hazelhurst this year. Will it finally be the first victory he's been waiting for in 2025? There's 20 seconds left on the clock. The last lap board is being displayed. There is a 5-second time penalty going out to Richard Kelsall for track limits, but he is in 10th position as it stands. That would drop him quite a few places, but it is game on for the lead of the race on this final lap between the 2 Peugeot 205s of James Hazelhurst seeking his first victory of the season. Chris Deere making a wildcard appearance here this weekend. He was a winner yesterday, trying to make it back-to-back.
I did notice that Jason Wood was sneakily looking outside Finn Groom there to get by him, to get on the terms with Ted Cooper as we watch the leaders go onto this tight, wiggly section. That's a long, we're doing about 60, 70 miles an hour around there as we accelerate up to nearly 100. Now this next corner they come into, it's incredibly slow. It's only about 30 miles an hour. You have to scrub a lot of speed off. Christie having a little sneak down the inside, and James is just leaving a little bit of space there. There's the tiniest of overlaps. Come on, James. I'm sorry, I'm rooting for James because I can do with another winner this season. So, yeah, he's just holding off Chris Deere. I mean, that is no mean feat. Chris Deere is a well-seasoned racer, and he's definitely making James work for this one.
What would it be, 8th different winner of the
something like that,
season? Yeah. So incredible competition once again in the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. And it is like watching old touring car action. You see there the big dive on the inside, maybe giving a little bit of a nudge to the Peugeot in front as well. But James was doing some great heads-up driving. And yeah, there is a couple of car lengths now as they make their way down the Bentley Straight for the final time.
Chris will be getting closer and closer on this slipstream. The slipstream will pull him in, and this could be very tense as they go underneath this bridge. But Chris is sort of sitting back. I can't believe he's not going to pounce, but he's definitely making sure James knows he's there. So James has just got to hold it together. Chris got a little bit of a better exit there as they come onto the bomb hole.
I mean, could it be a drag to the finish line? We have seen that in other races this weekend. We have seen that
in other seasons here in Classic Stock Hatch. It's a long way uphill. It's a long way to that start-finish line. And now when you're in the lead, that start-finish line can't come any sooner.
Well, we're going to find out. It's one corner to go. They're making their way around Coram. They'll soon hit Murray's. It's James Hazelhurst who has the lead. But Chris Deere has just about pulled out of the slipstream. It is going to be a drag to the finish line. Absolutely level pegging. The checkered flag is waved. But who is it going to greet first? I think it's just going to be Chris Deere. Yes, by just over a tenth of a second. James Hazelhurst denied that first victory of the season once again as Chris Deere makes it back-to-back victories in the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. A fantastic finish to racing here for these guys this weekend.
Well, I'm sure James will be fuming. but Chris, we knew he had something. He would pull out something out of the bag, and we got cars smoking really badly. I think that might be one of the Groom machines. I think it's Finn Groom smoking.
It is Finn Groom. I think I saw him smoking all the way around Coram and into Murray's as well.
But yeah, James got another podium, so this is definitely well advantaged. Looking further back, the other protagonist, Ed Cooper, found himself in 6th place, and Jason Wood behind him. So it's definitely looking very good for the championship for James Hazelhurst, but it's not over until the Fat Lane sings.
That is very true. One more meeting to come for these guys at Alton Park next month.
We're 20th of September. We will be at Alton Park. It's a one-day event, but so we'll have qualifying and 2 races.
I believe that's one of our live-streamed events
is it?
as well. So, yeah,
excellent.
We'll be able to
that's a relief for
watch
me,
that.
I remember going to the commentary box with Ian before, and I went, I can't see anything, and we just couldn't see anything, so that'd be great.
So Chris Deere makes it back-to-back victories in a photo finish against James Hazelhurst, with Neil Dudman completing the podium. Matthew Stubbington in fourth ahead of Darren Bassingthwaite. Ed Cooper provided a lot of the drama in that one. He picks his Vauxhall brand mates, so to speak, of Jason and Jacob Wood. Finn Groom and Martin Rogers completing the top 10. Richard Kelsall in 11th and Terry Roughton. Peter Oglesby and Rick Groom across the line in 14th in the end. And then Ewan Lentz and Alan Julie completing the 16-car field. They make their way back into the Parc Fermé area, where Kieran Mogg will be waiting to speak to Chris Deere and James Hazelhurst, and a penny for the thoughts of James Hazelhurst after that very dramatic finish.
Oh, it was very dramatic. I mean, I thought for a moment there James had got it when there was a little bit of gap, but Chris was obviously building up towards to give every effort on that long uphill start-finish straight, and it paid off for him. I just see them in the scrutineering bay. It looks like they've got a few bonnets up there. Chris Deere's engine's got a bit hot. That would not surprise me one bit. And a good shout out there to Darren Bassingthwaite. He was very disappointed with qualifying. He's a local man. He was looking to go well, and he did well. Looking further back, and of course bear in mind that Titch Kessel, when found himself in 11th place, he was on the podium yesterday. This just shows you how close and jumbled up the good racing it is here in Classic Stock Hatch.
Of course, Kelsall also picked up that 5-second time penalty, but Kieran's ready for us with our race winners.
Thank you very much. Yes, that was an epic end to the race, and we'll take a chat with our winner now. Chris, that was tough.
Well, yesterday we won by about 12 seconds. Today we won by about 12 inches. So, you know, that was good fun. James is obviously a quick boy. He's leader of a championship, and we had a good race. James, didn't we? All week, all race round. Yeah. We were that close all the time. All good. And he's good. So, yeah, I think he deserved the win, but I'll take it.
Yeah, he'll always take it, won't he? But no, it was great fun. I really enjoyed it, so happy with second.
Obviously, did I see a little bit of a mistake on the last corner there? Is that what allowed it to happen?
I saw him move. He moved over to the left, so it looked like he was going to have a go up the inside, so I covered it, but I kind of knew it was a compromise in doing that. It's probably why I did it, to be honest.
I've been doing this a lot longer than you.
Yeah. I just had to, I mean, he could have got the inside if I didn't cover it, so yeah, that's it. That's how it goes.
Yeah, he's still somewhat happy with P2?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah. It was good fun. That's the main thing. So.
Absolutely. Well, it was a great race. Obviously, great to put on a show like that. Yeah. So, yeah, congratulations on P2.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you. All right, let's have a chat with Neil.
First of all, we're going to speak to Darren. He's had a terrible season last year, terrible season this year. 5th place yesterday, 5th place today. Well done, buddy. Well deserved.
Thank you.
Anything to say to your audience?
Just a plea, if we could race here every weekend, that would be ideal.
Fair enough. It was a fantastic race. But yeah, P3 for you.
Yeah.
How was that for you?
It was great from P10. It was absolutely amazing. We suffered in qualifying yesterday, which put us back to P9 and P10. And Joe from Joe Green Transport fixed the car. Adam prepared a new engine that we blew up at Cadwell at Schaefer Racing. So happy days, and we're here, and we got a 3rd place. So we're back in the championship, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, these guys were a little bit too far up the road.
I tried all I can, and I thought I'm going to use up some of my track limits, and then I got the black and white flag, and I thought, right, that's it, sit there now, and I'm not going to catch them. So I tried, but they were far too quick today. So
next time.
Yeah, maybe so.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on P3.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you. All right. So yeah, that's Classic Stock Hatches done for the weekend. Actually, coming up next, we've got the Type R Trophy.
It's the second race of 3 this weekend for the Takiwa Type R Trophy coming up next. Yesterday, we had a race that was disrupted by the safety car on the first lap, so we only really got 2.5 racing laps out of it. In that time, Trafford King came through to take another victory. That was his 4th of the season, extending his lead in the championship. David Walsh took 2nd, and 3rd place went the way of Joseph Delgado. That was his first podium of the year. Don de Graaf was 4th, John Labella 5th, and Oliver Musgrave was 6th. As far as the championship is concerned then, as I say, extends the lead in the points for Trafford King. So he's got a healthy advantage with 4 rounds to go, 2 today and 2 at Donington in October. He is up to 294 points with Don de Graaf on 237. With David Walsh actually having got ahead of Don de Graaf, he's on 248. After drop scores are taken into account though, it's King from de Graaf, the gap between those two, 19 points. Then David Walsh 3rd on 233, John Labella 4th on 218, Ross Borman 5th on 212. Mathematically, still 10 drivers in contention for the championship, but I think that number will reduce as the day goes on, and Trafford King certainly in a very good position here. But you can see there's a bit of a delay before the cars are released onto the grid for the next race because there's some fluid that's gone down, and that possibly something to do with Finn Groom, the car that was smoking badly towards the end of the classic stock hatch race. Chris?
Potentially. I assumed upon first look that it was bodywork rubbing up against the tyre, but yes, it could be some fluid because it does seem to be out all the way from the Brundle and Nelson complex, and if the fluid was spilling for as long as we saw it smoking for, which was right up to the checkered flag, this might be quite a fair bit of that quick dry dust they're going to have to lay down.
Yeah, there's no sign of any further work going on further round the lap just yet, so we'll just try and figure out how long this is going to take to sort this out, but the officials will want to get this sorted out, obviously before the Type R trophy cars are released onto the track. Let's, though, for a short moment, take a break, and we'll be back with you shortly. So back here at Snetterton, still waiting for the Type R trophy cars to be released onto the circuit. There was that fluid that was being dressed, we could see over the bumper, and on the Bentley straight by the looks of it as well. There's oil that has gone down. Let's just have a look, see if I can do a little bit of detective work here to figure out who might have caused that in the previous race.
While you do that, let me just remind everybody of more 750 Motor Club action to come this month. We are at Brands Hatch in a week's time with some great one-day event action from the Clio Sport, the historic 750 formulas, the hot hatches, the mighty minis, the Sports 1000 with the Cup 200 cars, and the Swift Sport Challenge, new for this year as well. And then we head to Silverstone on the National layout, a 2-day event there. Our next live-streamed event, though, will come from Alton Park, racing on the International layout on the 20th of September. And we were talking with Paul about that there. That will include the championship showdown for the Classic Stock Hatch Championship. Do you have news, Ian?
Well, not really. I mean, the only theory I've got is that it was the Finn Groom car, which is the one that we first thought of. Okay. There's nothing else on our logs to indicate anyone else. We do have cars coming out onto the circuit, though, for the Takiwa Type R trophy. So, obviously, the officials are comfortable that the work that needs to be done is going to be soon completed. And then in the background, you can see the 750 Motor Club rescue vehicle, which was helping with the addressing, they're being driven to its position. So that suggests that we're pretty much good to go. And we've got the cars forming up on the grid. Now this race has the reverse grid. So the top 10 finishing order from race 1 have been reversed for this second race of the weekend, which is always exciting. It means obviously that the driver that finished 10th yesterday is on pole position for this one, and the driver that won yesterday is back in 10th on the grid, and that means that on pole position it's the number 77 car of Luke Emmons. Besides him is 374, which is Kai Lindsay. On the second row of the grid it's the number 13 car of Tom McFarlane and 16 Adam Huntley. Row 3 is number 19 Oliver Musgrave and number 83 John Labella. On the fourth row of the grid, that's where we find 15 Don de Graaf and 93 Joseph Delgado. David Walsh, number 21, is on the inside of row 5, besides the race 1 winner, number 42 Trafford King. Row 6 is the 60 car, and that is Jack Reynolds, besides number 7 Andrew Idwin. On to row 7 of the grid, 62 Max Martin, the ex-Clare racer, has Jackson Card, number 96, besides him. Row 8 is Ross Borman, who won 2 races at the opening meeting of the season at Brands Hatch. He's in number 66, alongside number 26, which is Lee Rickard. 24 is the car of Jake Johnston, and 98 next to him is James Millward. Row 10 of the grid will be 97, which is Jordan Banks, and 118 Matthew Duffel. Row 11, number 10 Mohammed Ben Ladi, who was the last classified finisher yesterday. He had to call into the pits to have a bit of trim remove that was trailing from his car. 151 Andy Stevens in retirement yesterday. So too was James Delisle, number 6, and also number 12 Richard Jones, with 74 Richard Lindsay, who was also involved in an opening lap incident yesterday. He is going to be our final starter, all being well. So we do have a green flag lap for the Type R trophy cars ahead of their 15-minute race. And then you can see Kai Lindsay, number 374, with the open face helmet, sitting there on the front of the grid.
How cool, with the shades and everything. He looks like Baby Driver. And he is kind of a Baby Driver as well. Novice of the year from last year, of course.
Yeah, and he's there on the front row next to 77, which is Luke Evans, as the green flag lap now gets underway. So a chance for them to get some heat into the tyres, the MRF control tyres that they use in this championship. So this is for the EP3 Honda Civics of the early 2000s with the K20 engine, and they this is a very affordable way to go racing because there's very limited modifications to what you can do to these cars, and although they're more than 20 years old now, they still look absolutely fantastic. Very well presented, some nice liveries on the cars. It really does feel like a mini touring car championship, this Takiwa Type R trophy. It's been a very competitive season as well, with several different winners. As I say, now 4 for Trafford King, 2 for Ross Borman, 1 for David Walsh, and 3 for Don de Graaf so far this season. But I think we've had something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different drivers on the podium so far this season. So that's very competitive, and almost pretty much half of the entries are capable of finishing in a podium position. And although it's looking good for Trafford King as far as the championship is concerned, he was 3rd in the championship last year, it isn't over yet, and if he has a bad day today, then it could be wide open going into the final event of the season at Donington Park in October.
Of course, for Don de Graaf as well, he'll be hoping to steal a little bit of a march. He, before yesterday, had the same number of wins as Trafford King, but has been on the back foot in terms of the championship standings since the first meeting of the season, really, where he was caught up in a rather nasty start crash that did involve John Labella as well. But we know that Don has been having his sort of coming of age season, finally picked up that first win in the championship. Trafford King was 3rd year for him in this series now, another former top novice back when he started in 2023, and since then winning the 750 Motor Club Sim Series Championship as well, which is still in its infancy. I'll be keeping an eye out for that over the winter as well here on Alpha Live, but the drivers making their way around Oggies, and then Williams on this formation. Now, they're definitely taking their time getting around there, aren't they? Luke Evans has been taking it quite easy, and in fact, there's a bit of smoke we can see down the Bentley Straight. I wonder if that's a lock-up or
is that
dust.
I think it's the dust, isn't it, the quick dry that's
oh, of course, yes, they put it down there as well, didn't they?
That's right. Luke Evans on pole position, the number 77 car. He's 44 years of age, from Portsmouth, an electrician in his second season of racing. This is a car from 2005. It's prepared by Motion Motorsport. Next to him, we saw with his shades on was 374 Kai Lindsay, 24 years old, from Leeds, also an electrician. Top novice last year, done some oval racing, mini stocks and outlaws and Brisker F2. It prepares the car with his father. He was introduced to the championship by DH Racing, Danny Hobson, and the engine, I think in his car, is the ex-Adam Shepherd car, former champion in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Second row of the grid, you've got number 13, Tom McFarlane on the inside, 35-year-old from Loughborough, works in the plant and machinery hire business. Third season of racing for him. His first season was spent in the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, racing a Volkswagen Scirocco before he switched to the Type R Trophy last year. And number 16, Adam Huntley, is next up, the 41-year-old from Bexhill, down there in Sussex, company director in his second season of racing. So what you're hearing there is there's a lot of drivers in their second or third season of racing, and the Type R Trophy is a great place to come to make your first steps into racing, that's for certain. And as Chris was saying earlier on, lots of information on the 750 Motor Club website about how you can do that in any of the championships. Lots of links to information, and also to teams that offer arrive and drive packages as well, or will prepare cars for you. And that's certainly something that, unless you've got the skills to do that yourself, you definitely want to be aware of. And
definitely becoming more and more popular, isn't it, across club racing in general. The idea that you can pop up, have somebody prep the car for you, and definitely helps with those who maybe don't necessarily have the skills there to spanner their own car. I certainly wouldn't. Nor would I have anywhere to kind of keep my race car when it's not at the racetrack, for example.
And that's increasingly an issue for people that live in cities, isn't it? So,
oh, yes.
Without access to car parking space, let alone a garage. So, yeah, definitely very important that you've got those options available to you. So, obviously, reverse grid race. This result, I should say, will set the grid for race 3. No reversal involved for the third race. So where you finish this race defines where you start for the race this afternoon, which will be off at around about 4:25 after the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race. So cars slotting into positions. Yep, we get the green flag waved at the back. There's the 5-second board, so it's a 15-minute race. Fingers crossed we actually get a full amount of racing in this time. Red lights go on, and they go out. Away they go then, and it's a pretty even start from the two on the front. One of them from the third row, I think John Nabella, has made a pretty decent start, so I think we're going to see him coming up the order a little bit into the first corner. It's Emmons on the inside, Kai Lindsay on the outside. It is Labella, I think, that's there into third position. One of them running wide is was that McFarlane?
I think it was Adam Huntley.
No, it was Adam Huntley, right, in the 16 car. It's still side by side for the lead. Luke Evans has got his nose in front. They've all got the way this far this time, which is better than yesterday, so that's something to note. I think it is probably going to be Emmons that's got the advantage as they head down to Palmer for the first time in the race. So Emmons, it should be, that is leading. Yes, it is. And then it's Kai Lindsay in second. John Nabella, though, made the best of the starts. I think he got himself up to third, but it looks like he's losing ground again now. Is he down towards Agostini? No, he's still there in third spot. There's a bumper train. That's from Don de Graaf's car, is it? Or the side trim training from Don de Graaf's car as he goes around Agostini for the first time. And we saw yesterday that resulted in a black and orange flag for somebody.
That's a shame, because he was very briefly in third position. Now is in third position with a big dive on the inside at Hamilton. Maybe if it comes off of its own accord, he might just get away with it. But yes, you're right, that did attract the attention of the clerk of the course yesterday. And of course, Don de Graaf does need to be trying to make up ground in terms of the championship points, because look, his title rival is only 2 places behind him. So Trafford King's made a decent start there as well, from 10th to 5th so far on this opening lap. Don de Graaf in third, but it is Luke Emmons leading the way ahead of Kai Lindsay. last year's top novice. And there you can see, got a really good indication there of the damage to the right trim of Don de Graaf. He is closing up on that top two already, and we'll wait to see if there is a mechanical warning flag that is being shown. At the moment, it's Don de Graaf, the former Clio Sport racer, who just continues to charge forward. He's going for second place now on Kai Lindsay around Coram. And was that a dive on the inside? Nope, still Kai Lindsay holding second place there. And Don de Graaf, you could barely see him there. He was so tucked up behind Kai Lindsay's car.
That's right. And it's a bit of a bomb burst as they come across the line this time. It's certainly Luke Emerson that's held the lead for full up. Oh, and there's one that's spearing off to the left-hand side of the circuit. Makes contact with the barriers, fortunately not too heavily. That's the number 19 car of Oliver Musgrave. It's torn the bumper off. Let's see if he's going to be able to get going again, though. Didn't see quite how that started, but I imagine someone just moved over to the left and just pushed him into the onto the grass. Meanwhile, lock-up's going on at the front of the field. They're turning their way through. It's Don de Graaf that's made it up to second place now. The number 7 car is run wide. That's Andrew Idwin there at the Wilson hairpin, but it looks like Musgrave's car is still stationary beneath our commentary box. The marshal just rushing across to check that he is okay, and the safety car is being brought out onto the circuit. So we saw this yesterday, but the safety car looks like it's going to make another appearance today, and the drivers have already seen the yellow flag's warning of that. Might not be a bad opportunity if he's going to have to do it for Don de Graaf to get this bit of trim checked out. Not seen a black and orange flag for him as yet, though.
No, but under this safety car, he would just fall down to the rear of the field, wouldn't he? So yeah, I'd take my chances.
Yeah, wait and see. If you get called in, you get called in.
Yeah. So the marshals are on the scene. Ollie Musgrave, what I assume would have been quite a scary moment. Oh, we've also had a park up for David Walsh's number 21 car. Now that is significant, because that is a race winner from earlier this year, but 4th in the standings going into this weekend.
Yeah, and 3rd on drop scores, as with red light now being shown, race being stopped. So a little bit more serious than possibly we first thought. Medical car heading out onto the circuit as well. So race being stopped, and we will get a restart hopefully, because we'd only had 4 minutes of that race when the red flags have gone out. But it's obviously an abundance of caution here. The marshals and the officials just wanting to make sure that the drivers involved all absolutely okay. We didn't quite see how the incident started, but ultimately it did result in the number 19 car of Musgrave sadly collecting the barriers on the outside of the circuit. So we hope that he is well. The cars will come to a stop just short of the grid, I think, and then they'll be re-gridded back to the original starting order, because we'd had less than 2 laps of racing. We'll be back with you very shortly, but first let's take a short break. So we can see the cars coming back to the grid here. Good news is that Oliver Musgrave got out of his car and hopped into the medical car of his own accord. So he's now been taken to the medical centre where he'll have the routine checks, which it will always be the case whenever a driver has a contact incident like that. So we wish him well. His car will need to be recovered, of course. That's just about to be done, I think. The recovery truck is just heading into position beneath our commentary box to try and pick that car up. And David Walsh, his car had stopped as well, not too far around the lap, I don't think that was. So he will... Is that up at Wilson that I can see where his car has stopped possibly? But so that needs to be hoiked away as well before we can get a restart, which will happen very shortly. But first, let's head down to Kevin Mogg.
Thank you very much. As you can see behind me, Oliver Musgrave's car just stricken on the start-finish straight there. Obviously not exactly how we want to be playing it out. Not 100% sure as to which car he made contact with just yet, but Oliver is out of the car. He did walk around the car himself, and he's got into the medical van himself and has been taken to the medical centre just for a quick check-up. If you swing around, you can see the car just being gridded up now, so we're going to have a restart here. So number 77 back on pole position. As you can see, the car just a bit further back, just getting ready to start up on the grid as well. So once Oliver Musgrave's car has been recovered and has been taken away, cars will be on the grid. We get racing just in just a couple of moments' time. So hopefully shouldn't be too long. Like I say, Oliver is okay. He got out the car himself. He walked around it. He checked. Obviously, he didn't look very happy, as you can imagine, but he is okay. That is the most important thing. So. Yeah, cars just been gridded up. We'll go racing again shortly.
Thanks very much indeed. So the marshals now just have the task of trying to get the cars back into the original order. Obviously, they've jumbled themselves all up on the first lap and a bit of that race, and therefore they just need to now get them all back into the correct order again for the restart, which is why they hold them short of the grid to enable them to bring the right cars forward in the right order. So we've now got the front row in position, 77 Luke Emmons and 374 Kai Lindsay. I mean, Luke had made a good fist of the start of that race, hadn't he? He was still leading when the red flags came out, so I think he'd have probably taken that start. I'm not sure he'd be too happy about having to do that all over again, Chris.
Well, I've done it once, you can do it again. No, it's always easier said than done, isn't it? Especially for someone in his second season of racing here in the Tequila Taipa Trophy, yet to stand on the podium in any of the races. So this is a big opportunity for Luke to try and stand up on the podium. I can just see out the box. I'm still looking at Kai Lindsay. Still got his window down and those shades on. It is definitely a vibe inside of that car. I'm just wondering as well, while we're under red flag conditions, can Don just get out of his car and just rip that bit of bodywork off and maybe toss it into pit lane?
Ooh, interesting. Is that allowed? Because strictly speaking, he was feeling probably in part for May conditions, are we not at this stage? But if it's a safety issue, then that might be different.
Could argue that because obviously, it was a meatball flag yesterday. I would. I mean, this is so funny because we were talking. They are doing it. They're ripping it off. Someone from the team has come along and just ripped that bit of bodywork off.
Yeah, I think there's a scrutineer down there as well. We probably said, that should come off at this point. So.
Well, that is very lucky then for Ton de Graaf. If he can make up the same amount of places that he did in the original style, it did not take him long at all to get up to third position at all. So he is going to be in a quite good spot, I'd have thought, for this one. There is obviously a gap on the grid where Ollie Musgrave's car should have started, which was on the third row of the grid. But I noticed there is another car missing, the Tom McFarlane car.
But I think it's just that he's not been brought forward yet, because I think he was...
Potentially,
he was
yes.
So I think he did lose some places initially. So we'll see if he does come forward. He should be on the inside of row 2.
Okay. It's so funny, we were talking about red flag rules we don't like yesterday off air because I have a gripe about a lot of series, which apparently we do not do, but a lot of series will count back on a red flag and include the people who brought out the red flag. And I have flashbacks to Lawrence Vantor winning the Macau FIA GT World race on his roof. some years ago when he was an Audi driver, and that to this day slightly irks me. But we don't do that in the 750 Motor Club.
Exactly. Oliver Musgrave's car is about to be taken away, which is good news. So that's about to go. I don't know if we've recovered Walsh's car as yet. I think that's still Walsh's car way over there at Wilson, and doesn't look to have been taken away as yet. So that's something that we need to keep an eye on. It might be sufficiently far out of the way that we could continue anyway. But it's going to take a few minutes yet to get the cars gridded up once again, as the marshals are trying to get everyone into the correct order. I've had no notification yet of the race distance for the restart as yet. I was originally scheduled to be a 50-minute race. We'd had 4, so if I was a betting man and knowing that we've got another green flag lap to do, I wouldn't have thought it would be much more than probably about 8 minutes or something that they'll get for a restart. But we'll get confirmation of that in due course. It will appear on our TSL timing screen. There's Musgrave's car being taken away. It'll go back into the paddock. And there's Walsh's car, so it is out of harm's way, I think, there. But of course he is breaking the rules because it said no stopping 24-hour access required on that sign. So he might need to be moved because of that. Anyway, so his car, I think, is out of trouble there. There we go. No stopping, 24-hour access required. And where's he put it? Right in the middle of the access.
You're not supposed to park on the red lines, mate.
Can't park there, mate.
Where is it? So is that on the Bentley Straight then, is it?
That is on the bit between the Wilson hairpin and the Bentley Straight. Yeah, the 200 link, effectively.
Yes.
But yeah, it should actually be okay there. And I don't think 24-hour access is required there during a race meeting.
I think he'll get away with that, just about. Yeah.
Yeah. So if they can, they'll perhaps recover that after the restart.
Just a quick reminder of events coming up at Snetterton that some of you might be interested in, because this month is 2CV 24-hour race, which I'm sure many are looking forward to. I know those are quite a spectacle to look forward to, and Ian's alluded to this earlier, but the British Truck Racing Championship along with TCR UK coming to Snetterton on the 13th and 14th of September. And then there's also some GT action with the GT Cup season finale in October. That's on the 11th and 12th of October. So something to look forward to, whether you're into trucks or GTs or even old banger Citroens.
So shortly get a restart, hopefully, for this Type R race. 12 minutes is what TSL are telling us. A 12-minute restart. I said 8, didn't I? So not as generous as the clerks of the course are, clearly. Let's say hello to Adrian Cross, and a very happy birthday to you as well. I know you're here with your family today. Chloe has asked that we send our greetings to you. So hope you're having a good day, Adrian. Enjoying your birthday. Sun is out, and hope that you're enjoying the racing here at Snetterton today.
Isn't that nice?
Absolutely. And hopefully we'll get some more racing very shortly. Tom McFarlane is there. You were a little bit worried about him a few moments ago, but he is there on the second row of the grid. So we've got the gap on the third row, which we knew about, because that was Musgrave. And there's currently a gap which is where David Walsh should have been, next to Trafford King, which again is also expected. But 12 minutes is the distance for the restart. There'll be a green flag lap as well. So it will be, hopefully Luke Evans might be a little bit speedier on that this time around, because we're a little bit delayed.
Yeah, we were already about 15 minutes behind schedule when this race started, which was due to start at 11:15. We ended up getting underway at about past. Probably eating into our lunch break.
More importantly, the Marshall's lunch break, Chris.
Yes, of course.
Don't worry about the commentators.
Definitely worried about them.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I suspect we may, unfortunately, can have a slightly shorter lunch break because of the delays. We should be about 3 minutes into the MX5 race as we stand here now. We've not, I don't think, touched on ballast, have we, so far? This Type R race, and James Winstanley was showing me the spreadsheet earlier on, which I didn't take full details of because I then got distracted by something else. But the key thing there was that you do have success ballast now as a feature of the Type R Trophy to try and sort of equalise performance and keep things a little bit more exciting. And it's based on particular finishing positions. And the driver with the most, unsurprisingly, is the man that leads the championship, which is Trafford King. I think he's carrying basically 50 kilograms of ballast now, but he dealt with it. He's dealing with it pretty well. Obviously, had the win yesterday, but we'll see if he's able to continue that today. He's got to come through from what was 10th, now effectively he's 8th on the grid with a couple of cars absent in front of him to try and make progress. As we're saying yesterday, his position in the champion now with a good advantage over the rest is such that he doesn't necessarily need to go gung-ho for the wins now. He can accumulate points now and just wrap up the championship that way if that's his mindset. So he can certainly afford to do that. And maybe in these reverse grid races in particular, this is one of those, whereas your mindset might be a bit different than if you know that you need the win for the championship. But he's, I think, got 50, which is quite a lot more than anybody else. I think sort of Don de Graaf had 25, for example, and one or two others on a similar mark as well. In terms of the success ballast, it'll make more of a difference at some circuits than others, of course. And there's just the one more meeting to go after this in the Type R Trophy, which is at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit, the full 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuit in October.
I do need somebody to just put that picture of Ansel Eggort next to Kai Lindsay there from Baby Driver. I think that should be on the 750 Motor Club socials.
Okay, well, we'll get you in charge of that, Chris. You can take over the socials for a day maybe, and we'll see what your creative mind comes up with. So still a little way from getting the final few rows of cars gridded up here. It's taking a few moments. I think the circuit is almost clear now, but soon we'll be able to get back underway here at Snetterton with the Takiwa Type R Trophy. A reminder, there's 2 more races after this before the lunch break. 5 Club Racing, MX5 Cup, their second race of the weekend. And then we've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, their first of 2 races this weekend. They qualified this morning, so they have 2 races today. And then after lunch, back underway, as things stand, it's around about 1:30, although it might be a bit delayed. Wait and see. For the Freaky Part Sport Specials Championship, we've got the Yokohama Lowcosts, the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship, Takiwa Type R Trophy, MX5 Cup and BMW Car Club Racing Championship again to round out the day's action. You can find all of the information in the race programme, which is available on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk.
And a reminder, we've been talking about the fact that this is the home of affordable motorsport. If you want to go racing, it is so easy to do. You go on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. Literally the first button is Start Racing. So you'll find the information there. You can buy your Go Racing pack from Motorsport UK for £115. That includes the race license application form, a medical form if you are over 60, and a lot of information there about everything that will happen as you try to get your ARDS license, which is you can do for as little as £250, depending on which circuit you go to. And then membership for the 750 Motor Club is £95 for 12 months. That is rolling. That is not per season, by the way. And then you can register for a championship of your choosing. There is a great registry as well of race cars that are up for sale. If you want to peruse one that has a little bit of street cred already.
There's a bit of drama on the grid while you were going through that with Adam Huntley's car. The bonnet was up, so it was clearly something that was just worrying the driver or somebody. And that has now been put back down, so I think that car is good to go. I think we've now got the cars in position as well, so I think we'll get into a countdown procedure very shortly ahead of the restarted race. So it's going to be 12 minutes, but we've got the green flag lap to happen first, and this will give the drivers a chance to refamiliarise themselves with the circuit, get some heat back into these MRF tyres as well, which they are limited in number each season to how many tyres that they can have, and that is really to keep the costs down. They're limited to 16 tyres during the course of the season, a maximum of 8 per race weekend as well, which they have to nominate before the beginning of each weekend. And so that is to help keep costs down, because tyres is up, one of the first areas where you give people an inch. They start to take a mile and to get a new set of tyres on every weekend, every session in some cases, if they can afford to do so. Well, then you do get into a battle of the haves against the have-nots. So I think it's a good initiative, and a lot of championships do something like this now to limit the amount of tyres that you can use. I mean, some championships, with the tyres that they use, you don't need a new set of tyres on. They will just last and last and last, and still not really have much of a drop-off in performance. But here the restriction on the number of tyres that you can use during the course of the season is in place. And you can see now the green flag lap is underway. Of course, it's a long lap here at Snetterton, 3 miles, very nearly, just under 3 miles in length. And so it does take a little while to get around. It's one of the longest laps in terms of lap time of anywhere in the country.
3 miles in length, and it's not a very quick 3 miles with those technical corners. You've got the Wilson hairpin, the hairpin at Agostini, Hamilton and Oggies as well. Last corner at Murray's, quite a tight exit there as well. So you are working the front end quite a bit, particularly on these front-wheel drive cars.
Yeah, just looking at the lap record. The lap record average speed here is 79.25 miles an hour.
That's still quite fast.
It's still quite fast. The fastest of the circuits that the Type R Trophy has ever been to in terms of average speed is Mallory Park, 90.84. The slowest is Anglesey, 71.07 miles an hour. So Snetterton is somewhere in the middle of the range in terms of the average lap speed. And you have got long straights here, but you've also got this very technical infield section. So really from the Wilson hairpin round to the Williams corner that brings you back onto the Bentley Straight, it's quite twisty, isn't it, with quite a few low-speed corners.
You think if you were to go end-to-end of the country, bombing it down a motorway, your average speed would not be 79 miles an hour? I hope it wouldn't be.
No, it wouldn't, because that'd
be very illegal.
It would. And also there's less corners on motorways, though. More corners at Snetterton.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. It's higher even despite all these slower sections.
No.
I saw something on the news recently about people who are doing street racing. It's like, come on, we have the best selection of racetracks of any country in the world, and you want to fling it around a roundabout? No, come here and do it.
Absolutely, much more sensible and safe to do it that way. So heading off around Williams down the Bentley Straight on this green flag lap, being headed by Luke Emmons. A reminder that this is a reverse grid race. We had the top 10 from yesterday's race flipped around. So Luke Emmons, who finished 10th yesterday, is on pole position. Made a good fist of that first time around before the safety car and then the red flag, in that he was holding on to the lead. Trafford King, who was on the winner yesterday, he starts 10th. And look how they're weaving around to get some heat. These are treaded tyres that they use, the MRF tyres, but they're weaving around still to try and get as much heat into the tyres and the brakes as possible before the start of the race. And of course, this isn't a luxury that's afforded to all of the categories at the 750 Motor Club. Several categories have no green flag lap, so they're straight into racing on colder tyres. But I guess that's something you just have to get used to and take account of on the opening lap of the race. Perhaps just be a little bit more cautious, whereas here with a bit more heat in the tyres, Type R Trophy drivers can go for it almost from the off.
It's quite important as well when you consider they're such a high-speed start to this lap as well at Ritchie's, and you tip in there, and then if you need to back out, as you probably will do because it's getting a bit close to the front, and then so you lift off the throttle, and then suddenly the back end starts to go around, and if you've got completely cold tyres, then there's probably no saving that at all. So particularly with these front-wheel drive cars that are delivering quite a bit of power to the front, as well as having to handle all the steering. So they do get put through their paces, and so it's just an extra element there to stop us having a completely bonkers start to the race. Sometimes they do still manage to do so anyway.
Yes, absolutely, as we saw yesterday. So coming up to the grid then for this restarted race. Second of 3 this weekend for the Takiwa Type R Trophy. As we say, they go to Donington Park after this to conclude their season. There is number 77, Luke Emmons, the driver on pole position. Reminder that he is from Portsmouth, 44-year-old electrician in his second season of racing. And besides him is number 3740 Kai Lindsay from Leeds, 24 years of age. And he was the top novice last year. So 2 relatively inexperienced drivers, but drivers who've had sort of solid introductions to the Tikiwa Type R Trophy. Final few rows of cars just coming into position then, ahead of this race. So 12-minute race, we're probably going to get, I would think, 6 laps out of this. And we will be underway very shortly. Green flag is now waved at the back of the field. So attention, turning to the 5-second board and then the lights, which turn red. They go out and the race gets underway. Oh, it's Kai Lindsay that makes a good start. This time it's Luke Evans that makes a stinker of a start, and he will be wishing that he did not have to do that all over again, because he's dropped to about 4th or 5th place already, I think, as they head up to Richie's Corner for the first time. So it's Kai Lindsay leading. It's Adam Huntley in 2nd. Tom McFarlane is 3rd. But I think that's Joseph Delgado in 4th position as they head up towards the Wilson Head in the first time. Someone off in the background there. Don de Graff, I can see, is 5th. Trafford King is 6th. And Luke Evans has dropped right to the back. And there's one car in the gravel trap, I'm afraid, at Richie's by the looks of it. It is the pole position car, 77.
No.
Luke Evans, that's 0 to 0 encapsulated, isn't it?
Really is. Oh, what a shame. And look at that. That's not Trafford King who's found his way to the front, is it?
No, it's not.
It's the green trimmed car, excuse me. So that is Adam Huntley, isn't it, who's going around the outside of Kai Lindsay there around Agostini. Doesn't quite manage to make that one stick, so it's the youngster who still manages to hold firm as they get into Hamilton. And red flag again because of Luke Evans in the gravel.
And I suspect that might be that as far as this race is concerned, because it's usually the case that if you have 2 red flags, your race is shuffled to the end of the programme, because obviously we are a little bit behind time now, and with that car in a dangerous position, the officials have decided that we will not go safety car, we'll go straight to a red flag, and I suspect we'll get notification of whether they are going to get a restart or not, but I suspect it might be that this race, unfortunately, is abandoned, which is a great shame, because the Type R Trophy cars didn't get much racing yesterday, but if you keep having incidents, then you're going to be the cars that lose racing laps, unfortunately, which is not fair on all the drivers that are keeping themselves out of trouble, but that's just how it works, really. So we'll get confirmation, but I suspect with a 2nd red flag there in quick succession, that it may be that these cars are taken back to the paddock, and we're due to see them out anyway later on for their 3rd race. But it might be that the 2nd race is it either doesn't happen, or they attempt to run it right at the end of the day if there's time. But we'll just have to wait and see what the decision. We'll try and get an update from you on that as we go on.
Of course, it's setting the grid for that 3rd race, so I wonder how they'll end up picking that one out of the order. They might even just go with the same
grid,
potentially, because we've had 1 full lap. To go off of, really. So
well, that's the only thing that could take the order at the end of the 1 lap that we did have. That's the only other thing that you could do, really. And we'll wait and see. We could sit here and speculate, but the officials are the ones that are going to make that decision. So we just need to see where these cars go at the end of this. But let's head down to Kieran Mogg for news.
Yes, unfortunately, the Type Rs are not going to be restarted after their 2nd red flag. You can see Emmons down at turn 1 as has been stranded down there. So obviously, we don't exactly know what happened, but yeah, for the 2nd red flag of the race, the marshals and the officials have called it. So coming up next, we have the MX5s.
Yes, we'll have the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup up very shortly. Obviously, the circuit, first of all, needs to be cleared. We need to recover the car of Luke Evans. I think that was the only car that was involved. We've still got David Walsh's car to recover as well from the original start. I think there's a recovery truck as on scene there as well, up to deal with that one. Let's say Type R Trophy going no further for now. There'll be a 3rd race later on this afternoon, but for now, before the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, we'll take a short break. So next up is the second race of the weekend for the Massimo Tyres 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. We'll turn our attention to that in just a second. News we have from Race Control is that, as we thought, the Tyre Power Trophy race will not restart. The grid for race 20, which is the third race of the weekend for the Tyre Power Trophy, that will go from the grid that we had for the race that we were just about to have but didn't get very far with. And then if there is a further race at the end of the day, that will be taken from the result of the race 20, which was the scheduled third race of the weekend for the Tyre Power Trophy. But no guarantee that will happen. I'm sure it will just depend on where we are with the timetable and curfew and all of that stuff. The car of Luke Emmons is now on the low loader, so it's been hauled out of the gravel trap and that will be taken away soon. I think I can see, I think that's David Walsh's car that's being recovered as well from up at the Wilson hairpin. So shortly I think we'll have the Tyre Power Trophy cars fully clear of the circuit. We can have the cars released out on track for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, which is, as I say, the second race of the weekend for these cars. Yesterday we had the first, and that resulted in a win for Simon Walker-Hansel, his first race win in the MX5. So he had lots of experience and lots of wins in other categories, but first time victory in the MX5. Second yesterday was Oak Richardson. Third was Scott Leach, who came through the field very nicely. Roger Chesno was fourth. Michael Pearce, who led for a while, he was fifth, and Samuel Gormer completed the top 6. Now, there's still quite a long way to go in this championship. This is round 14 of 21, so only in this race we're reaching the 1/3 mark, or the 2/3 mark of the season. There's 2 meetings to go after this at Croft and at Donington Park, so I'm not going to get too excited about championship scores and drop points and so forth as yet. But on gross scores, before you take any drops into account, it's Oak Richardson leading with 1,239 points. Second is Michael Pearce on 1,197. Third is, and I'm reading the right line here, Ben Smiles on 1,169 points. Fourth with 1,111 points is Scott Lawrence, and fifth with 1,092 points is Zoltan Shabai. Grid for this race lines up as follows. It is on pole position number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel. Besides him is the 17 car of Oak Richardson. It's the finishing order from yesterday. Second row is 13, Scott Leach, and 105, Roger Chesno. Third row, 5, Michael Pearce, and 128, Samuel Gormer. Fourth row, number 9, Ian Tomlinson. Besides him is 97, Jack Lawrence. On row 5 of the grid, it's 168, Zoltan Shabai, and 46, Ben Smiles. Row 6, 43 is Bradley Gaunt, sometime radical racer, and 64, Scott Lawrence. Row 7, 29, Mary Barnard, and 72, Matthew Short. The 8th row, 90, Andrew Robinson, and 68, Stephen Robinson. On the, it's a Robinson squash really, that row. The 9th row, it's 96, Sam Moody, and 129, Paul Barnard. The 10th row, 65, Amy Worthington, and 99, Martin Vernon. The 11th row, 191, Philip Barrett, and 5, Glenn Crook. Row 12 is 31, Neil Burrows, and 127, Jonathan Christie Randall. 13th row is 11, Richard Beale, and 60, which is Trevor Jenkins. Row 14, 174, Nick Rice, and 26, Isabel Burrows. And row 15, 113, James McCann, and 592, Aidan Wardley. So that's the way the grid is going to line up for the MX5s, which never fail to put on a good show.
That is certainly true, and yesterday was case in point as well. Great battle between Oak Richardson and Simon Walker-Hansel, going in favour of the latter in the end. Oak, I think, deciding that discretion was the better part of valour when it came to his championship hopes. So he may well do the same again today, but starting on the front row of the grid, he will still have that opportunity. Scott Leach as well, I'm looking forward to see his car is licking its lips permanently, and he was moving forward quite nicely in that number 13 car, the yellow tipped car you can just see on the second row of the grid. We've got the start procedure underway, 15 minutes of racing to come.
That's right, hopefully we'll have a good clean run this time, unlike the Tyre Power Trophies. 30-second board being shown, and then we'll have the 5 seconds and the race getting underway. There is the 5-second board. So it's Simon Walker-Hansel in the grey car on the front row with the blue car with the yellow stars on it. Next to him, of Oak Richardson, as the lights go out, the race gets underway. pretty even start from the 2 on the front. Roger Chesnow makes a decent getaway as well from the outside of the second row of the grid, and he slots into 3rd position, but it's Simon Walker-Hansel that's got the advantage over Oak Richardson. They take the sort of wide line into the corner, and then 3rd place, I think it is Chesnow. Is that still him in 3rd place? No, it's Samuel Gorman, the 128 car from the 3rd row of the grid that's got into 3rd place. Chesnow is 4th. Michael Pearce is 5th, but he's got a bit of contact. Oh, and a spin. Oh, my word. Well, we've got an absolute... It's like Macau, isn't it? the Shipmaster we've got down there. There is cars absolutely everywhere. I've got a feeling they're all going to drive away from this in the end. Some of them with not all of their bits attached to them. Some of them having bits of other cars attached to them as well, possibly. But the big thing here is we're going to have a massive lead for the first 2. There's one car that looks like it's out of it. That is the 129 car of Paul Barnard, I'm afraid to say. But the first 2, Simon Walker-Hansel and Oak Richardson, have a lead of about 20 car lengths, as Oak Richardson, I can see from my window, is going up the inside of Simon Walker-Hansel to try and take the lead, and he's done it at Hamilton. So Oak Richardson gets the lead, and with this big gap to the rest of them, it's between these 2, I think, Chris.
Scott Leach is the one who's come out in 3rd position, but that was a real concertina effect with... it was Pearce, and I think even Tomlinson was caught up in that one as well. And there's a shame because Samuel Gormer had made a really, really great start and couldn't really do anything with it. There's quite a bit of debris down at the Wilson hairpin. As far as the cars were concerned, though, 'tis but a scratch as Oak Richardson continues to lead as they make their way into the Brundle and Nelson complex. Simon Walker-Hansel thought about the manoeuvre. They've got space to fight, of course, but if they continue to go gun-ho, then I'm sure that will invite Scott Leach into the fight. But this was kind of our clear top 2 from yesterday anyway. Around Coram for the first time at speed. Richardson pulling about a car length and a half over Simon Walker-Hansel going into Murray's. See, just emerging, they'll pop up over the top of the hill any time now. There they are, just off into the distance at the end of the first lap of racing. It is going to be Oak Richardson who leads 0.4 of a second over the line. Scott Leach in 3rd. And then it is the 97 of Jack Lawrence that's emerged in 4th position ahead of young Ben Smiles. And then the 168 of Zoltan Shabai and Andrew Robinson inside the top 7 as well.
Yeah, so he came through from 15th on the grid to 7th on the opening lap. So he was one of the ones that I think managed to avoid the worst of that incident up at Wilson Hairpin on lap 1. There he's in the number 90 car. He's lost a position there to Martin Vernon, the number 99 car. Matthew Short may well get past him as well before much longer. But it's Oak Richardson with the lead of the race at the moment. Number 17, the 30-year-old Garden Centre Managing Director from near Buckingham, Preston Bissett. Been racing since 2022. Did some British Drift Championship racing as well in the past, and he's got Simon Walker-Hansel, yesterday's winner, challenging him. Simon Walker-Hansel's done BMW racing, Formula BMW, done some Lowcost as well, so lots of experience in different kind of things for the man from the northeast. Scott Leach, who I think has only ever raced MX5s, there in 3rd, and then you've got in 4th position the number 97 car of Jack Lawrence. He finished 8th place in yesterday's race, and he's got behind him 46 Ben Smiles, who was 10th yesterday. Ben in the BS Motorsport, Ben Short's team, that particular car. And he had a pretty good start to the season, but he's faded a little bit. Maybe just not enjoying Snetterton quite as much as some of the other venues. He's not been quite at the sharp end, although sort of 5th here, of course, benefiting from the incident ahead of him on the opening lap. There's a big gap back here to... Well, that's Matthew Short, isn't it? Who now has got himself ahead of Matthew Vernon and Andrew Robinson as well. This will be for 7th, 8th and 9th position. And then I think it's Sam Moody, number 96, behind them. Samuel Gormer, who had made a very good start to 3rd. He was 16th at the end of lap 1, and he was trailing his bumper as well. I don't know if that has managed to come loose, but he was trailing that bodywork after the incident at the hairpin on the opening lap.
So 10 minutes on the clock. Here come the leaders over the line. And Oak Richardson ahead of Simon Walker-Hansel, but Walker-Hansel with great momentum down the centre straight and on the outside of Richie's though, and then it is going to be Richardson who hangs on to it, but he's really coming under pressure now for this lead. Level pegging as they go into Wilson, and again Richardson just that bit better on the brakes and leads going into the hairpin, but he's really got to think about Simon Walker-Hansel here, and Scott Leach only a couple of seconds back there in third position as well, so a bit of squabbling would I'm sure invite him. It's pretty close between Jack Lawrence and Ben Smiles, who's just done the fastest lap of the race, the youngster. I'm almost afraid to say what year he was born in. 2007.
Makes you sick, doesn't it?
It's absolutely disgusting, isn't it? It's only in his second year of car racing, having come across from the Junior Saloon Car Championship last year.
Yeah, so it's good to have him in the 5 Club MX5 Cup this year. A great way to hone your racing skills. Here you have Scott Leach, who has closed the gap to the top two. He
already
was 2 seconds behind Simon Walker-Hansel as they crossed the line at the end of lap number 2, and that gap is now pretty much non-existent, isn't it? So he's had a great lap here, and he did show this kind of pace yesterday as he came up through the field to get onto the podium. So he is going to trouble these two, I think, for the victory. They're working lap 3. I think there'll be 4 more laps to go at the end of this one. Probably going to be a 7-lap race. He certainly got away from Jack Lawrence in 4th and Ben Smiles in 5th. They too are well ahead of Zoltan Shabai in the 168 car. Zolly, the man from Bedfordshire, the IT manager, started his race in the Caterham Academy back in 2012. Did some graduates, the C1s and the Burkitt Relay as well. It's another Ben Short Motorsport prepared car, as is the one that we're seeing now, Matthew Short's car, in the number 72, ahead of number 99, Martin Vernon. Matthew Short, another stalwart of this category for many years now. Always somewhere there or thereabouts inside the top sort of third of the running order. Never quite at the sharp end, but never very far down the grid either. Richardson leading over the line then at the end of lap 3, but for how much longer? Because up the inside of him goes Simon Walker-Hansel. Looked like he was about to make a move into Riches, and equally we've got this scrap going on for 4th now. Ben Smiles and Jack Lawrence. Simon Walker-Hansel hasn't made that move stick yet. He's going to have another go at Wilson, but now he's sort of caught between attack and defence because Scott Leach right with them.
Yeah, really horrible place to be, isn't it? When you're trying to go for the lead, but you've got this even hungrier guy right behind you, and they'll be trying to get this move done sooner rather than later, I would have thought, into Palmer. It's very neat and tidy, slightly wider line for Oak Richardson though, and when I say wider I mean by about what, a third of a car width. That's the kind of margins we end up talking about, because it's hundreds between some of these drivers, and oftentimes hundreds deciding race victories as well. I think back to Silverstone, which was just some of the most brilliant wheel-to-wheel racing I've ever seen. And they are continuing to pull away from that battle for 4th position between Smiles and Jack Lawrence, of which Smiles is ahead of in now. So it's about 2.8 back to them, as Richardson leads them through Williams. See, Scott Leach lost a little bit of ground on this particular lap, so that's given Simon Walker-Hansel a little bit of reprieve and the opportunity to think just about the car in front of him, and pulls out to the inside down the Bentley straight. 6 minutes left on the clock, and we're about to have another lead change here with Walker-Hansel, but Richardson is braving it out around the outside at Brundle. That will give him the line into the right-hander at Nelson. Very nicely defended there from the championship leader.
I thought Simon Walker-Hansel was definitely going through there. I think you did as well.
Yeah.
But Oak did a really good job just to stick all the way around the outside, knowing that would mean that he'd have the line for Nelson, the second part of the S's. It's probably not helped them to get away any from Scott Leach, because he's right with them as well, of course, as they head now around Coram. And and Matthew Short's had a spin by the looks of it.
I think there was contact. There was another car just going off there.
That's the Andrew Robinson car, isn't it, that's rejoining. They were together, those two and Martin Vernon. But the leaders are over the line. It is going to be a change for second place possibly here, because to the outside of Simon Walker-Hansel has gone Scott Leach in the number 4 car. Can he go all the way around the outside of the grey and green machine. He's trying it, but he's surely going to lose out then. Rich's corner, almost mirror to mirror as they go into braking for the hairpin. And it is going to be the number 4 car, I think, of Simon Ward-Cancel that for the moment emerges ahead of number 13, Scott Leach, as they head down to Palmer's once again. This is just giving Oak Richardson just a slight break over the next 2 cars.
Yeah, it's great news. You love to see it in your mirrors when you're trying to pull away for the lead. And Scott Leach is not finished yet, though, as Ward-Cancel has to defend, puts it in the middle of the road under braking for Agostini. Leach trying to get a nice little up and under here and get the drag out of Agostini, and Ward-Cancel has recognised that immediately. We saw him doing a bit of this yesterday. Moves over, moves back across, maybe sometimes moves over for a third time, which is fine to do. It's breaking the toe.
Yeah.
It's when you've got people alongside you that it starts to become a problem.
That's right. So as we working now lap 5, it's number 17, Oak Richardson, that's leading. Number 4, Simon Ward-Cancel is second. 13, Scott Leach is third. Jack Lawrence, number 97, is fourth. Ben Smiles in 46 is in fifth position. Zoltan Shabai, 168, is in sixth. Then it's Samuel Gorma, who's climbed back up the order very nicely to 7th place in the 128 car. From 18th he was at one point. 99, Martin Vernon is 8th. Michael Pearce is 9th in number 17. Sam Moody, number 96, rounds out the top 10. But the top 3 here, they're well away from the next 2. Ben Smiles and Jack Lawrence. And Smiles has got back ahead of Jack Lawrence on this lap, I notice. And then Zolly Shabai very much on his own in 6th position, as we've got 3 minutes of the race left to go. Coming towards us here is Samuel Gorma in the number 128 machine, who's made good progress, but I suspect we won't go any further than 7th because he's got 10 seconds or more to make his way up to Zolly Shabai. Michael Pearce just going through shot as well in the number 70 car.
He's done well to get back up to 9th.
Yes,
as well.
absolutely.
There's been some really good recoveries here from these guys who were basically like last at the Wilson hairpin on the first lap of the race when we had all those calamities there. It's just over 2.5 minutes to go then, so 2 laps left, and Simon Ward-Cancel's closed the gap right back up again. He'd lost ground to Richardson while he was battling with Scott Leach, but in fact now was going for the lead, trying to go around the outside. You're not going to nail Oak Richardson around there. But again, tries the up and under. And a slide there for Oak Richardson. That could give Ward-Cancel the run into Palmer. But again, Richardson's got the inside line going into the left-hander, so that will favour him as they come around the left-hander. Still Richardson who leads. He's done a great job of holding off the advances of Ward-Cancel so far in this race. But into Agostini we go. Still Richardson it is.
Yeah, so they're heading around Agostini at the moment, and it is still the same order, pretty equidistant actually, as they head through Hamilton now, with the blue car with the yellow stars of Oak Richardson, the garden centre man, leading the way from Simon Ward-Cancel and Scott Leach, although I think Simon Ward-Cancel was a bit slower through Hamilton there. Scott Leach took a lot of time out of him through the right-hander, and they're making their way onto the Bentley Straight once again, and down the back straight they will go, with a little bit of a breather over the rest of the field this time.
It's amazing how much it changes just on one lap.
Yeah, it is.
Ward-Cancel was really pressuring Richardson for the lead. Now suddenly he's got to look over his shoulder. Scott Leach is coming at him on the outside into the Brundle-Nelson complex. Now Richardson's been able to make this manoeuvre work, and Scott Leach is trying to make it work as well. He does have the line into Nelson, and a great manoeuvre done there. He's gone wide on the exit of the corner though. Is he just going to be able to hang on as they turn into the bomb hole? He is ahead of Simon Ward-Cancel, and still ahead as they come round Coram.
Yeah, and this is giving their Oak Richardson a big advantage though, as they're going to come round to start their last lap. Car 113 has got a penalty for track limits. That's James McCann towards the back of the field, 5-second penalty, so don't need to worry too much about that. We're going to get the last lap underway here, because there's we're going to get the checkered flag in fact this time, so a little bit early. I think there was a yellow flag on the back straight, so maybe that's the reason why. So it's going to be a win for Oak Richardson then, and for second, just Scott Leach grabs second from Simon Ward-Cancel right at the end there. They wouldn't have known, I don't think, that it was going to be the checkered flag, but I think there was an incident on the back straight, which might have been the reason for a slightly early checkered flag there. So 17 Oakridge gets the win, 13 Scott Leach takes second place, Simon Walker-Hansel number 4 takes third position, 97 Jack Lawrence is in fourth, Ben Smiles 46 is in fifth position, 168 Zolly Shabai is sixth, Samuel Gorma 128 in seventh place, 70 Michael Pearce is eighth, 99 Martin Vernon is in ninth position, and 105 Roger Chesno rounds out the top 10. I think even if that race had gone another lap, Richardson probably would have won that one, do you reckon, Chris?
Yes, I would agree with that. I think the dispute would have been about second place, because I'm sure Simon Walker-Hansel would have been lining up a manoeuvre potentially into Ritchie's, and then, oh, it's the checkered flag.
Yeah, exactly.
But, the call did make sense if we did have yellows out there, and especially as we are running behind schedule anyway. Unfortunately, that's just the way club racing has to go sometimes.
Absolutely right. So we'll have a look at the results of what was a 6-lap race, in fact, for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. It was number 17 Oak Richardson that took the win, from number 13 Scott Leach in second place. Number 4 Simon Walker-Hansel took third. In fourth place, number 97 Jack Lawrence. Fifth place went the way of 46 Ben Schmiles. Sixth to 168 Zolly Shabai. 128 Samuel Gorma was 7th. 70 Michael Pearce was 8th. Number 99 Martin Vernon was 9th, and Roger Chesno in the 105 car rounded out the top 10, ahead of Glenn Cook, Ian Tomlinson, Sam Moody and Amy Worthington. And over the page, in 15th position, that's where we found Philip Barrett, Stephen Robinson and Andrew Robinson. They always managed to get themselves together, the Robinsons, somehow. Aidan Wardley from the back of the grid was 18th, James McCann with a 5-second penalty 19th, and Matthew Short rounded out the top 20.
I think there's been a bit of a Sebastian Vettel moment in Parc Fermé, because I can't tell if it was Scott Leach or Simon Walker-Hansel who swapped the second and third place boards around. The second place board is in front of Simon Walker-Hansel's car currently, and I believe they were being swapped round. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye.
Let's go down to Kieran, he can tell us what's going on.
Thank you very much. Right, they've just been pulled aside by one of the scrutineers because, well, Scott Leach had just pulled up in front of the second board and then swapped the boards around, so he's now in front of the third board, and you've got Simon Walker-Hansel in front of the second board. They're now being spoken, or the word just been spoken to, so apparently some contact, but I don't know. Let's 17, 13, 4. Yes, he was second. There we go. So that's official. Is second. But winner Oak Richardson. That was a race.
Yeah, it was a fun race. That was good. Stop the commentators saying that I haven't won since April now as well.
Yeah, it's obviously you had to defend a little bit, and then these two boys got a bit of fighting behind you. So just head down and just try to make the distance.
Yeah, it was just run lap after lap as well as I can. They were close, and there was the odd occasion where I saw Simon go and stick his nose down the inside, but I could see Scott catching. I know what Scott's like when he catches up, he doesn't hold back. So I knew as soon as he was going to catch, he was going to have a go. And that was like, I was thinking, if I have a go, I'll pull away here. And that's what happened. Yeah.
No, it's a nice way to obviously to start the morning for you. So congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, speak to second place. It is confirmed. Scott Leach, congratulations. Just about pipped it on the line.
Oh yeah, literally. He was really catching me. It must have been literally a fraction of a second, but do it on the last lap's the way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk to us about what was the confusion there? What were they talking to you just?
Well, I was coming up there and I seen the 5-second come out on the pit line, and I thought, I bet I've got a 5, because I did have a warning, and I thought I've got a 5-second penalty. So that's why I changed second to third, because I thought I'm not going to be second. But fingers crossed and great. Yeah, I've got second. Fantastic.
And obviously you had quite a fierce battle with Simon there. You know, very side by side throughout quite a lot of the lap. Talk to us about how. Is this a good place to go side by side and to consistently be side by side around this track?
Well, it just proves that the cars are basically the same, you know, so we're all at the same kind of speed and we're trying to keep with each other. So you're just trying to get that little bit, so you do it. But literally going down the Bentley straight, we were side by side, but he made me work for taking him, so he took me to the limit. So yeah, it was good.
Absolutely. Well, nice way to end it. Congratulations, second place.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you. Let's speak to Simon Walker-Hansel. Simon, very, very, very close.
Yeah, it was good fun. I really enjoyed that. And the cars were so close, it was really good racing.
Yeah, obviously you were very close to Oak at one point, very close obviously with Scott as well. So go show obviously anybody can just come in and have a go at it. But Is this track a good one, particularly for those kind of battles?
It is, and the slipstream's really strong. So when Oak and I broke away, I thought I'll just go with him because I thought he had a really good plan. I thought, yeah, we've got this not in the bag, but you thought you've got a good chance if the two of us break away. And then we both had a few scruffy laps, and Scott started to close us in. And once that happened, we battled. I dropped back from Oak. Then Oak's tyres looked like they'd gone off, so I caught him again. I thought, we're back in it. And then I dropped the wheel on the dirt out of Agostini, and that was let Oak get away, and that was it. But I really enjoyed it.
Oh, so you got one more race later on today. Do you reckon you can possibly take the fight for the win?
Yeah, absolutely. I think any one of certainly us three could win, and probably a couple of others that had some incidents. But it's reverse grid, so we'll see where we end up.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on third place, and hopefully speak to you later as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so that's the MX-5s done for the morning. Now, they are out once again for the second to last race of the day. Just before we wrap up and round out for the last race before lunch, which is the BMW Car Club, I just want to quickly make a quick mention of something. Now, there's been a lot of talk about the weather today, and from what I've seen, the current weather conditions on the apps and everything is saying it is not going to rain. Obviously, this is about as reliable as weather reporters and everything, but the clouds are starting to look a little grey, but apparently it's supposed to only just be clouds, no rain. Also, there is quite a strong headwind now, which is just making it even better for people to be overtaking, and hence why we've seen a couple of on-the-nose as photo finishes, because the straight has got a headwind, enabling the slipstream to be even more in effect. So, we've got BMW Car Club coming up next, so hopefully they can make use of those conditions.
So it's time for the first race of the day for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and a grid of, I think, 23 cars we should have for the two races today, two 20-minute races for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. It's rounds 11 and 12 of their season today, just one more meeting to go after this at Croft next month. The point system in this championship is such that I think it will go down to the wire, in that points are scored within the 4 different classes that we have, and there's very little differential between first, second, third, fourth, etc. So it keeps it very tight indeed. Coming into this weekend, after drop scores taken into account, you've got Ben Pearson on 94, Cavan Granger 92, Aidan Vilcoon 92, Paul Cook 89, Chris Blakey 89, Steve Schweikart 86, and Will Lake 85 points. So it's very, very tight indeed. And those drivers represent 3 of the 4 different classes. Ben Pearson from M1, Cavan Granger is top of M2, and Chris Blakey top of Class 6 for the 6-cylinder cars here. And it's Ben Pearson who is going to line up on pole position for this one. There he is in the number 25 car. He's there in his M235i. Next to him is number 43, Steve Schweikart, the champion from last year. From a couple of years ago, he's moved up to the M1 class for this season in his M3, so he's alongside Pearson on the front row. Second row of the grid is the invitation class car of number 40, which is Jasper Sapra. Besides him is number 76, which is Stuart Pywell. Row 3 of the grid, a well-known name here at Snetterton, 126 is the car of Brian Bransom, and next to him is 235 Michael Dark should say, in the M235i. Row 4 of the grid is number 9 Jason Rees in the M3 E92. Besides him is number 81, which is Theo Millward, another invitation class car, the E36 3 Series. Aidan Vilcoon is on the inside of row 5 in car 69. Alongside him is number 27 Chris Blakey from class 6 in the 330 Ci. Paul Laramie in 31 on the inside of row 6 has Colin Whitmore, number 35, the very experienced driver besides him. On row 7 of the grid, it's 177, a driver probably at the opposite end of the age spectrum. Max Bunting has 888 next to him, which is Andrew Phillips. Row 8 of the grid, 75, is Craig Emerson, and besides him is 44, which is Ben Haynes. On the 9th row, it's 68, Gareth Thomas, and 74 is the car of Warren Hales. On the 10th row of the grid, it's going to be 66, which is Mark Colmer, and next to him will be 42. That's the Paul Neville Cup class car. At row 11 is 46. That's Shane Tweedy in the 325 Ti, and Will Lake in the E46 Compact. And at the back of the grid, it's number 8 Nicholas Jeeves, another 325i Compact. So 23 cars we should have on the grid for this race. They're all in position, just waiting for the OK to be given for the green flag lap to be underway. Just a bit of clearing up to be done after that previous race for the MX5s. There you can see Steve Schweikart, I think that is, that we're peering through the window of in the number 43 car, the M3. And as I say, he's been the champion in the past. And he's lining up on the front row of the grid here today. Steve Schweikart was the champion in 2023, and he was also the Class 6 champion last year, but moving up to M1 for this season, which is also where we find Ben Pearson, who's currently, as I say, just got that narrow lead in the championship, but drop scores have been taken into account. He doesn't have quite as many gross points as Cavan Granger, Aidan Vilko, or indeed Schweikart, but is ahead on drop scores. And he won the previous 2 rounds of the championship at Thruxton a few weeks ago. All the wins this season have gone the way of Paul Cook. He's had, I think, 6 wins altogether so far this season, but hasn't done all of the races. At Silverstone, Steve Schweikart had a win. Jas Sapra and had one at Donington, and I say Ben Pearson last time out at Thruxton was successful as well. But there's 4 different classes here, not just the main M1 class for the highest performance cars. You've got M2 for the more modified cars, M series engine cars with not quite as much oomph as the M1s. Class 6 is for 6-cylinder BMWs basically, and there's the Cup class for a very specific specification of 325i compacts. And all of the classes have a chance of winning the overall championship, and it looks like the M2 class drivers are those that are right up there this year in the overall point standings. Green flag lap about to get underway. There is the flag, and very shortly we'll be underway for 20 minutes of racing, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
Well, Ben Pearson was in a hurry to get off the line there, wasn't he? Absolutely bolted off on this green flag lap. Second in the championship for Ben going into this race. A winner of both races last time out at Thruxton. And so he is in a rich vein of form, but Stephen Schweikart, no stranger to success in this championship. On the front row of the grid, he is Class 6 champion and the overall champion from the previous year when he was still in that Class 6, and now moving up to the M1 category. So he certainly knows how to handle the competition, but as you say, the M2 guys are sticking it to them in terms of the overall championship. It's not by much at all, though. 109 points for the M2 and overall leader Cavan Granger versus 106 for Steve Schweikart, the Class M1 leader. But it's just 1 point separating the top 2 in M1, M2 and Class 6 at the moment, so it's incredibly competitive with only 1 meeting to go after this weekend, which is at Croft.
It is, and as I mentioned earlier, the point system is such that there's only 1 point difference between first and second and third and so forth, so you don't get a big sort of bonus, if you like, for winning a race as such. It doesn't, the gap is not that big, so it does keep things very tight in the championship. 2 drop scores as well to be taken into account before the sort of final reckoning is done. And with that taken into account, Ben Pearson actually leads the championship. But sometimes it is useful to have more points in the back should misfortune occur. But Class M2 this season, we've said that in terms of the overall number of points, it's Cavan Granger on 109 that's got the most points, but he's not had the most wins so far this season. Cavan Granger with 2 wins, David Heisman's had a couple, Aidan Vilcoux had 3, Max Bunting and David Aspden and David Morris, I think, have all had 1 each now. I think a few moments ago, Kieran Mogg said it wasn't going to rain, and I've just heard it through our earphones. It's just starting to spot with rain, so if that proves anything, it's that you don't just do a word that Kieran Mogg tells you. It's just starting to spot. I mean, it's not looking like it's very much, to be honest. I can't actually see anything on the commentary box window or anything like that as yet.
I can still go down there and, tell him to go home early.
Go on then. Off you go.
Oh, do you despise my company out here that much, Ian Soman?
He's no, John Kettley, is he? Clearly, that's the that's the thing. Anyway, we've got the cars coming around on their green flag lap to take up their grid positions. Again, relatively sedate lap it has been behind the. Well, not behind the safety car, but Ben Pearson leading it around. They'll come onto the grid for their 20-minute race. Last race before the lunch interval. And, say, 4 different classes. So there is quite a differential in performance between the front and the back here. So I think traffic will come into play before the end of the race, especially as it is a 20-minute race, slightly longer than the races that we've had so far today. So I think traffic is something that could play a part towards the end. Could that prove decisive? We will see. Looks like the grid, although it's sort of in formation, they're not all quite in the right place, and the 235 car of Michael Dark is a car length behind where it should be. It's just edging forward now into its grid slot.
It's not a staggered grid. Keep going.
Exactly. I mean, that's one thing about it. It is a very tight start-finish straight. It's not particularly wide, the start and finish straight.
For these cars, yes, because they're quite big, they're quite wide, quite muscular.
Yeah, you think all the space at Snetterton, we could have had a slightly wider start and finish straight.
You can see the difference between the new and the old generation cars, though, because the new ones up front are super tight. The older ones at the back have got a bit more space.
Yeah, exactly. So we're waiting for the signal to go. 5-second board is shown. Red lights on. Red lights out. The race gets underway. Good start from Ben Pearson from the front row of the grid. Stephen Schweikart not quite so quickly as well. I think that's Jazz Sapra that's made a very good start in the invitation class car from the second row of the grid. The beast of a car, that one. Looks like he might squeeze his way in second place. Yes, he does, ahead of Stephen Schweikart, but he's not scoring points. Schweikart third. Michael Dark fourth. And then Stuart Pywell is fifth, I think, as they turn their way through Wilson Hairpin for the first time in this race. Probably going to get 9 or 10 laps out of this, I would think. They turn their way through Palmer for the first time. Pearson still ahead then of Jazz Sapra in second place. Sapra in the F80 M3. Down towards Agostini they go for the first time already. You can see there's quite a spread of pace here. The car's well spread on that straight between Agostini and Palmer. You've got the Cup class cars which just do not have the oomph of the cars in the top class, but they'll have their own decent battles, I'm sure, as the race goes on. There's our race leader turning his way through Oggies. Ben Pearson with Jazz Safford behind him in second.
A black and white machine that often just makes me think he's replaced quite a few panels on that car. As you get those mismatch designs, but it's looking very close for third position. You've got Stuart Pywell there, very close in fourth position, but we could have a change for the lead going into the Brundle and Nelson complex as Sapra in that invitational class F80 M3 had a little look on the inside, not quite enough to usurp Pearson from the leading position. Makes a great noise, that car, doesn't it? Yeah. Go around Coram for the first time. Still Pearson leading the way.
Yeah. Coming towards the end of the first lap then, it's Pearson with the advantage over Sapra in second, Schweikart in third, get back to Michael Dark in fourth. And side by side behind him, Brian Bransom think trying to make up some ground. Yes, he's got ahead of Stuart Pywell there. As Brian Bransom in the 1-2-6 car. You can just about see that. There we go now as they head into Rich's corner.
Branson's car's got quite a bit of oomph out of Murray's. That 126 machine. This is for the lead though into the Wilson hairpin. Pearson was forced to leave quite a bit of space at the apex with Sapra on the inside. They are level going into the left-hander at Palmer, and Sapra is being very safe. And I just left him a lot of space on the exit of Wilson and left him a lot of space on the outside at Palmer's as well.
That's right. So down towards the left-hander they go. Sapra, of course, in the invitation class car, so he's not scoring points and he's mindful that Ben Pearson is maybe and doesn't want to disrupt his championship. Of course, Pearson is going for the championship this season. Doesn't want to disrupt that, I don't think, but clearly wants to have a good race. And it just looks so menacing, doesn't it, that Jazz Sapra car with the big wing on the back of it, the blacked out headlights and the black and blue livery on that car.
It's like, you know, when you would draw like a cartoon crossface and it would be like the eyebrows pointing downwards towards the middle. It's kind of like that, really. It's a menacing looking thing.
There's Jason Rees, number 9, going through, the man from Park Vehicle Repair Centre, whose logo you can see on the live stream, supporting the coverage. In his E92 M3, he's chasing after Stuart Pywell. Now he's got himself ahead of Michael Dark as well. So Dark has lost a bit of ground over the last lap or so. Then behind him, I think that's Theo Millward. That is the next car through, the red number 81 car you can see in the background, the E36 3 Series. There it is, Millward's car just turning its way through. It is this year the 50th anniversary of the 3 Series. That was something that was marked at BMW Live, the big BMW Car Club gathering at Alton Park that we covered for you back at the end of May. And obviously the majority of the cars on the grid here, they are 3 Series BMW, so it's good that we're able to mark that with a good field of cars here at Snetterton this weekend. Again, Sapra up the inside for the lead, but we're just looking at Stephen Schweikart there, who's been caught by Brian Branson, who last time through did the best lap of the race at 2:04.2, and he was 2 seconds faster pretty much than anybody else out there, Chris.
Yeah, extraordinary speed from Branson in that 126 car. So it's a 2:04.2. Pretty rapid pace out there, and about 2 seconds quicker than the car directly in front of him, which is Stephen Schweikart. Just behind them, got the M2 leader not far behind there, which is the number 81 of Theo Millward in his 3 Series E36, and has also the Class 6 leader right behind him as well, which is Chris Blakey in another 3 Series 330 CI, and the Cup leader, which is the 74 of Warren Hallis in yet another 3 Series. So it's a good day for them.
Ben Pearson still leading from Jazz Sapra in second. Schweikart third, being caught by Branson now. But Branson is another invitation class contender, signified on the timing tower by the dark pink background, his number. So he's not scoring points for the championship, but Brian, a Snetterton regular. I think he competes in the Snetterton saloons from time to time and often races here with some success. And it looks like he's going to challenge Schweikart now. We're just watching a bit further back. The number 27 car, Chris Blakey, he's leading in Class 6 at the moment by quite a comfortable margin, actually. Ben Haynes, a few cars further back, is second within that class. See out of our commentary box window, Jazz Sapra is going up the inside for the lead here on Ben Pearson. He just absolutely stormed ahead on the way into which is that time. I think Ben Pearson thought, you know what, if you want it, you have it. You're not scoring points, I am. I'm just going to keep out of the way. So Ben Pearson down second, and also Brian Branson, another invitation class car, he's also gone through. He's up to third place now.
Right, very nicely done by both of those cars. So Sapra leading Pearson, Branson leading Schweikart, but no change to the points that will be dished out in about 13 minutes time. So Pearson holding on to what is second on the road, but still the top honours in terms of the points. And of course this would put him level on points with Steven Schweikart in the lead of the championship. Former stock car racer is Steven Schweikart, as well as a former champion of this series.
Yeah, works as a big slide there for him. Works as a BMW technician, does Steve Schweikart, so well used to working on these cars. And yeah, if I'm not too far away, Spalding in Lincolnshire, so one of his local races this weekend. Now we've got Branson almost with Ben Pearson now, and again, I wonder if Ben might, if it comes to it, just let Branson go and move into the lead of the race again, knowing that he's an invitation class car, not eligible for points, just a guest effectively this weekend, and Ben content to try and pick up the points he needs in the class. There's one there car heading, I think, for the pit lane there, unfortunately. We'll pick up on who that is at the moment. It might be Paul Neville's number 42 car, but we'll get confirmation of that in a second. As over the line again comes number 40, the race leader Jazz Sapra. Ben Pearson for the moment is still second. Brian Branson advancing a look on the inside, but not quite close enough into Rich's to be able to make that work. And yes, it was Paul Neville's number 42 Cup Class car that's headed into the pit lane. I'm afraid it's Branson going to get the move done though at Wilson Hairpin on Ben Pearson. The answer to that question is yes, and again Ben Pearson just giving him room, not getting drawn into a battle with a car that he doesn't need to be racing against. And although he's now third on track, he is still leading the M1 class battle and heading for maximum points in that. He's got quite a decent advantage of about 3.5-4 seconds, I think, over Steven Schweikart as we move towards the end of the first half of the race.
So 2.4 the advantage for Sapra over Pearson, or over Branson, I should say now. It was over Pearson at the start of the lap. So Steve Schweikart closes in as well. Of course, they're now line astern on the road. Stuart Hywell hanging on to third position. Then Jason Rees, the former Welsh Rally Championship driver. See, coming up on some of the Cup traffic as well, where things are not quite as close in the championship standings there. It's a 10-point advantage for Gareth Thomas going into this race event.
Worth just noting actually that Cavan Granger, the driver that led on gross points, entered for this and was out in qualifying, but didn't complete a lap in qualifying, so he had problems. And so the championship leader coming into this weekend from Class M2, he's not actually made the start of this race, I don't think.
Yeah.
So this could be a score he drops. Whether he'll be able to get out for race 2 remains to be seen. We'll see if he does or not. That's something to note. So Class M2 at the moment, as we've got a retirement, which is the Andrew Phillips car, number 888 coming in, I'm afraid. Class M2 is being led by Theo Millward from Aidan Vilku second, and Max Bunting is third in that class. He's the 25-year-old BMW technician from Snetterton, who lists Snetterton as his favourite circuit.
So 9 minutes on the clock then, and yeah, it could be change for class and overall lead in the championship. Now, are we going to get a battle on between a pair of the Invitational class cars? I know it's a slightly dicky transponder on Branton's car, and it has been there has been a note from race control to please fix that before the next race. So if you see him just jump up the timing order there, that is why. But Jasper Sapra coming under pressure now from Brian Branson. So our two Invitational class cars now nose to tail, making their way out of Williams and down the Bentley Straight. And we thought this F80 was a beast of a machine. Well, let's see how it compares to the E36 M3 that Branson has prepared.
Yeah, these two are going to get into the traffic very soon as well, as you can see, coming upon one of the slower cars. But, it's going to be a fight for the victory here, overall victory, if not for the M1 class victory, because there's still about 3 seconds between Ben Pearson and Stephen Schweikart. But for overall victory, it's looking like Jas Sapra against Brian Branson. Out of Murray's they come. I think, if anything, a better exit there from Branson maybe. He might have the momentum up the centre straight, start and finish straight. Although, having said that, as they go across the timing line, the gap is well in favour of Sapra. We don't get the immediate time because of Branson's transponder issue, but it was up towards a second over the line, but through Riches, Branson was much quicker. He jinxed to the right, jinxed to the left, tries to get to the outside line at the Wilson Hampton and go all the way around the outside. Jas Sapra, these two invitation class cars fighting tooth and nail, and Branson's still got his car there alongside Sapra's going to have the inside line for Palmer. Is he going to be able to make it through? No, he's not. He just tucks back in behind as they go through the left-hander Palmer, and now on to this short straight past the Tyrrell's restaurant down to Agostini. Is he going to make a move there? Has a look up the inside? No, decides better off it. He's certainly moving the car around a lot, isn't he? He's trying to make something happen.
Filling the mirrors of Jasper Sapra, that is for sure. Has another look again into Hamilton, but there was definitely no way through there. It's so interesting to see the performance of these two cars at various different points of the circuit. Like I said, it was about half a second when they went over the timing line, but Branson was suddenly all over him coming out of Ritchie's. So definitely keep an eye on him through Cora. And we're coming on to another straight now, which potentially could favour Sapra. And you see, yes, look, the F80 just pulls away on the straight for a little bit. The gap goes from being half a car length to a couple of car lengths by the time they break for the Brundle and Nelson complex. Branson closes right back up again, right up the chuff going through Nelson. Thought for a second he was going to run into the back of him.
Looked like it, didn't it? And really tight between them there. So they're coming through to complete lap number 7 with 5.5 minutes on the clock. So I think they'll just have time for 3 more laps. So it will be a 10-lap race if we go to the full distance.
Oh, he was having a look up the inside for his Branson there into Murray's, and a much narrower line on the exit of the corner, but I think that's going to give Branson the run he needs. Just look at the straight line performance difference between Sapra and the Branson car. Again, we have to wait a little bit to give you the gap. It's about 0.8 of a second that time around. So he's not as close going through Ritchie's and then into Wilson. That's not stopping him, diving from one side to the other. He's very confident with his cadence braking, isn't he?
He is, and he carries a lot more speed through the quick corners, that's certain as well. But it's just down the straights, he's not quite got the legs of the slightly more up-to-date BMW of Jas Sapra. Worth saying, class leader in M1 is Ben Pearson in 3rd place overall. He's just turning onto that straight now. Class M2 being led by Theo Millward in 7th place overall, number 81. In Class 6, that's being led by Chris Blakey. He's got a comfortable lead in his class over Paul Laramie, who's second, but there's 3 M2 class cars between them. There's Colin Whitmore, we can see, number 35 in his M1 class car, doing battle with the M2 class car with the M54 engine. That's Max Bunting. Colin Whitmore, though, a long time campaigner in BMW racing in one of the M1 class cars, in 10th place overall. 4 minutes left on the clock. Oh, and a big moment there for one of them. I think that was Bunting, wasn't it? He'd got himself ahead of Whitmore. Then had big moments at Murray's. Just behind them as well, you've got Paul Laramie. So this is 10th, 11th and 12th coming over the line now. And in 3 different classes as well, actually. The M2 car of Bunting now being passed by the M1 car of Whitmore down the straight, and the Class 6 car of Paul Laramie as well, who's second within that division behind Chris Blakey.
So the 35 there of Colin Whitmore just ahead. Going into the Boston hairpin. That is the Max Bunting car that we saw just have a rather significant moment. Leaders coming past our commentary box position, and Jasper Sapra looking a little bit more comfortable out in the lead now with a good second or so. Didn't sound very happy round
no
round Ritchie's though, did it?
Just coming up to lap the 68 class car of Gareth Thomas, who's second in the Cup class today by about 2.8 seconds to number 74, which is Warren Hales, the Chelmsford driver. So Hales it is that's leading in the Cup class, and they'll come up and lap him in just a minute. There he is, heading towards us now. A bit of a rotating cast of drivers in the Cup class this season. There's hire cars available. Get in touch with Neil MacDonald, who's the man behind the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. He'll sort you out one way or another and get you on the grid if you're keen to have a go in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And the Cup class is an excellent place to start, but you can see there is quite a big performance difference to the cars that are the very quickest out there, including these invitation class cars that are out front at the moment. Jas Sapper and Brian Branson having a great old scrap.
Yeah, again, it closes back up straight away, doesn't it? We are on the penultimate lap of the race now. Of course, traffic will have helped a little bit in terms of bringing these two cars closer together again, but this is the part of the circuit where the F80 has a bit of a pace advantage. I'd argue that Pearson's been able to benefit from that as well. He looks a little bit closer to Branson, not anywhere near striking distance, of course, but closer.
Yeah, but Schweikart just did his personal best lap of the race in the last lap, but only a few thousandths faster than Pearson. The gap between those two cars is just under 2.5 seconds, so that's effectively first and second in the M1 division. So that's the first 2 points paying positions in the race. Here are the two outright leaders, though, coming out of Murray's and on towards the start and finish straight, and they will get the go on to their last lap this time. As we go with 50 seconds to go. There we can see the 44 car. That is the car of Ben Haynes, the E46 330. He is in 13th position, just doing battle there with number 4 William Lake in the ex-Schweikart car. Actually, Will Lake, who was the champion last year in the Cup class and has moved up to Class 6 this season, currently P4 in that class. So this is a battle for the final podium position in Class 6 for the 6-cylinder cars. They're making their way through Agostini now, with 15 seconds left on the clock. Just trying to see where they are in relation to the leaders.
Lake's got to run. Oh, locks up the tyre, and they both slide their way through Hamilton. And that was very nice driving from the pair of them, really, to gather that up. Oh, problems here for Stuart Pywell from third in the M1 category. He's pulled over on the final lap of the race.
And also, Brian Branson has lost a position, I can see out of our commentary box window, to Ben Pearson. So I think Branson's got a problem. So there's Pearson now. He's back up to second on the road. Schweikart's got past Branson as well. So Branson's car, it was a bit slow on the previous lap, and it doesn't sound quite as it did in the early part of the race, I don't think.
Maybe
so
wrong-footed in a bit of traffic as well,
Possibly. So Jas Sapper here with a much bigger lead now, as the clock has counted down to 0. This is the final lap of the race. And I was just wondering, is he going to lap this battle between Lake and Haynes before the end? It's going to be touch and go. You can see those two cars just ahead of him. They might or might not get one more lap of their particular battle, just depending on whether Jas Sapper catches them before the end.
Then they might just get away with it. And they're making their way out of Murray's now, and I think the checkered flag will just fall between them.
So up to the line they come, and yeah, they are just
no, he's got one
of them, but not the other. But now he's got past both of them by the time they get to Richie, so they won't know what's going on. Jas Sapper takes the win. Ben Pearson is second, though. He gets the points win in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship in his M1. 43 Stephen Schweikart takes third place, second in the M1s. And did Brian Branson even make it to the flag? No, he's come into the pit lane, Brian Branson, so he's not going to make it to the checker flag. So fourth in the end, because Pywell pulled off on the last lap. It's going to be Jason Rees, I think, because we saw Pywell's car stationary, didn't we, out there on the circuit. So it's going to be Jason Rees that's going to be classified fourth. There he is over the line now.
They did give checkered flag to Will Lake as well there in the end, so he doesn't lose out by being in the middle of the race leader and his class rival.
Absolutely. So checkered flag's out. We've had our M2 class winner coming through. There he is. Theo Millward takes the checkered flag, so congratulations to Theo, sometime 116 trophy racer. He gets the checkered flag in M2. Our Cup class winner has already been through. That's Garrett Thomas, so he got the better of Warren Hales in the end for the Cup class, and he's had another win. And we've still yet to have Chris Blakey come through to complete victory in Class 6, which is the spread of performance. There's the 46 car coming through of Shane Tweedy. But yeah, still some of the cars in relatively high positions to come through. We've still not had 6th through yet, which is Aidan Vilku. He's just crossed the line now. And there is Chris Blakey. He takes the checkered flag to win in Class 6 and is in 7th place overall. So we can probably start to think about having a look at the results in a moment. Just actually waiting for 1 or 2 more cars to come across the line to finish their races, but they'll be with us very shortly before we have the rundown on the results. Then we'll go down to Kieran, and then we'll have what might be a slightly shorter lunch break. We'll try and find out exactly how long that's going to be for you, because it should have restarted at 1:30 in 22 minutes time. I suspect they might just make it a slightly longer break than that, though. Results of the BMW Car Club Racing Challenge. Number 40 Jazz sat for the race winner. 10 laps completed for him in the F80 M3. Second, number 25 Ben Pearson winning Class M1 and the M235i. Third, number 43 Stephen Schreicher in the M3. Fourth, number 9 Jason Rees in the E92 M3. Fifth, winning Class M2 was number 81 Theo Millward in the E36 3 Series. Aidan Vilku was 6th, second in Class M2, number 69. 7th and winning Class 6, number 27 Chris Blakey. 8th was number 35 Colin Whitmore. 9th was 177 Max Bunting. 10th was 31 Paul Laramie. He was second in Class 6. Then Brian Bransom shown in 11th, but he was in the pits. Then Pywell, well, he didn't make it to the end either. So I think Ben Haynes and William Lake will be promoted to 12th and 13th. So on the next page we'll see our Cup class winner, confirmation of that being the 68 car of Gareth Thomas from Warren Hales and Shane Tweedy. BMW Car Club Racing back out for the final race of the day. I'm just looking to see if I've got any information about when the lunch break will come to an end, but I've not been given that so far. So we should be ready for more racing at 1:30. It might be a little bit after that, but for now we're going to head down to Kieran Mogg in pit lane.
Thank you very much. A great way to start the BMW Car Club Racing of the weekend, and with our winner.
Just slide it.
So, you're saying you were just obviously having to manage your tyres and defend quite a lot on that race?
Especially with Brian behind me. Yeah. And I think he took me at quorum a few times, but I just had to get the car a bit wide, and that's it really. Just, you know, it was all a good race.
How are you finding the conditions? Obviously, it's quite a bit of wind going around the track at the moment. Is that playing a part?
Oil. There's quite a lot of oil around there as well. There's oil. It's not much grip there, but it's, you know, it was a good race anyway. Yeah.
Here we go. Obviously, yeah, I'm going to say you two nose and tail the entire way around there.
Yeah, I just let him have it at the end. I just thought, you know, he deserves it. He deserves a win for once this year.
No, it's good. Good race, mate. Yeah, good race.
Good. Congratulations. Obviously, same again later?
Yeah, we'll be out again. Yeah.
Same again later?
Yeah, I hope so, yeah. Hope so.
Good. Well, congratulations, and look forward to seeing you later then. All right, so we need to try and find Ben Pearson now in the number 25 car. Oh, say again.
The class winners.
Yes, please, if you can. Yes, because I don't know where they are.
Right. So Chris Blakey would have won class.
Yes, indeed. Let's go and talk to Chris. All right, let's talk to Chris. If we can jump in here a second with you. Hello. Class win. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. That was a really good start. With a bit delayed, but finally got going. Great start. Just bit off at the start. Perfect start, really. Couldn't ask for more, really. Really happy with it. So.
And obviously, there's a lot of traffic out there, a lot of cars going around. How are you finding that?
Not too bad. Let's say qualifying was a bit mixed up, a bit jumbled up, but yeah, we got a good start for that. And as soon as I got past Aidan, I was like, I'll try and just use him as my marker because he's a faster car. I'll use him as my marker. I'll just push. He was going to catch me eventually, so it's always the way. But I'm not racing him, racing the Class 6 cars. But yeah, got a good gap for them, and yeah, loving it. So it's great.
Same again later.
Fingers crossed. Touch wood. Whatever. So yeah. Eventually, fingers crossed, and we'll be there. So, thank you.
Look forward to seeing it. Congratulations.
Great, cheers, guys. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. All right. We've got Pearson over here somewhere. Oh, there he is in the number 25, the lovely M2 that we were watching earlier. And so, yeah, if we can just jump in here. So, interesting race for you there.
Yes, very good. Yeah, so the two cars in front, well, one car in front in the end was invitational, so not in the championship running. So, good, clean race. Wasn't really much of a challenge, shall we say. So, let them through and let them tussle. I saw they had a little bit of a coming together a few times, and yeah, it's good.
You seem to be keeping tabs with them though at the start.
Yes, I think we just the tyres fired up quite quickly. Pushing hard, and they probably didn't want to take many risks. But yeah, that's what you worry about.
And is this car suited to this track, do you think?
It's the first time I used it here. It's difficult to say, but we're out at the front, so it's got to be doing well.
Absolutely. Same again later?
Sorry?
Same again later?
Hopefully, yeah. Yeah, there should be. Can't see why not.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. See you later then.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right. And we've got one more. Who's our other winner? 81. You, hello. Sorry, so many cars around. So, class win. Nice to end the first race like that.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, the car's been incredible all weekend. Yeah, credit to the Ellsworth boys. They've done an amazing job. It's a peach. It's a pleasure to drive.
And obviously there's a lot of traffic out there. We've been talking about that. A lot of condition changes today as well, with the wind picking up and everything. How have you found the track and the conditions and everything?
To be honest, fine. I'm normally in the 116, which I think you guys report on sometimes, which is absolutely mental, I think is the technical term. So this is relatively chilled out for me. It was fine. I was in a bit of free air, to be honest, off the start. Had a good fight with a few of the M1 boys, but didn't have the legs on them. So, yeah, but it was good.
You expect the same things later on today?
I hope so. I kind of want it to rain, but the team don't. So we'll see what happens.
Well, so far, from what I've seen for the weather report, it's not supposed to rain. It's supposed to stay like this. Okay. So you may get unlucky, lucky for your team, but you never know.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, so that is the racing done for the morning, even though it's 1 o'clock. We've been racing for the afternoon for an hour already because obviously the delays earlier on. So we're going to go into the lunch break now. So we're going to have a quick ad break and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Hello, welcome back. So we've got the lunch break now, and it's going to be sort of 15, 20 minutes-ish, talking with some of the drivers, walking down the pit lane, trying to get some of the stories that are happening, and obviously trying to speak to some of the drivers that were here yesterday as well about how their racing was yesterday. There's one team in particular I do want to talk to, so let's get going. So yeah, it's been an interesting day so far. Obviously a couple of minor delays, mainly with the Type R trophy. Obviously 2 red flags in that race, but obviously they've got a race later on today, so hopefully it should be they should be able to make up the time and have a proper good race to end the weekend with. We've been talking about the weather obviously today, and if you look up, there's quite a lot of grey skies around. The wind is definitely picking up, but so far haven't felt a spit of rain. Obviously this is Britain, so anything can happen, but yeah, we don't know. It could go either way at this point. I was reaching the start of the garages now, and I have spotted a driver at the back of the garage there. If I just go and try and grab him. Could I just jump in a second? Can I just get you to the front of the garage? Is that all right? So, obviously, you've got Club Enduro later on today, 120-minute race. Obviously, with the endurance races, it's very different from the sprint races we've been watching so far today. So, different style of racing, different style of cars that we've been used to. Talk to us about what that style of racing is like to prepare for.
A lot of time, a lot of planning, and just looking at what the weaker points of the car might be. In our case, it's tyre management, it's a big factor. Fuel strategies and preparation, just the car, everyone, being honest with each other about things we're not sure about might work or might not work, what we've got to look after, and so on. So a lot of communication, a lot of preparation, and so on.
And is this your car?
It's not my car personally, no, it belongs to my teammate Chris Byallen, but obviously I race it with him, and it's awesome. Yeah, absolutely fantastic car, love it to pieces.
Could you talk us around it?
Yeah, of course I can, yeah. It's a Cupra TCR, what they call a Gen 1 car, which means it's the first of the TCR types. They're 350 horsepower. So it runs in the 300. Well, actually, it runs at 295 brake horsepower per tonne. We carry more ballast, so the sequential cars carry 30 kilos more than DSG cars. Front-wheel drive, a lot of torque. So they're over 400 newton meters of torque, which is why we've got to really look after the tyres, because obviously they get a bit of a kicking during the race. But it's a purpose-built, factory-built race car, like raced in TCR UK, and that's the great thing of them, is as long as you look after it, they're really reliable cars. This one, being a sequential, has the Sadev sequential gearbox in, so it's a proper racing gearbox car. No traction control or anything like that. It does have ABS, but it's not a motorsport system, so when it rains, it helps with a bit of confidence for braking, but you can't really use it as a performance advantage, but it definitely helps for that confidence. And then, so a lot of aero, as you can see. So if we start at the front, you can see big old splitter down here. A lot of the front of the car is closed off, so the air is all very specifically controlled. So this is going to the intercooler, for example, and then the air from the intercooler comes out here. The engine, interestingly, is actually a bog standard TFSI 2-litre Volkswagen engine that you'd find in any Volkswagen or Audi RS type car. The real difference here is that it is a proper race car. If I take you around the side, if you can see into the wheels here, into the discs, so proper racing brakes. They're massive because they need to be, because it's only really the fronts that work on this. So unlike a rear-wheel drive car where you've got all four wheels braking hard, the rears on this are more about stability. The front does all the work, as well as accelerating and turning. So there's a lot going on there. It's all standard car panels. Obviously the wheel arches aren't, they're proper motorsport parts, but you go through the door and into the cockpit. The steering wheel's off at the moment, it does have one normally. Chris and I are quite different sizes, quite different in height, so this seat is in there for Chris at the moment, so there's an insert on the seat, and that's to support his body, because there's quite a lot of load in the car as you're going around. We use a motor drive seat, which is like made of carbon fibre. It's a really rigid, very safe seat. The big stick you see there, the big aluminium looking stick, is actually a handbrake. So when they raced them in Europe, they used to be standing starts in it, so it didn't roll away on the slopes and things. Being a sequential car, it's got 3 pedals, so clutch, brake and accelerator, but we typically only really use, you tend to brake with your left foot in this car, because once you're up and running, you only use the clutch to get going. Paddle shift, of course. If I flick the dash on, I'll just turn some electrics on. Give you a chance to sort of see it a bit more as it comes to life inside. Shift lights you just see activating now as everything comes to life. And then, because it's an endurance car, we need a big fuel tank. So this car is fitted with a dual dry brake. So you can see these here. But they're dry brake refueling, so when you put the fuel in, you can put 20 litres in at a time. But there's like no spillage, there's like virtually nothing, because they go straight into this big tank, which sits nicely here in the middle. And then coming around to the back, and you can see the fuel tank just here, which carries just over 100 litres, I think it is, on this car. So we have to refuel during the race. We can't get to the end without refueling, but that means that we're not having to constantly stop. Fire extinguisher, all the rest is at the back to try and put some weight onto the back of the car. But as you can see, it's a factory-built car. Everything's really nice on it, done nicely. And then little things like the aero. I love all these details. When you look round here, so rather than the air getting trapped behind the wheel arches, it just comes straight out, so it reduces drag and helps the car help its sort of top line speed. Around this circuit, that's where we're particularly good, say with the Audi TTs. They're really good off the corners, we're okay off the corners, but round here with the big long straights, we start to get a bit of a leg on them as we go down the straight. So yeah, it's a fantastic package. I'm a very lucky boy to be racing it.
Yes, indeed, obviously. And, you know, there's quite a big variety of cars in the Club Enduro Championship.
That's what we love about it, yeah.
Exactly, yeah, 100%. But obviously, this is one of the bigger, more heavier cars, you know, especially compared to the likes of the Lotus or likes of a Ginetta.
Yeah.
So have you got to also then consider about, OK, where are your strengths and weaknesses and how can you use that to your advantage?
All the time. It's very easy in motor racing to look at a car and just go, oh, it needs more power, you need to do this. You have to, there's an ebb and flow with it. So I was talking to the Dark Side guys earlier, a great bunch of guys, and we were talking about the differences at the different circuits. So their car with its low down torque, it's always going to be strong at Croft and at Anglesey and the likes compared to what we can do. But then we go to Silverstone GP and we have a definite advantage because of our top speed. That's the joy of it. So you've got to not chase something you can't chase. You've got to accept the fact that there's a balance somewhere. Sometimes you're against it, sometimes you're ahead of it, and you try and stay ahead as much as you can, but you can't always. So there's no point chasing something that can't be chased. And that's generally how we approach our motorsport. Our biggest issue, as with all the front-wheel drive powered cars, is managing tyres. That's the biggest. It's not too bad on this circuit layout, but it is an issue and you do have to watch it all the time. So you're always driving to look after the tyres, really.
And obviously today there's a big question mark over the weather. The forecast so far says it's going to be dry, but do you want it to be dry?
Do you know what, that is an interesting question, because that's a discussion we've had. We want it to be dry because it potentially balances out one of the other cars that's particularly quick. They're going to work their tyres harder as a result, but it's how they're developing that extra speed will be the interesting factor there. If it rains, it will neutralise it quite a lot, because suddenly the tyre temperatures aren't really an issue anymore. So 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It can go both ways. It is what it is. We deal with it when we see it, and that's all we can do.
Absolutely. Well, obviously it should be a good race later on. Who's going to be starting the race?
Chris is going to start. Chris is going to stay. He doesn't want to, but he is. So yeah, Chris is going to start, then I'll jump in whenever we feel is the right time to jump in.
Should be a good one then.
It's going to be close, yeah. We've got a bit of a disadvantage here because obviously we finished second in all the races so far, so we get an extra 20 seconds in the pit stop, and there's another TCR out there which is running similar lap times to us, which isn't going to have to do that, so that potentially is going to ruin the race for us, but we'll cross those bridges as they come to. 2 hours, a lot can happen, so we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good luck for the race, and hopefully we can talk afterwards.
Yes, that'd be great.
Yes, indeed, right. Thank you very much. We'll get out your way now. Thank you so much for that. So there you go, a nice little deep dive into the TCR cars that you see here. Obviously, you've got a lovely M3 right next door as well. But yeah, this is the thing, that you get so many different categories, so many different classes, so many different car manufacturers and makes and everything. And speaking of the Dark Side boys, here they are. Now, obviously, we had a bit of a mixed fortunes in the Dark Side garage yesterday, with Scott having to retire due to his car breaking, and Ryan obviously ended up winning. Or was it the other way? I can't remember exactly now. My brain, I've slept since then. But yeah, obviously the cars are both in one piece now again. And yeah, these guys are always right at the very front. So we can expect to see some good things from these guys today. So Club Enduro should be really, really good fun. Now, spotted a few people talking down here. Let's go and irritate some people. We've still got about 10 minutes left of the pit walk, so let's go and try and speak to more people. So, hello, we already spoke yesterday,
yes,
but obviously we've got another race today.
Yep.
So how are you thinking ahead of it?
So we're in the Club Enduro race today. Obviously everyone's looking at the weather. For us, we're not too bothered either way. It's not going to be wet enough to run on a wet tyre, so we're going out on this tyre pretty much with this setup. All the Class B cars are immensely close to each other, so yeah, just really looking forward to it. And then if it does rain, how much of the racing line can you take? How much do you go off it? But it's a great leveller, so yeah, happy.
Yeah. Obviously you've been out already today. The conditions were a little bit warmer and a little bit less windy back then as well. So when you're obviously going into an endurance race like this, where you practice in when the day has been in a different condition, how do you prepare for that?
You just lean back on other experiences you've got from other tracks, other test days you've done in other conditions, and just try and remember where you were. But it's a bit counterintuitive because you've got the muscle memory from this morning to immediately go for the racing line, to immediately go in certain parts of the track, and you have to just work back a little bit. So the first couple of laps is always endurance of staying out of trouble because you don't want to lose it early doors, and then after that try and remember where you're supposed to go in different conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously with this car, you know, front wheel drive, some of them are rear wheel drive, some of them are all wheel drive. How do you start to think about, okay, how am I going to use this advantage of the front wheel drive, you know, try and get the front in, as opposed to some of the other advantages of the cars? How do you race against the disadvantages that you have versus the advantages of other cars?
Yeah, it's really important not to, you know, follow a rear wheel drive BMW and try and do exactly the same thing, because you know that's going to lead to a disaster. So you remember that you're pulling yourself out the corner, that your entry points are ever so slightly different. But in the wet, it comes into our advantage a little bit because it sort of pulls it round, particularly when you're offline. So just remembering that and knowing that they'll struggle to get the power down as well as we can in the wet. But then also it's very easy to make a mistake, whether you're front wheel, rear wheel or whatever, and if you do and go onto the grass, it's all over. So trying to be very careful.
What's your prediction for the race? Where do you aim to finish?
We've got a 30-second success penalty from winning the last race. So for us, we probably need a bit of luck on our side in the second half because everyone's so competitive. We'll do well to close that kind of gap down. Top three would be disappointed if we're not. Our pace is certainly top three. It's just whether we get any help from safety cars with our penalty.
I mean, it's 120 minutes, 2 hours, anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely, and we saw from Anglesey it does. So, yeah, we got helped out a little bit there that erased our penalty from the previous round, whether we get lucky again. But if not, it's one of those rounds where it's just to stay in contention.
Absolutely. Well, good luck, and hopefully we can speak afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be ideal, and from the podium and not from the crash centre. So, yeah.
Absolutely, yes. Well, good luck, and yeah, good luck for the race.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you. All right, we'll carry on. Next door, we have this lovely Ginetta, and so I just want to see if I can duck in here and have a chat with someone from the Ginetta camp. Can I jump in a sec with you? So, yesterday, you had a good race. Expecting the same today?
It wasn't that good a race, to be honest. We should have been fourth place, came seventh. There was a strategy error with our pit stop. We overstayed the pit stop by 13 seconds. And then, unfortunately, we got caught up with some higher class but slower traffic, so we just really struggled to get past them. So, yeah, with this car that was here today, I have no expectations. I'm an invitational entry. It's just going to be go out there, see how the car compares to Class A, and see if we can make the car work for Club Enduro in the future. That's the target.
100%. So is this a new car for the championship?
It's currently not allowed as per regulation, hence why I'm an invitational. But we're working with 750 now to see if we can make it a compatible car with the rest of the Class A field, yeah.
So could you talk us around and just show us why this is an invitational and it's not compliant with the current regulations?
There's not much to see with the car itself that's obvious that's not allowed. It's just because the car is a space frame chassis rather than a normal road car chassis with conversion. It's stiffer, it's more race car, it's inherently faster if you like, so we just need to see if we can make it compatible with the rest of the grid that way.
And how much seat time have you had in this car?
Not much. Full test day on Thursday and here we are today.
So you're relatively new to it?
To this car, yeah, it's a much bigger beast than our G40 that we race in road sports, but it's at least a bit comparable, so I had a small head start, but still a lot to learn for sure.
Obviously, Ginetta have that kind of ladder with these cars that they've built for junior drivers and everything. Has that been evident to you, being able to jump from the smaller car into this one?
There's definitely, like I said, some transferable skills and driving styles with the cars, so that helps for sure. The biggest challenge is then just learning to cope with about another 200 horsepower, and the weight's only maybe 200 kilos more, so it's a very, very big, powerful machine compared to the GT5, yeah.
Was there obviously the additional aero as well? Does this feel a bit more stable?
In the high speed, yeah, I can take much more corner speed than I'm used to, so again, that's another learning curve for me. But on the low speed acceleration, then you've got to be very careful with that throttle pedal. If you're too aggressive, you will just light the rears up, yeah.
So you got no expectations really for the race?
just try and last 2 hours. Yeah.
Well, absolutely. Well, hopefully you do last the 2 hours, and hopefully you get some good experience and have fun doing it.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll leave you to it. Obviously, there's a lot going on still with the cars. They've got a little bit of time before their race later on today. Obviously, 2 hours is a long race to go, so they want to make sure they're prepared. But Lotuses, I absolutely love Lotuses. So if I could just jump in here with the driver of the 119. They're having a bit of a discussion. Can I jump in a second? Is that all right?
Yes, yeah.
We've only got a couple of minutes, but is this your car here?
It is, yes.
Perfect. All right. So, where are you starting on the grid? Sorry, I don't know the grid off the top of my head.
I believe that my co-driver Sam Heading has put us on P2 for the Class B race. So, yeah, unfortunately, he'll be dragging me around because I'm a much slower driver than he is.
No, never say that. Just say the car doesn't work when you're driving.
Well, I could use that excuse, but the Rob Boston and the team have done a fantastic job at preparing the car, so I'm afraid it's just purely down to my lack of talent.
And so how much seat time have you had in this car?
Oh, I've been racing now probably about 10 years on and off, so this would be, you know, finances allowing or so. I try and do 3 or 4 races a year with this, and, you know, thoroughly enjoy doing the club enduro. It's just, you know, the strategy and the sheer endurance and physical ability to keep going is what pays dividends, so yeah.
Now, so one of the main things about this championship is the sheer variety of cars that you get to race against. With this obviously being a Lotus, what are the main advantages that you get from it?
Oh, it's very light, very light. So this car is only 790 kilograms, about that. I probably double the weight when I get into it for that. But yeah, it's very, very manoeuvrable, phenomenally good chassis, as everybody knows, and the handling, they're just an absolute dream to drive. So yeah.
So what's your expectations for the race? Do you reckon you can stay within the podium positions?
That would be lovely. It would certainly trying our best to do that, but you know, the forecast and everything for the weather will mix it up as well, so it's yeah, we'll see how we get on, but we'll certainly be trying our best to do that.
Perfect. Okay, and just one last question. Obviously this is Snetterton. Is this a circuit that you like?
Oh yes, yeah, it is. It's a fast, and I particularly like, and it really favours these cars being so manoeuvrable. The infield with the technical corners in it just plays to these cars' strengths. Unfortunately, we get out horsepowered on the straight, so it's a sort of, you know, nip and tuck battle around the track, but great fun.
Perfect. Well, good luck for the race, and hopefully we'll see you towards the pointy end at the end of it.
That would be lovely. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right. So that's about all we've got time for, unfortunately. We've only made it halfway down the pit lane, which just goes to show how much people there is to talk to and how much is going on. So, coming up after the lunch break, we have got the Sports Specials Championship. So, we're going into an ad break first, and then we're going to the Sports Specials after that. So, don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
So we're back after the lunch break here at Snetterton, where very shortly we will be back underway with racing. A little bit later than timetable because of the delayed beginning of the lunch break, but we should be back underway with racing in the next 5 minutes or so for the Freaky Park Sport Specials Championship. The first of 6 races coming up this afternoon as part of this 750 Motor Club race meeting. We've also got the third and final race of the weekend for the Yokohama Lowcost Championship. Then the longest race of the weekend, the Garrett Club Enduro Championship. The 120-minute race gets underway. It'll be around about 2:20 in the end, I think, after the earlier delays. And then it's going to be the Garrett Type R Trophy, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship still to come. So lots of action throughout the afternoon, with the centrepiece being that Garrett Club Enduro Championship race, the 120-minute race. The other race is all 15 or 20 minutes in duration. Not yet seeing the cars being brought out onto the grid for the Sport Specials race, but when they do, it'll be for the third and final race of the weekend for those cars. And a reminder that earlier on today it was Anton Landon that took his second race win of the weekend, his 4th win of the season as well in the Sienna Mark II. Second this morning was Neil Turner, who also won Class B in his Caterham 7. Third overall was Marcus Crook in his Fisher Fury. Andy Hiley, who'd been battling issues with sort of being stuck in 4th gear, we understand from what Anton Landon was saying. I think eventually he had some kind of engine failure as well, which is the reason why he retired from the race, unfortunately. So I don't know if we'll see Andy Hiley out for the finale, but he was looking a bit stronger than yesterday in the early part of the race, but ultimately a retirement. Stuart Much it was that won Class C in his MEV Exet after a battle with the Class B car of Andrew Hayward. And then Class D, that was one that went right down to the wire, the battle between Simon Dodd and Alan Bateman. It was a drag race to the line in the Formula 27 car of Simon Dodd, eventually taking the honours in the race that we had this morning. Now, as far as the championship is concerned, we've been crunching the numbers on that, and therefore unofficially it looks like this. So Andy Hiley is still ahead on drop scores in Class A, with only 3 races to go this season now, this one and 2 more at Croft next month. So Hiley, after drop scores, is on 88 and Landon 82. It's really between those two for the Class A Championship, I think. In Class B, it is number 2, Neil Turner, that's leading the way. He's on 107 points, with Marcus Crook on 86. So Neil Turner looking good, I think, now for the Class B and possibly even the overall championship. It's not impossible, I don't think, that he could wrap that up today. Class C, Stuart Much is still ahead there with 90 points. Gerard O'Donoghue 74 and Sylvia Much 62. That's all after drop scores have been taken into account, and Simon Dodd has 59 points to sort of 31 of anybody else in Class D. So that's the way things are in the Sports Specials Championship, with 1 more race to go today, and then 2 more to go at Croft next month. As I say, depending on how the results go today, possibly we could have Neil Turner wrapping up the Class B Championship, but that would very much be provisional, I think. Yet to see the cars being brought out onto the circuit for this. I was told by race control we're aiming for a start at 1:40, but it's obviously going to be a little bit later than that once we do get the cars out onto the circuit. We do still hope, if there is time at the end of the day, and it's by no means guaranteed that there will be, to get the Garrett Type R Trophy race that we didn't have before lunch run at the end of the day, but we'll keep you updated as to whether there is time for that or not. It's certainly not guaranteed, with starting this afternoon's racing just a little bit behind schedule as well. So, Sports Specials onto the grid very shortly. You can see that they'll be brought onto the track in a few moments. Chris, I'm looking forward to a great afternoon of racing.
Absolutely, and the news from down in the paddock, and indeed I just started to see on the side of the commentary box as well, a little bit of rain just starting to fall, although it has, on the side of our window at least anyway, already dried up. So How much of an impact that's going to have on the actual racing remains to be seen. But yes, some good stuff coming up in the afternoon. Sports specials coming up, and then the final race of the weekend for the Yokohama Lowcost Championship. Also, Takuma Type R Trophy, Massimo Tyres 5 Club Racing, MX5 Cup. Final race of the weekend for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and of course Takuma Club Enduro in the middle of all of that as well.
My weather app, and different ones are available of course, does say that we could expect light rain over the course of the next hour here at Snetterton, but
okay,
we'll see. I don't think it's going to be very much, and then looking like that after that the chance should reduce. It's saying a 60% chance for the next hour, but then it's falling away to 40 and 30%, and then a bit of sunshine by the time we conclude the day's racing once again. So
well, I'm glad I'm in here because there is a snap-on hood for my jacket that I didn't bring with me for this weekend. But I do have the umbrella, so if all else fails.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Kieran's just pointed out, the wind getting a bit stronger as well than it was first thing. I'm looking at the windsock that we can see over by the medical centre, and it's certainly out at more of an angle than it was. Oh, there we go, full 90 degrees there as a gust of wind catches it yesterday. And it is more or less directly into the face of the drivers as they come up the centre straight into Rich's Corner, and behind them, therefore, as they go down the Bentley Straight as well. So that's something that they'll need to take into account as well. That's changed a little bit.
Certainly will. And particularly when the low costs get out there in the next race as well, that could be very entertaining for the potential photo finish, as we've started to become accustomed to.
Yeah, and I think in low cost as well, that's one where we could again have a champion potentially crowned today. Daniel Garrett, I think, could wrap that up in this race, because again there's only 2 more races to go after this, so we'll keep an eye on what might happen in the low cost championship. I think probably everything else will head to its sort of conclusion in remaining races. So 754, which was here yesterday, that's going to go down to the wire, I think, in that last meeting. I think Classic Stock Hatch, which we saw earlier today, likewise is going to go down to the wire, and Type R Trophy, I suspect, will as well. But we are now getting cars onto the grid for Sports Specials, which is tremendous news. And we look ahead to their 15-minute race, which might be a little bit depleted with the dramas in the earlier races, of course. I don't think we're going to see Andy Hiley for this one, unfortunately.
And it doesn't look like he's there, does it?
No.
And he's due to start from towards the rear of the field anyway, from 15th position, but as it stands, I see no Kronos out there, and so yeah, I think Anton Landon should in theory have a slightly easier time of things as a result of that, but hasn't been able to get off the line particularly well so far this weekend. So so far it has been Marcus Crook and Neil Turner who have been able to beat him over into Ritchie's. So there is still the chance for him to have to do a little bit of work in this race.
Absolutely. Anton Landon is going to line up on the pole position then in the number 64 car. Alongside him is going to be the number 2 of Neil Turner, as the minutes go board is about to be shown. Second row with 24 Marcus Crook and 7 Stuart Murch. Third row 27 Andrew Hayward and 30 Stuart Thompson. Fourth row 69 Gerard O'Donoghue and 10 Nigel Brown. Fifth row 4 Alan Farramond and 79 Sylvia Murch. Sixth row 49 Simon Dodd and 23 Alan Bateman. Seventh row 18 Colin Benham, 21 Paul Barker. Eighth row 53 Andy Hiley and 38 Jamie Bracher, but no Hiley. Also no one on the back row at all. No 65 Martin Hayward or 3 Scott Crone. Right, 30-second board is being shown. There is a bit more rain now on the commentary box window. Still not an awful lot though, but we'll see if that intensifies as the race is about to get underway. 5-second board is very shortly going to be shown to the drivers. There it is. And the revs now start to rise for the final race of the weekend for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. Red lights go on and they go out. So away we go. And it's Neil Turner again that makes the best of the starts. Marcus Crook moves up to second. Anton Landon somewhat swallowed up once again, but with his extra power in Class A, he should be able to overturn that before much longer. But it's certainly the 2 Class B cars out front of Neil Turner, number 2 in the Caterham, and the Marcus Crook Number 24, Fisher Fury in second place, and Crook, who on the first lap in the earlier race locked up big time into Wilson, but he's not done that on this occasion. He stays in second place. It's Stuart Much third, Anton Landon fourth, Stuart Thompson in fifth, and I think Andrew Hayward in sixth position as the cars make their way through Palmer for the first time and off down towards Agostini. Are we going to see Anton Landon into the lead before much longer? Well, he's still there in fourth at the moment and yet to make a place up. So biding his time, I think, knowing that he's got a 15-minute race ahead of him to try and make that move.
So down to fourth position this time for Anton Landon. That is, well, the lowest he's been after the first few corners all weekend long, as Stuart Much was able to outdrag the Sienna before they got into the right-hander at Ritchie's. So it's Class C and Class B machinery that he'll have to go past. Very different lines there, maybe getting caught out by the lack of grip, but this is where the Sienna was blasting back through in previous races, so I imagine we'll see Anton Landon make up at least one spot down here. As it looks like Stuart Much is going for second place, in fact, actually, on Marcus Crook. Manages to get that done. And in fact, Landon doesn't manage to make up any places as a result of that. As the Class C leader splits the Class B leaders.
Certainly does. So Stuart Much up into second place behind Neil Turner, number 2, who leads the race. Then it's Marcus Crook, number 24, in third position as they round Coram Curve for the first time in probably a 7-lap race, although with a bit of rain it might be slower lap time, so therefore they might only get 6 laps out of it. We'll have to wait and see. But certainly the top 6 all in one group as they come up to the line this time. There's a gap back then to, well, that's Joe Donahue in 7th place, but over the timing line it's Neil Turner leading, and Stuart Much is going to the outside line, and he is gunning for the lead here. Can he do it, or is Neil Turner, yeah, better on the brakes, I think, the Caterham, able to make it, or hold on I should say, to the lead there. And now you can hear the rain on our effects mic, can't you? So it's the... Oh, what a moment for Marcus Crook. Oh, and he's had a coming together with Stuart Thompson of fairly low speed coming together, but I think they're caught out by the lack of grip there now, Chris.
Yeah, Marcus Crook losing it on the way in. Yellow flags are already out there. You can see the tyre marks that are being left on the circuit because of the rain, and they're having to really crawl around out there now. Conditions have really taken a sideways turn here, haven't they? As about as sideways as Marcus Crook going into the Wilson hairpin. So a shame there for Stuart Thompson to be caught up in that. Didn't really have anywhere else to go because Crook was sliding across the road in front of him. They're going to have to be so careful now getting out there, because you see even Stuart Much getting very sideways. That's the turbocharged Mark II MX5 engine, which is very peaky, as he was finding out. Even our camera guy was impressed by that one.
Yeah, absolutely. No, my weather up said light rain. I think this is definitely in the category of heavy rain now, isn't it, as well? So it's caught probably everyone by surprise. Now Neil Turner's off. He's off the road. Neil Turner, number 2, is back onto the track now. He's lost out to Stuart Much, but he's got back on in second place still, I think, and that's Andrew Hayward now that's up into third position. Anton Landon is sliding his car around like he's going for a drift competition. He is in fourth position, and well, this is just one of those moments, isn't it? You get the heavy rain. It's like a Grand Prix. You get heavy rain, all of a sudden it turns into a great race. I think the difference here, unless this gets much worse, we will carry on.
Yeah, that is very true, isn't it? So dramas at the head of the field, then Neil Turner losing the lead, looping the Caterham round. Anton Landon has struggled particularly on this lap as well, because he was 4th at the beginning of it, and I believe has lost further places, not least because of that spin. You see those Class A cars, because they have got more power to weight, they'll struggle a little bit more in these conditions. Tends to be, I remember a Club Enduro race a couple of years ago where, or a road sports race where I think it was a Class C car that ended up winning in very similar conditions in Rockingham. Another spin there, but a bit more problematic that time for Marcus Crook. We saw him skating across the road at Wilson, but that was more of a loop.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a lap to forget there. Stuart Much, meanwhile, comes through, leading the race. He leads now by 2.3 seconds in car number 7 from number 2, Neil Turner, in second position. Third place is number 27, Andrew Hayward. In fourth place, despite getting caught up with Marcus Crook at the beginning of the lap, is Stuart Thompson, number 30. Fifth place is number 64, Anton Landon. And then it's Garrett Donahue that's now up to 6th place in the number 69 car. I think No, it is still raining. I was wondering if it might be easing off, but no, I think it is still raining reasonably heavily, but we'll see if that does ease off and conditions start to improve again before the end of the race. There's still 9.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, we're in that awkward British summer phase, aren't we, where someone just turns on the taps for 5 minutes and then goes away again. But no, definitely still raining down at Agostini, which is almost directly behind our commentary position, about 2/3 of the way down the centre straight. Anton Landon trying to make up a place there on Stuart Thompson on the inside into Agostini. This is for 4th position overall, but that's the bailout of that one under braking on the inside. Of course, they're not far away from Andrew Hayward as well in 3rd position. Again, overall, there is a inter-class battle there as well between Class B and Class A machinery, with Landon in the Premier Class Sienna. Hayward continues to hold that position in 3rd place. Neil Turner still in 2nd place despite that spin a lap ago, and 2.3 behind Stuart Much. And I'd really be testing the limits of my knowledge here to call back any instances in which Stuart Much has won outright in this championship.
He has done before at Silverstone, again in similar conditions in the rain. And I think on that occasion, I'm not quite sure what the situation with tyres in the different classes now, but certainly then it was the tyres very much that came into play in wet conditions. But here you've got Andrew Hayward, Anton Landon and Stuart Thompson together. This is for 3rd, 4th and 5th positions. I can see that the number 23 car, Alan Bateman, has retired from the race. He's pulled into park from, so maybe he's just had enough of the rain and decided he didn't want to continue in these conditions, and I wouldn't necessarily blame him for that. Lap times are in the best on that lap was a 2:36 for Stuart Much, but some of them were sort of well into the 2:40s on that lap, which is quite considerably different to what we would have seen earlier on in the day. What was the best lap in the earlier race? It was a 2:05. So yeah, about 30 seconds off the pace from this morning's race, given these much more treacherous conditions now.
Yeah, best lap of the race was done on the first lap of the race, when it was still relatively dry, but also from a standing start.
Exactly.
So that tells you everything you need to know. There is our overall race leader and the Class C leader as well. Stuart Much aboard the MEV, and Neil Turner has already brought that gap down quite considerably. He was a second quicker on that previous lap. Brought the gap down to 1.3 when they went over the timing line.
Yeah, and there's time for him to close it down further and start to attack Stuart Much for the overall lead of the race. Of course, they're different classes, so it's not going to change how many points they pick up within their class. And of course, Anton Landon in 3rd overall, he's leading Class A still, so he's going to pick up the maximum points that are available in that class. So that's a spin. I think that's Alan Farramond, is it possibly?
Yes, it is.
That's had the spin.
So that's in one of the other MEVs, and one of the new customers for this weekend in the MEV, supported by the Speed of Sight charity, which organises track days for blind and disabled people. Which is great to see, but usually spends his days as a safety car driver for the BRSCC.
And he's been a long-time marshal as well as Alan, so he will very much know what it's like to be out on the banks around the circuit in all conditions such as those that we have here. Now, Colin Benham, that is in the 18 car. He's got Simon Dodd, our Class D leader, behind him, and he's then got behind him now Jamie Bracher, who's got the bit of Gerard O'Donoghue, who's dropped back. So yeah, he had a long lap the previous lap, Gerard O'Donoghue. So he's falling away somewhat. But Bracher now ahead of Simon Dodd as well. But yeah, these really quite treacherous conditions for the drivers to have to deal with in this freaky parts of sports special race. It's more freaky weather than freaky parts, isn't it?
There's the Autosport headline right there.
Absolutely. Out onto the back straight they go, and you can see visually the difference in speed compared to when they were doing that in the dry as well. That's quite noticeable. They're just so much more cautious now with the lack of grip. There's number 10, Nigel Brown, you can see going through shot, 2nd place in Class A. Meanwhile, the leads have just got over the line, and again the gap has come down by another nearly half a second that time It's to 0.8 seconds now between Stuart Mush and Neil Turner, so we'll pick up on that in a moment because there's probably only 2 laps to go in this race. I think it's only going to be 6 laps this time because of the bad weather. Here are the 2 leads. Then up towards Wilson hairpin. It's number 7 Stuart Much and number 2 Neil Turner, pretty much together now as they navigate their way around Wilson and then down towards the left-hander at Palmer. And he's just been chipping away at the lead as Neil, the local driver from Gorleston, 58-year-old, raced Caterhams in the 1990s with the 750 Motor Club, indeed in this car, but a different engine aboard it these days. But I know he's enjoying his racing and a regular here at Snetterton as well. And he's just really taking the fight to them. Now, what's Anton Landon? Yeah, Landon was 2 seconds faster than either of them on the previous lap as well, and he's continuing to gain on them. So we could have a 3-way fight here for the victory before this race is very much older.
Well, the rain has stopped by the looks and sound of it as well, so it should be getting drier. And in fact, we're about 3 seconds quicker on that previous lap compared to earlier in the race. Just finding a bit more, I guess, confidence, and also it's starting to dry up ever so slightly. I imagine track conditions will be changing quite rapidly because it is still quite warm out there. It's a bit muggy, but well, evidently, as Neil Turner starting to mount the pressure on. This is great. We've got 3 cars in reverse pace order at the moment here. As Turner vies for the lead, but Landon will be with them any moment now. It's like a handicap race.
You were reading my mind there, Chris. I was thinking exactly the same. It's got that feel about it, hasn't it? Of we could have a grandstand finish with the 3 of them crossing the line together. There is some traffic that they're going to have to deal with, which is possibly the Farramond car, isn't it? That's had that moment a while ago. So Stuart Much there lapping one of the customers effectively. And Anton Landon yet to get past that MEV, which he's going to try and do now along the centre straight. It will be the final lap of the race now because only 2 minutes 24 to go. They're lapping in the high 220s now, although actually Anton Landon was a 226 that time through. And again, he was sort of more than 2 seconds faster than the cars ahead of him, wasn't he? So Landon really does stand a chance here of getting the win.
He definitely does. The fastest driver on the track at the moment. And another 2.7 quicker than Neil Turner in front of him. And so in turn about 3.1 quicker than Stuart Much. But the pace between Much and Turner is it's not equalised, but it's got narrower. Like Turner's not taking that same chunk out of him that he was previously. And so Landon's looking the best placed for definitely in terms of raw speed. Nothing doing into Agostini. 90 seconds left on the clock. We do believe we are on the final lap, so expect the checkered flag at the end of this one. They'll make their way around Hamilton. Much doing a great job to hold this for now. Fairly equidistant for Turner as well, both ahead and behind. But when they get to the Bentley Straight, I'm sure that power in the Sienna will start to come into its own.
You'd think so, but Stuart Much, there's also a bit more power in that in the MEV as well, isn't it? Which also could come into its own along the centre straight as well up to the finish line. But here comes Anton Landon now. He's drawing alongside Neil Webb here. Going to be on the outside line for Brundle, but he's already ahead, so he goes second. Is he going to dive up the inside of Stuart Much as well? No, he can't quite get there, so he's only got to the sort of last loop of the circuit to go, and then the acceleration up to the line. So it's Stuart Much, number 7, that leads. Anton Landon, 64, has now made it up to second place, and Neil Turner still leading Class B, but down to third place. These 3 cars in 3 different classes, producing an exciting finish here. Landon looking up the inside, has to dab on the brakes there as they head towards Coram. To avoid running into the back of Stuart Much. Around Coram they go. There's about a car length between them as they head into Murray's. Which car is it going to be that's ahead? It's Stuart Much into Murray's, and now it's going to be out who can get the acceleration up to the line, both with a decent amount of power in these cars, and I think it's going to be Stuart Much that does it, although is Anton Landon going to be able to get alongside as they come to the line? Not quite, no! And it's Stuart Much that wins to prevent Anton Landon getting a clean sweep of victories here. 0.143 seconds in the end. Neil Turner in third place in number 2, so 7.64 and 2, the top 3. It's going to be Andrew Hayward that comes through to take 4th place and 2nd in Class B. A rather lonely race for him in the end. And then I think it's going to be Stuart Thompson that will be 5th. It's about Mark of Alan Farriman coming through. And Stuart Thompson will get 5th. And Marcus Crook 6th. But yeah, that lived up to the exciting finish we were hoping for there.
That certainly did. Not much in it at all. Landon just not quite having enough to take it to Stuart Much in the timing line. And maybe the headwind not quite strong enough to help him get the toe down the centre straight either. So it is Stuart Much who takes overall victory in that Class C MEV. Landon coming away with 2 victories and a 2nd place finish, but of course points for the Class A championship. As Neil Turner, I'm sure, taking a step closer towards not only the Class B but also the overall title as well.
Yeah, I'm just crunching the numbers, and unofficially, I think that result might have given Neil Turner not only the Class B championship, but the overall championship as well. So he was 3rd overall, but he won his class. So I think unofficially, so we won't give him the trophy just yet, Neil Turner has probably done enough to wrap up the Sports Specials Championship for this year with another win in class. How many class wins will that have been this season? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 8 wins he'll have had in the class so far this season. Let's have a look at the results of the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship, the 3rd race of the weekend. It was number 7 Stuart Much that took the win after 6 laps of rain-affected racing. 2nd was number 64 Anton Landon. 3rd was number 2 Neil Turner. Each of those 3 drivers winning their respective classes. 4th was 27 Andrew Hayward. 5th number 30 Stuart Thompson. 6th number 24 Marcus Crook. 7th 10 Nigel Brown. 8th was 38 Jamie Bracher. 9th was number 18 Colin Benham, then Gerard O'Donoghue, Paul Barker. In 12th place, number 49, Simon Dodd, the Class D winner. In fact, he's just been beaten to that 12th position by Sylvia Much in the end, and Dodd will take 13th, and Alan Farriman a lap down. So that's it from Sports Specials. They have their championship concluding event next month at Croft. We look forward to seeing them then. We've got the Yokohama Lowcost Championship coming up next here at Snetterton though, but in a few moments time we'll hopefully be able to hear from our top drivers in the Freaky Park Sport Specials Championship. Can't see Anton Landon's car down there, but I can certainly see Stuart Much and Neil Turner, so we'll see if we can grab a word with in a moment. Kieran Mogg down there as ever to get all of the drivers. So Lowcost next, and then the Club Enduro Championship 2, which was the main event in the sense that it is the longest race only of the day, but all of the championships in the 750 Club, of course, very much have equal billing. But it's just that the TKOR Club Enduro Championship is the longest race of the weekend. Right, hopefully, shortly we'll be able to go down to Kieran. He's there, ready to hear from him now.
Thank you very much. Yes, a very, very exciting race and a 2nd ever outright win for Stuart Much. That was something.
That was immense. That was such a fun race. The rain just started coming as we assembled up on the start grid, and I thought, well, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully the tyres have got some heat in them. But as we got to turn 2, I think it was, just threw it down. And yeah, Anton was slow. Neil took the lead, and then he had an off going out onto the back straight, and I just thought, all I've got to do is finish. All I've got to do is finish the race and keep Neil behind me. And he was getting closer and closer and closer, and I thought, oh, Jesus. And then Anton got past him and sat right on my bumper all the way around the last corner. And I thought, all I need to do is hold him back, and I can hopefully out-drag him up the straight. And yeah, over the line, I think there was a couple of tenths in it. It was just so close.
Just under a 10th and a half.
Oh wow, yeah. That was close. Yeah, but that was so much fun.
Yeah. It looked obviously a nice way to end the weekend as well.
Yes, yeah, as a win, class win, outright win, everything, it's all tick the boxes.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, and hopefully you can repeat it next time out.
Yes, definitely.
All right, cheers. Thank you very much. All right, we'll speak to Neil Turner. Neil, that was, again, a hectic race.
What a race. That was awesome, wasn't it? I didn't know which way we were pointing at some points, and it couldn't have been more fun, really. These are great cars to drive in a great little championship. If you're watching at home, come on, what are you doing sitting at home watching this? Come and have a go, for goodness sake. If you can do it and you're in a position to do it, just come and have fun.
And talk to us about those conditions, obviously, because it was very sudden how quickly that rain came down. How was it to adapt to those conditions?
Well, the start line was still quite dry. I got a great start as usual. By the time we got round to the infield, it was absolutely pouring down. And the trouble with our tyres is if it rains and they're hot, you're fine. If it rains and they're cold, you're all over the place, and we were all over the place, as you could see, which probably looked good fun from where you were sitting. And it was actually quite good fun from where we were sitting, to be fair, so yeah, it's great.
Nice way to win the weekend?
Oh, what a fabulous way to win the weekend, yeah, lovely.
Awesome, well, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, thank you. All right. Now, unfortunately, Anton Landon completely missed it, and he's just driven away. So we can't speak to him, unfortunately, but I do want to have a quick chat with Simon Dodd. I don't know where he's gone, though. Don't know where he's gone either? Okay. I think, he's gone. They're both gone. Okay, never mind. All right, so, that wraps it up for the sports specials for the weekend. Coming up next, we've got the Locusts.
Third and final race of the weekend for the Yokohama Lowcost Championship, where we, again, I think could have the championship decided today. In the race that we had this morning, it was Daniel Garrett that took the victory from his brother Ryan. Ryan it was that took the win in yesterday's race, but again, it was a drama-filled contest. Unfortunately, it boiled down to the two Garretts having a reasonable advantage in the earlier race after an incident just behind them at Wilson Hairpin, which split the pack up a little bit. So it's Jack Linus that took third earlier on. Jeff Peake was fourth. Daniel Russell was fifth, and Lewis Ward rounded out the top six in the earlier race. And the grid for this one has the Garretts on the front row of the grid. So it's as per the finishing order, I think, from the race that we had a little bit earlier. Championship-wise, now, after drop scores, Daniel Garrett has a lead of 42 points over Ryan Garrett, his brother. Third is Sean Brame on 172 as a non-finisher. He was involved in that incident in Wilson Hairpin in the first race. And Lewis Ward has 169. So I think just sort of top six kind of finish for Daniel Garrett in this race will probably be enough for him to wrap up the championship with one meeting to spare, which would be quite the achievement, because that would mean he would go back to back and have had two championships in a row. That's obviously unofficial, and it's still possible that something could happen, disqualification or something could affect that, but he would be able to potentially wrap it up if he gets a top six finish this time. He's already had 7 wins this season. His brother Ryan has had a couple. Lewis Ward's had one, and so too has Sean Brame. We should have the cars out on circuit very shortly. I think there's just a bit of clearing up being done. Yeah, I can see a car heading back towards us on the low loader after that previous race. But yeah, shortly we'll have the low costs out on the grid, Chris, and they've given us some great entertainment so far this weekend.
They certainly have. Usually these races tend to come down to the wire. We tend to get big packs of cars racing one another. It was quite an anomaly this morning to have only the Garretts fighting at the front of the field for race 2 honours, and they are starting at the front of the field again for this one. with the opportunity, of course, for Daniel to sew up the championship a little bit early. I'm sure they would have taken note of the conditions during that Sports Specials race as well. Track should be a little bit drier with a bit less waywardness to come as a result of that, but we're very much looking forward to this one. If that headwind is still out there as well, then we'll just see constant position swaps down the centre straight.
Yeah, certainly will. I can see James Winstanley taking a few photos down there in the paddock for social media with the first position board position in front of Neil Turner's car. So we might well see something saying on the 750 Motor Club's Facebook feed in the coming days, provisional champion Neil Turner in the Sports Specials with that P1 photo taken in part Ferme there. But we'll see about that. A few spots of rain appearing on the window again. It had stopped, but it's starting to rain again.
It knows we're about to start another race.
Yeah, and over in the field opposite our commentary box, the farmer's desperately trying to get his harvest in. He's out there with his combine harvester. He's probably hoping to do it before that rain came, but I think his crops are a little bit on the soggy side now after that squall.
I expect to see a tweet from Jeremy Clarkson any moment now complaining about the wetness of his wheat.
So very shortly Lowcost onto the grid, and then again straight into the race. No warming up lap for them. It's a 15-minute race for the Lowcosts. Remind then it's Tiguan Club Enduro Championship, Tiguan Type R Trophy, 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup and BMW Car Club Racing Championship to round out the weekend. There is a marshal there with his clipboard with the grid on it, awaiting the cars to be released and for him to be able to line them up on the grid. So Daniel Garrett it is that's leading the championship and is going to be on pole position for this race. I don't know if we've got the grid graphic yet. We might be able to go through it if we do in just a moment. Yeah, we don't have it just yet to bring to you, but we'll bring it to you when we can. But yeah, just think about who is down there on the sharp end of it. That's what we need. There's some fluid to be dressed as well. Marshall's hard at work down the circuit now. In these conditions, not necessarily the quick dry that you want. It might be a sort of detergent-based solution that's called upon on a wet circuit. And obviously just relaying a message to the to race control via the safety car driver, who's just stopped out on circuit to chat to those marshals with their brooms.
Thankfully, it's not the electric safety car that we had at Brands Hatch, I believe.
Oh, we do have the grid graphic now. Let's have a look at that then. So Daniel Garrett is on pole position. Ryan Garrett beside him on the front row of the grid. Second row has number 13, which is Jack Linus, and number 29 is Jeff Peake. On the third row of the grid, it's going to be 57 Daniel Russell and 4 Lewis Ward. On the fourth row of the grid, 2 is Maurice Shepherd, the 2020 champion, and number 90 is Tor Tuller. Bradley Horston, number 55, and Ian Hardy, number 50, will be on the inside of the fifth row of the grid. Liam, number 5, and Glenn Griffiths, number 31, are on row 6. Row 7 of the grid is going to be 27 Mark Rue and 66 Luke Stokes. 8th row 54 Barry Sturt, get that right, Jake Sturt and 46 Barry Stewart. 21 Kev Straw and 28 Dave Berry are on the 9th row of the grid. The 10th row 52 is Alan Harmon, 84 is Will Jennings. And row number 11, 43 Daniel Grist and 69 Eddie Falkingham. Row 12 is 37, which is Steve Brown, and 41 Keith Malpas. The 13th row, 34 Trevor Faunch and 82 Paul Clark, Sean Brave number 8 and Tim Penzone Smith 47 on the 14th row, and Niall Alex Gagan number 56 on the 15th row of the grid. So that's how it will line up when we do get the cars out there, but they've yet to be released with some work still being done on the circuit to make sure that it is in good condition ahead of the start of this race. There you can see the evidence of the strength of the wind, the windsock almost horizontal there. There's quite a brisk wind now blowing, and it is still blowing in the same direction as I mentioned earlier on, sort of straight down the Senna Straight is the headwind, and it'll be behind the drivers going up the Bentley Straight, and that will be important, as Chris was saying, in Lowcost, where slipstreaming is just such a big part of it, because they really have no aerodynamics. They're basically brick-shaped cars. They're not very powerful. Only 1300cc Ford Crossflow engines, and so if any championship is designed for slipstreaming action, it is the Lowcost, isn't it?
Absolutely. If you've ever watched Grand Prix motorcycle racing, you see the Moto 3s out there, the junior class level. It's a bit like that, you know, those races where you can go from 16th to 1st in one lap. So it's always super enjoyable to watch, and we've had a good battle in terms of the championship, even if Daniel Garrett has been running away with it somewhat. We have had a variety of different winners as well. Lewis Ward, Sean Brame and Ryan Garrett have all taken victories, but a fair few on the podium as well. You can add Ian Hardy, Jeff Peake, Paul Clark and Jack Linus to that rostrum as well. Jack Linus on the podium again earlier today with that fastest lap bonus point as well.
Yeah, I think there's still going to be a big battle for the minor placings, even if Daniel Garrett does manage to wrap things up today, because it's very tight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Only, I think, 9 points separate, no, 8 points actually, separating Garrett, Brame and Ward. So that's going to be very much up for grabs, I think, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the championship. And talking of the drivers involved, all this is not looking good, is it? There's more circuit vehicle staff on course, and they're bringing, I think, more of the fluid, the detergent to deal with the oil that has gone down there, I'm afraid. So this could be a few moments longer.
That is an industrial amount.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
they're having to put down.
I don't know if they're going to use all of that big container full, but certainly there's quite a bit that's needing to be put down to deal with that amount of fluid that has gone down. And yeah, thumbs up to say from the model. Yeah, I think you've covered that. You've got it. And so hopefully that will have done the trick. But yeah, just talk about Lewis Ward, 34-year-old from Wolverhampton, technical engineer for JLR. Been racing since 2015, started MR2s, was runner-up in 2017. He's the Class A Sports Special Champion in 2022. Was in the RAF for 12 years as well. So Lewis Ward probably was hoping for a championship tilt this year, but that's not really come to pass, but he is there or thereabouts. He's going to line up 6th on the grid for this one. Looking at one or two of the others that are down there on the grid that have provided us with some information. Not all of them do. Ian Hardy, though, I've mentioned him, the 29-year-old car salesman from Liskeard, only his 3rd season of racing. Did karting in his youth. The car that he's driving was built in 2002, I think, but purchased 4 years ago. He rebuilt the car and the engine to prepare it. So he's someone who has a long journey to every single race that he takes part in. Liam behind him on the grid, row 6, number 5 car for the 35-year-old from Bournemouth, heating engineer. Been racing for 10 years. He was the 2018 Sports Special Champion. Is his 2nd stint in Lowcost this. It was also someone that's done some karting as well. He's in the ex-Todd Boucher cars. We do now have cars being released onto the circuit, which is great news. Glenn Griffiths out there as well, the 63-year-old from Craven Arms, the retired business owner. He's been racing since 2022. Did some banger racing about 40 years ago. He drives the ex-Andrew Tate machine, which is self-prepared. Who else do we have out there? 27 is Mark Rue, 43-year-old from Nailston, software developer, been racing since 2020. In the stateless racing team, in a car prepared by DGRE, Dan Garrett's concern. And then Luke Stokes, next to him, the 36-year-old mechanical design engineer from Ross and Wine, only his 2nd season of racing in the ex-Alan Harmon car. Jake Sturt, well, 35-year-old from Surrey, a kitchen and bathroom fitter, done some short over racing. So there's quite a few drivers in Lowcost and 750 Motor Club Championships generally that have had experience of short ovals as well, perhaps before coming into circuit racing, which is always interesting. See what they can bring across from the different disciplines. But good news, Chris, is that we look like we're about to get a race any moment.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? The cars just making their way to line up on the grid. The front runners have already done so. But, I'm sure they'll get to explore those conditions with the fluids being cleared up, and of course a slightly damp track out there as well. We're talking about the rain coming back. It has stopped again, so hopefully the circuit will be drying up a little bit. But there's the two Garretts on the front of the grid. I remember Daniel Garrett with an opportunity to sew up the Yokohama Lowcost Championship here in this race.
Yeah, so looking back at the rear of the grid, looks like everyone is pretty much there. So we'll go into the minutes to go countdown procedure very shortly. Yeah, the green flag is now waved. So yeah, 15-minute race for the Lowcost. As I think something like a top 6 finish for Daniel Garrett would be enough to give him the championship, no matter what anybody else did, and unless his 3 nearest rivals, Ryan Garrett, Sean Brayman, Lewis Ward, can produce something extraordinary, then even a lower finish than that might be sufficient. 30-second board shown. So about to get underway for racing on what will be a damp track. So it's going to be a voyage into the unknown. Oh, they are getting a green flag lap. I was going to say it's not quite the voyage into the unknown that we thought. They are going to get a green flag lap, and it looks looking that they are having to start the clock at the beginning of the green flag lap. So it does mean that the number of racing laps that we get will be somewhat reduced. So with time being short and the timetable being delayed, this is going to eat into the race time, unfortunately. But it is, I think, wise probably, Chris, to give them a bit of a chance of looking at these conditions that will have changed since they were out on track earlier today.
Absolutely the right call, especially when we've been putting so much fluid down ourselves to try and clean up some oil spills or some slicks or whatever it was that went down in that previous Sports Specials race. And yeah, definitely the right call to just let these guys explore a little bit at their own pace, and then we can go racing in hopefully much more safer conditions. Of course, helps to build the tyre temperature as well, at the cost of some racing laps, but obviously safety is always the priority. So you can see weaving across to try and build that tyre temperature is not something they would normally be doing. You don't normally get green flag laps in this championship. Slippery surface flags are being waved as well at Agostini.
Yeah, and that will be in particular where there has been the fluid that has gone down in the previous race, just to make sure all the drivers are expecting that and aware of that. So Daniel Garrett leading them round on this green flag lap. So don't usually get one for the low costs. Many of the 750 Motor Club Championships opt not to have the green flag lap, but obviously certain conditions it is required. I'm not sure actually how wet the circuit is. It's hard to tell, isn't it? It doesn't look that wet from our commentary position, but it might just be in that really sort of greasy condition, especially with the fluid having gone down.
Yeah, it's very true. It is very difficult to gauge, especially the huge patch of that quick dry dust that was laid down yesterday after Jonathan Candler's big fiery moment at the end of yesterday's running. Actually, at first glance, makes it look like it's a huge dry patch, but of course, one must remember that it is not. It is a big old line of dust. I actually think the rain has just started up again, Ian, so it's really toying with us today, but should get about 10 minutes of racing in here. It's about 12 minutes on the clock now, and they're just coming up towards the grid once again.
Yeah, so it's going to be 4 or 5 laps that we get for the low costs this time. So it is a bit frustrating in a way that the laps times do get eaten into, but I think it's the right thing to do from a safety perspective. Cars are now forming up on the grid. Of course, the next race anyway, the TQR Club Enduro Championship, that has a rolling start and therefore a green flag rolling lap anyway. So they, I don't think they will have any issues from that point of view. Daniel Garrett and Ryan Garrett just chatting to someone on the pit wall there, just trying to, I don't know if they're waiting for instruction about something or other. I'm trying to know what the conversation might be about there, but anyway, I think that conversation is done. They're into position. We've got 11.25 minutes on the clock as things stand, and I'm sure just as soon as the final cars come into the position, we'll get the green flag at the back, 5-second board, and then race underway just as soon as possible to maximise the amount of racing time that we do get. So you need to wait for all of a fairly sizable grid, nearly 30 cars this weekend in the Lowcost to form up.
Well, Daniel's not finished having this conversation, is he? He's going to drag it out for as long as he possibly can. He's going to have to turn his attention forwards pretty quickly because the last car is in position and we're about to have about 5-second boards already out.
It certainly is. So wait for the red light to go on. There it goes. Light goes out. And the race gets underway. And it's a slow start from Ryan Garrett, I think, there in the red car. Daniel Garrett's made a decent start, even despite the distraction of that conversation just before the race got underway. Jack Linus, I think it is, that's come through to second position. Lewis Ward possibly into third spot as the cars make their way through Riches for the first time. Just over 10 minutes there will be of racing action here then. So it's only Jack Linus second. Lewis Ward going this way and that, try and keep Ryan Garrett behind him. Jeff Peake, meanwhile, trying to go around the outside of both of them into Wilson for the first time. Out of the hairpin they go and down towards Palmer. Paul Clark, you can see he's made up a few places from the back of the grid in the bright green and yellow car in the middle of the field, so he's made some forward progress, as has Sean Brame as well. But the leaders through Palmer with the rain spots on our commentary box window once again, so challenging conditions again for the drivers here. Top two pulling away, looking like Ryan Garrett might have got ahead of Lewis Ward on the run down to Agostini that time. Well, there's Paul Clark going through shot. You can see him continuing to make up ground. Trevor Forge it is in the number 34 car that we're having an eye on there. One of the guys towards the back, just ahead of the number 84 car of Will Jennings. But here are the leaders now. And look, Ryan Garrett's got himself back on terms with the top two. He's making a move on Jack Linus into Oggy is there. And he's right back on terms with the top two.
He certainly is. So that's a remarkable recovery from Ryan Garrett. Although it goes wide through Williams, that could open up the door for Lewis Ward to try and come back through. Now we're going to see that slipstreaming in action with Jack Linus closing in on the race leader, Daniel Garrett. Ryan's already pulled out of the toe to the outside, possibly making a challenge for second place. It is Daniel who leads. It's Ryan around the outside. That will give him the line into Nelson as well, the right-hander. Linus running a little bit wider, just beyond the curbing, as did Lewis Ward. Now the circuit goes to Ryan Garrett again through the bomb hole, and again it's Linus having to take a little bit of the curbing on the left-hand side, which will be storing a little bit more of the water. But it is Ryan Garrett through into second place. Ward trying to come up on the inside at Coram as well for third position. Now that won't be an easy manoeuvre to make around the outside of Murray's. He didn't have to in the end because he was already through. And are we about to go three wide down the centre straight? Possibly. Ryan Garrett has already pulled out to the outside, and I'm sure that Lewis Ward is going to... No, Lewis Ward's already cleared him as well. So Lewis Ward is about to take the lead of the race here potentially with Daniel Garrett down into third position. No, it's Ryan Garrett who manages to have the advantage into Ritchie's, then Lewis Ward, then Daniel Garrett, then Jack Linus, Jeff Peake.
Yeah, and Daniel Russell just behind. So they break now for the Wilson hairpin. Screeching of the Yokohama tyres as they go around the right-hander. Really good, intense race. This Ryan Garrett made such a bad start to the race. He'll be so chuffed to have come out of the first lap in the lead of it. It's great turnaround in fortunes for him.
Fully tactical. Fully tactical from Ryan Garrett, yeah. Keep saying you don't want to be leading.
He took it literally, very literally. Into Agostini, a late lunge up the inside for Lewis Ward. Gets him the lead, but there's contact on the rear of his car from the front of Ryan Garrett. They're absolutely side by side as they come out of the corner now. And who's going to have the advantage going into Hamilton's? It is Ryan Garrett that gets back through. It was quite a late manoeuvre there from Lewis Ward, though, wasn't it?
Late but brilliant, and he's got the line into Oggies, into the right-hander, and if he holds that, he'll have it into Williams as well. And Ryan Garrett standing his ground on the outside, ends up getting a shove off the racetrack, takes a little bit of grass. That allows Daniel Garrett to go through, take second, and then pounce on Lewis Ward as well, who's on the grey part. Oh, contact, and the championship leader gets spun round onto the Bentley straight.
He's on the grass, he's crabbing around, he's trying to get back onto the circuit, but it's the damage to the car. He's outside the top 10 now. Lewis Ward has also rejoined as well, but it's Jack Linus that emerges in the lead of the race now from Jeff Peake in second. It's Daniel Russell in third. Unusual to see contact like that on the Bentley straight. Whoa. And now Jack Linus makes a mistake. He's just got right into the dust and dirt on the exit of Nelson. Through the bomb hole he goes. So it's Linus number 13 leading from Peake number 29 in second place. We need to pick up exactly where Daniel Garrett comes through, and Lewis Ward as well at the end of this lap. So top 6 we think enough for Daniel Garrett to wrap up the championship today provisionally, but it's Jack Linus with the advantages at the moment. They come out of Murray's and onto the centre straight once again. 5.5 minutes of the race left to go, and it's absolutely nose to tail, or nose to nose really, and it's Jeff Peake with his nose just in front by 46 thousandths of a second of Jack Linus in second place. He's going to have the lead going into Riches. Then it's Daniel Russell third, and who's fourth? I think it's Tortola that's up to fourth place. Where's he come from? He's emerged in fourth place. Now Daniel Garrett 12th at the end of that lap, and Lewis Ward was 10th, but both of them sort of in this lead group, Chris.
Ryan Garrett had another drama, I think, on that lap as well, because he's down to, well, as near as makes no difference, last place. Yeah. So problems for both the brothers there on the day where Daniel Garrett could have wrapped up the championship, and he is down in 12th position. That's astonishing. And yeah, Sean Brames all the way down there as well. But this is a great lead fight here. Jeff Peake, who was on the podium for the first time. Oh no, he wasn't. Sorry, he lost out on the podium this morning, didn't he?
Yeah.
So very nearly took his first podium since the opening race of the season. That wasn't Daniel Garrett again getting out on the outside there. It's tough to tell from the rear shot.
Might have been, you know.
Well, it was the familiar black and red colours of that number 19 car potentially out there, but we'll keep our eyes on the front, because this is just a brilliant fight here. Jeff Peake, Jack Linus, Daniel Russell, and then Tortola rides in this fight as well. Bradley Hornsnell, Ian Hardy, Luke Stokes, and Jake Sturt, all very close together. So Jack Linus now takes to the front. A podium finisher this year, but yet to take his first victory. This is a great opportunity for him to do so, as Daniel Russell tries to take advantage into Brundle, but Jeff Peake manages to carry that speed around the outside and cling on to second place for now.
Yeah, Sean Brame up to 13th on the back of the grid. He set the fastest lap on the first flying lap of the race at 2:25.957. So he's hoping to get up towards the top 10 before this race is done. But of course, there's not very much of this race to go, because it's only just over 10 minutes of actual racing time that we've had. But it's still Jack Linus leading the way here. Jeff Peake in second in the number 29 car. Third is number 57 Daniel Russell as they come onto the centre straight once again. Are we going to get a change in lead as we go along the straight? Yes, we are, because Jeff Peake pokes his nose in front. So it's Peake now leading from Jack Linus in second place, and then Daniel Russell still in third. Tortola fourth, Luke Stokes up to fifth, Brad Horsnell sixth. Daniel Garrett up one place that lap to 11th, and he's now done the best lap of the race at 2:23.021. So don't write him off.
Certainly shouldn't, as Daniel Russell gets squeezed out of the Wilson hairpin. Tortola very nearly made that move stick, and Luke Stokes trying to take advantage. He's got the inside line for Palmer, so that could be a change for fourth position, with Tortola trying to go around the outside. He hasn't quite lost that position just yet, and actually when they get onto the straight, he's able to power ahead of Luke Stokes, and so Tola just stays ahead for now in that fourth position. But we saw there the manoeuvre that he tried to make on Daniel Russell very nearly cost him a place. That surely cannot be Daniel Garrett again.
Well, there's two similar liveried cars there.
There are.
I couldn't say for certain which one of them it was, but anyway, give him the benefit of the doubt until we prove otherwise.
Daniel's right behind Lewis Ward. So
yeah, and then the other similar liveried car is Alan Harmon there.
Yes,
52.
okay, so that was Harmon who went off on that one. I think the previous time we looked at it as well. So apologies to Daniel Garrett for
staining his character like that.
A little bit, yeah. So back down the Bentley straight, Jeff Peak hits the front. Daniel Russell, is this about to be the manoeuvre for the lead? Yes, it is. Takes 2 in 1 going into Brundle. Jeff Peak gets squeezed out a little bit. Nose to tail as they come through Nelson, and Jack Linus thought about a run on Jeff Peak going through the bomb hole, but settles in behind once again, and we will soon be starting the final lap of the race and pick a name out of a hat out of any of these guys, really, side by side as Linus tries to come back on the inside on Jeff Peak through Coram, and did he manage to make that move stick? I believe he did. So yes, Jack Linus back up into second position. It's Daniel Russell who leads as we have the final lap of the race about to be started.
I don't think he's had a result of better than 5th place before, Daniel Russell, so if he can hold on to this, which he can't, because Jack Linus has gone back through, not necessarily a bad thing. Is Jeff Peak going to get through as well? Not just yet, and you've also got Luke Stokes trying to get by into this as well. He's up to 3rd place now, around the outside of Peak, so it's Jack Linus, number 13, that leads. Daniel Russell, 57, is 2nd. Who's 3rd? Is Luke Stokes in the number 66 car. Then it's Jeff Peak, and a moment for Luke Stokes. He's all crossed up, so too is Daniel Russell, and look who's in there as well. Daniel Garrett is in this pack as well now. He was 8th over the line. He's a bit further up than that now. He might be about 6th, I think.
Yeah, he's well in this fight side by side for 3rd with Stokes on the inside going through Palmer, and it was Jeff Peak who was running just a little bit wide, and to Tortalla as well, who's about to make it 3 wide on the way into Agostini. Jack Linus continues to lead though as they round the hairpin ahead of Daniel Russell, and if these guys keep fighting it could just be between those two. There was a bit of argy-bargy on the exit of Agostini, but it is still just Luke Stokes. Oh, a spin again, and the one into the barrier. Jeff Peak is one of them, and Daniel Garrett is the other. So the recovery drive was well underway, and he is furious inside that car.
Absolutely, there's 3 cars altogether involved there. The other one might be Bradley Horsnell as well in the number 55 car, but it's Jack Linus that's leading here. He's not had a race win before, neither has Daniel Russell, and I think, is it Luke Stokes now that's in 3rd place? None of them have won before. Not really, any of them have had... Oh, Jack Linus has had a podium, hasn't he? But none of them have had a victory before. Down the Bentley Straight they come then for the 5th and final time in this race. No moves made there into Brundle or Nelson. Russell not quite close enough there, but if you can stick with Jack Linus, he could get a good run through Murray's. Bit wide there for number 13, Jack Linus, the leader of the race, the man from Chelmsford in Essex. He is hoping here to be able to cling on to his first win in the Lowcost Championship. Round come they go. These 3 clear of the rest now. With Lewis Ward, I think, in the next group in 4th position. Up towards Murray as they come for the final time. These 3 cars, it's Jack Linus, Daniel Russell. I don't think Russell's close enough to do it, is he? Up towards the line they come, and the checkered flag goes out to Jack Linus, number 13, who takes the checker flag. He punches the air. He's very pleased with that. Daniel Russell 2nd and Luke Stokes 3rd. Best results for all 3 of them, I think. Lewis Ward, number 4, takes 4th place. Number 90, Tortilla, takes 5th. Sean Braham, great drive from him from the back of the grid to 6th position. He's salvaged something from this weekend. Alan Harmon 7th, Ian Hardy 8th, Liam 9th, and Jake Sturt takes 10th. Sum that up, Chris.
Be here all day. That was an astonishing race. 9/10 of a second covering the top 3 still in the end there. What drama we've just seen. A great races for Jack Linus, Dan Russell and Luke Stokes, all picking up their best results in the championship. But major dramas for Daniel and Ryan Garrett. There is a little bit of reprieve in the fact that, you know, it wasn't Sean Braham and Lewis Ward 1 and 2 in that one. Sean putting in a storming drive. You look like you've got some championship points.
I reckon, even with a DNF there, that Daniel Garrett might still have wrapped up the championship.
How?
Bizarrely. Well, of course, he gets points back from a race that he was previously dropping.
Of course, yes.
So yeah, unofficially, I reckon Daniel Garrett has probably done enough now to wrap up the championship in spite of the DNF there. The win in the race, though, let's take nothing away from number 13, Jack Linus. 57, Daniel Russell takes second place. 66, Luke Stokes is third. Lewis Ward takes fourth position in the number 4 car. Fifth to number 90, Tortilla. Sixth to number 8, Sean Brame. 7th was 52, Alan Harmon. 8th, number 50, Ian Hardy. 9th, number 5, Liam. And rounding up the top 10 was number 54, Jake Sturt, ahead of Paul Clark, also from the back of the grid. Glenn Griffiths, Mark Rue and David Berry. A bit further back, in 15th position, we had Eddie Folkingham, the ex-Clio and F1000 racer. Barry Stewart, Daniel Grist, Will Jennings, Kev Straw and Steve Brown rounded up the top 20. And Trevor Faunch, Keith Malpas were the only other finishers we lost. Yeah, it was Jeff Peake, Brad Horsnell and Daniel Garrett at Hamilton, wasn't it, that they came to grief. Ryan Garrett disappeared a little bit earlier on, and Murray Shepherd, I don't think, made the start of that race. But yeah, that was certainly dramatic, wasn't it?
Isn't it just?
Great race. Is it inevitably going to mean a bit of a delay before the next race gets underway again, because there's quite a bit of clearing up to be done after that one. But let's head down to Kieran Mogg to hear from some delighted drivers on the podium.
Thank you very much. It's very windy and it's spitting quite a bit down here, but we've got a completely new top 3. So let's have a quick chat with our race winner, Jack. That was something.
Yeah, that was chaotic, but yeah, I got lucky. I haven't processed what actually happened in that race now. Yeah, a lot happened in front, and then I just ended up right at the front. I thought I'd just go for it. So,
I mean, to be honest, when you watch the race back, you'll still be confused as to what was actually happening. It was that chaotic. But how's it been with these conditions and this wind and this rain and everything?
Yeah, it's very different to earlier, very different. And then it suddenly started getting slick in a lot of places, and whatever happened in the last race, it's very slick down the middle infield. But yeah, that was brilliant. so hard work, but yeah.
Nice way to end the weekend.
Definitely. Better than I expected, for sure.
Absolutely. Well, is this your first win as well?
This is, yeah.
Congratulations. Amazing way to end the weekend for you.
It is. Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, speak with Daniel Russell. Daniel, P2.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Been going all right this weekend.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot going on in that race. Were you able to process it at all?
I saw it kicking off. I backed off a little bit and then just took the positions. Yeah, it was a good race.
And how did you find the conditions out there?
Oh, at the beginning it was pretty dry. It was all right. You had to avoid the dirt at the end of that where they had the off last time. But yeah, towards the end it was getting slippy, but we had a bit of a gap, so we just sort of backed it off and brought it home. Yeah, it's good.
Nice way to win the weekend for you.
Sorry?
Nice way to win the weekend for you.
Yeah, it's been progressively forward, so perfect.
Yeah. Absolutely. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers, thanks. Right, let's have a chat with Luke Stokes. Luke, if I can just jump in here a second for you. That was something.
Yeah, I never thought I've had any dream this year to be on the podium, whereas last season, earlier this season, as you're probably well aware, I was in the late high teens, early 20s. I admit that was a bit of a gift, as you saw when I went on the track, but yeah, great racing all round, clean, amazing. Yeah, couldn't ask for a better finish the weekend because I got no wet tyres left, and it was raining a half hour ago, so I thought that's the end of my weekend, but best result ever, so yeah, couldn't be happier, thank you.
So we're saying obviously this is a completely new top 3, and when you guys pulled into the parc fermé here, you were all punching the air and shouting at each other.
Yeah, actually you can't believe how much it means, because I had a really poor season last year. It was my first season. Not a great start to this season. Spent a bit of money, it goes on the car and a bit of time and effort, and it's paying dividends now, so yeah, couldn't be happier.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I'm going to go because it started absolutely chucking it down. Yeah. Congratulations for the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, yeah, it's raining properly now, so Club Enduro is coming up now. It's raining quite a lot. This could be interesting.
So it is time for the longest race of the weekend, or at least it will be shortly. This is going to be the Car Club Enduro Championship. 120-minute race, but conditions right now, Chris, they're absolutely foul.
I was worried. Should I tell Kieran about my umbrella up here, or should we just let him suffer for a little bit? It is hammering down out here, and very different conditions to what we saw earlier when the rain initially started, and it's that horrible sideways rain as well because the wind is so strong here. So an umbrella is only going to do so much as well. I'm seeing people in the paddock, they're all pointed their umbrellas in the same angle as well, which is oddly enough in the direction of the headwind. So no cars out onto the circuit just yet, but I mean, so much to have to go through in this one, Ian, with some great stuff happening in terms of the championship. Let's just give you a quick rundown of it before we get into proceedings. In terms of the overall, it is the William Puttigal and Chris Nyland Motion Motorsport Honda Civic Type R that leads the standings going into this weekend after back-to-back victories. That is a Class B car. If we want to look at the individual classes, then Class A is being led by the Scott Parkin Audi TT from Darkside Developments. 2 victories so far this year at Croft and last time out at Anglesey, followed by a 3rd place finish at Silverstone. The Piranha Motorsport run TCR Cupra of Chris Byerlin and Simon Mason, which has also had Luke Schlewitz in it at parts during the year. Has finished 2nd in every race so far this season, and it's 3 points between them. We talked about Class B. In Class C, it's the Jonathan Hayes and Paul Sabiani BMW Compact that won last time out at Anglesey from Canet Racing that leads by just 2 points over the German Autowerks BMW E3 as well. That has won the other 2 races but had a slightly difficult time last time out. Now, I thought for a second I could hear the roar of some engines. I do believe it was actually just cars making their way through the paddock. But, well, the good news is the rain isn't going to stop us, Ian. We're still going to go racing.
I hope so. My weather app is still telling me light rain.
Light rain?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes.
Good definition. Yeah. Do you know what's really bad as well? These these Lowcosts that are making their way back around the paddock got no roof. And
No.
So some of them are being driven down with umbrellas on top of them.
Yeah, you need to wring the driver's overalls out now, I think. We do now have cars coming onto the grid for the
Excellent.
Car Club Enduro Championship. So a reminder of the format will come in a moment, but first let's quickly go down to Kieran. He's probably got a weather update.
Weather update, it's wet. It's absolutely hammering it down. I'm cowering underneath this umbrella, and poor Luke behind the camera is getting absolutely drenched. But yeah, this is heavy, heavy rain. The forecast saying this is light rain, completely off guard. So this 2-hour race is going to be very, very interesting in this kind of changeable weather conditions. And as we've seen already, it's not been stable. The rain comes, then it goes quite quickly afterwards. So it kind of hammers it down, and then it starts to dry a bit up after that. So far it hasn't let up in the last sort of 5-10 minutes, but yeah, it's very wet, it's very heavy rain out here at the moment, so it could be a very interesting race coming up.
Thanks, Kieran, and I'm glad that you found a brolly. That's good news, but let Luke get under it now as well, why not? But yeah, format, 120-minute race, mandatory 3-minute pit stop for all teams. You can't take that in the first 30 minutes or the final 15 minutes of the race, or when the safety car is out. So there is a bit of strategy, but there's no strategy that involves, thinking I'll make my pit stops when the safety car is out on circuit. Although if you think there might be one about to be called, then maybe you could try and sneak in and get there before the safety car is called. Potentially you could be a bit sneaky like that. When you're in the pit lane, you also have to park at a 45-degree angle because of the tightness of the pit lane. Various drivers also have to have a pit stop penalty as well for success in previous races. So, for example, just to run down, Scott Parkin has an extra 10 seconds. Chris Byron and Simon Mason have 20. Martin Gaspie and Ian Jones 10. Will Puttigal and Chris Nolan 30 seconds. Sam Dennis and Ethan Simmons 20. Edward Christie 10. Johnny Hayes and Paul Supiani 30, Ferguson and Luke 10, and the Matthew Simonite 10 seconds as well. So it's a 3-minute plus pit stop that they have to make. They'll all be gridded up, and then the safety car will lead them through for a rolling start. Safety car at the moment is behind the car, so I think it's going to have to come through the pit lane and then reverse into position to be able to lead them round on the green flag lap. So Chris has given you an update on how the championship stands. Let's give you an update now on how the grid is going to line up, and in particular who the starting drivers are going to be as well. It is on pole position the number 18 car, and that is going to be started by Simon Major. So he is on pole position in the Cupra, and alongside him is the number 23 car of Chris Byallen, another of the Cupras. Second row of the grid, you've got the Warren Lawson, Wayne Lawson, I should say, number 19 Audi TT. Besides him is the David Blakey BMW E92 M3. Row 3 of the grid is number 89, Scott Parkin going solo. Then it's the 117 BMW of Martin Gadsby. On row 4 of the grid, it's going to be Richard Stanton starting in the BMW M4 GT4. Daniel Perry on his own in the number 7 Ginetta. Then on the next row, it's Ryan Parkin. He's starting the Audi, number 6 on row 5 of the grid, besides the BMW of number 10, Rob Fennick. Row 6 of the grid, another solo driver, is number 33, Aaron Reeve in the Golf. Then it's the first of the Class B cars. That's Peter Mansfield starting in the number 119 Lotus Elise. Row 7 of the grid, number 83, is going to be started by Will Puskill. That's the Honda Civic Type R. And Andy Etheridge has the BMW E46 M3 next to him. That's number 80. On the 8th row of the grid, that is number 8, Matthew Titmarsh in the Ginetta G40. And Jonathan Packer in the number 5 Volkswagen Golf. Row 9 of the grid, I don't think he's going to be there. I'm told that the Brooks Elise has been withdrawn, so it will just be the 183 cars. The green flag lap now gets underway of Edward Cook and Stephen Cook, the Audi TT. On to row 10 of the grid, and that is where we should find Oliver Harris in the BMW 3 Series and Henry Salisbury in the Honda Civic Type R. No, sorry, it's Ethan Simmons, isn't it, next up. Then row 11, it's Henry Salisbury in number 77 and 66, Johnny Hayes in the BMW. Row 12 is 171, which is Senna Osman, and number 20, solo driver for Tiotas Piperas. Row 13 then is going to be Matthew Simonite in the Mazda, number 169, and the 37 Scott Ferguson BMW Z4. Edward Christie going solo in the 481 BMW E36, and Morgan Sparrow next to him in the Mazda MX5, another MX5 right at the back, is that of David Brown. Right, that is the grid. The cars off on the green flag lap, and they are finding, Chris, a very wet circuit to greet them.
Yes, very much wipers at full tilt on this green flag lap. Some great cars up at the front of the field, of course, largely dominated by the TCR machinery. The top 3 cars are either the Seat Cupra or the Audi RS3 that sits in 3rd position, slightly heavier than its TCR homologation, as is the GT4 BMW that we have, the X-Century Motorsport car, which should be making its way through the picture any second now. There it is, the number 55 machine, Paul Simerson and Richard Stanton. It's Richard starting the car, and Richard racing with his best friend, Paul Simerson, who is a Ferrari Challenge racer, but Richard in his second year of racing now. So yeah, that's running a little bit heavier than the SRO specification. But you can see the wide variety of machinery all the way down to that Mark 1 MX5 at the rear of the field as well. But great variety just within the classes as well, particularly when you get to Class B and Class C. It is separated on power to weight ratio. So the top class 300 brake horsepower per tonne, quite a handful in these conditions. Class B 240 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class C 180 brake horsepower per tonne. Something tells me that today is not the day that Will Stacey's lap record will be disappearing of a 2:02.76. Although, such as the weather being all topsy-turvy here, the sun has now come out. So unless you've got a dark visor or a darker windshield, for example, then the glare from the road is going to be quite unbearable, I'd have thought. But I can see safety car boards going out and now being illuminated on the gantry as well, the LED panels. So I'm afraid it's going to be a safety car start by the looks of things.
It is. Now, whether that's just because of the conditions or whether someone has had an off on the green flag lap. Just having a look on our CCTV pictures, but I can't see anything to indicate that a car has gone off. I will just have a look at my the information that I have on my screen here to see if there's anything that clarifies what the position is. Just wait for that.
I mean, it might just be to give these guys a second condition. Oh, the number 7 Ginetta of Daniel Perry has pulled into pit lane. Though, which is a real shame. So that was the invitational car for this weekend and seems to have conked out in the middle of pit lane. But I can't imagine that's why we are under safety cars. They're now coming down the start-finish straight, and the race should officially start now. So we've started the countdown of 2 hours, but we have started under safety car conditions, sadly.
Yeah, absolutely nothing to indicate why that is. So I imagine it is just the conditions giving the drivers another chance to see what that is. And but it does mean that they will not be starting 2 by 2 when they do go. They will be starting single file, which is probably a little bit safer in these conditions.
Very true.
Especially with the speed that they would be arriving at Riches in. So that might just be one of the reasons for it. You mentioned the sun is trying to break its way through the clouds, so that's going to create that glare off the circuit as well. So that's an added hazard for the drivers to deal with. But the clock is now counting down from 2 hours. So a bit like road sports yesterday when we started behind the safety car, we're going to be doing the same here. That was because there was an incident. There was the Ryan parking car that needed to be recovered in that case. This time I think it is just because of the conditions. Now, is that I think that's the Ginetta. Yeah, that's going to start from the pit lane. It's an invitation class car, and it is going to now join into the back of the queue. That was always planned that car would start from the pit lane.
Okay, that car was due to start from 8th. Oh, there was another car in
which was
pit lane, the Lotus.
Yeah. Was that the 119 car that started?
Or was it potentially the Brooks car that had withdrawn? Because I thought the Lotus.
Yeah.
I've definitely seen the Lotus already on the register. The other one, the Peter Mansfield car. So
Kieran, it is the 119.
no, it is the 119. Okay, so that's come in at the end of the formation lap.
Well, and that was the car that was on class pole position as well, wasn't it? In Class B, Peter Mansfield in that car. So
yes.
Maybe there was just a problem with that car on the green flag lap, or there was a change needed to the setup because of the conditions. Not quite sure. So, but either way, the pole position car in Class B is now at the back of the field.
That promotes Will Puttergill, of course, in 83, which is the Motion Motorsport run Honda Civic Type R. And Will is in very good hands alongside Chris Nyland, who is a winner in this category in an NSX, and also a winner in Type R Trophy. Came second in the championship only to Jake Hewlett, which is very high praise. So Will's in good company there in 83, which has now effectively inherited the class pole position.
Safety car lights are still on, so it looks like we're going to get at least one more lap behind the safety car. I think they might have gone off by now if it was the case, so it looks like there's going to be at least one more lap. There was a spin for one car, I think, which is the Oliver Harris BMW. That had a spin at Oggies, but has been able to continue. But that was, of course, behind the safety car, which is never a great look.
The 151 car has gotten out onto the racetrack, but don't be confused. I think they haven't quite put the 1 stickers on the side of that car at the very least. It's gone out there with the number 5 on it, but it is 151 on the entry list, which is the Jonathan Packer and Jamie Headley VW Golf.
And it is showing us 5 on the grid and on the timing screens, and it's only showing at the moment with Packer as the only driver in that car.
Interesting.
So
okay, let me update my sheet.
Must have changed the number because it does normally run as 5.
Yes, I thought it was odd.
I imagine what happened was there was another number 5 that ended at one point, so they numbered it 151, and then they realised that there wasn't a number 5 here after all, so they could just run with the original number without some extra bits of tape.
And that car was on the reserve list for the Road Sports race yesterday, which was won by Scott Parkin, incidentally. That was his first win of the season there. You mentioned the Ryan Parkin incident yesterday. Very odd one in that sister car. Front left failure. Some element of the suspension on the formation lap. And Scott rightly pointing out afterwards, thank goodness it happened on the formation lap, not at the first corner or anywhere else running at speed. And the Darkside Developments team working hard to get that car ready. There it is, that number 6 car, which is the more technically advanced of the 2 Audi TTs from that team. Scott Parkin started the season in that car, which has the fancier suspension and the sequential gearbox, but ended up giving that car to Ryan and Dylan for the remainder of the season at Silverstone. So the car that Scott is driving has the H-pattern gearbox, which he seems to prefer, and that might be why we haven't seen him romping clear up at the front of the field as we may have done in recent years.
It's going to be interesting to watch the progress of those 2 cars that are at the back that joined from the pit lane. The 7 car of Daniel Perry, that was 8th fastest in the session this morning, and then obviously the 119 car, which is the fastest car in Class B, 12th fastest overall. So it'll be interesting to see how those cars progress in the early laps of this race once we go full green flag racing, which hopefully won't be too far away now. I don't know if it's stopped running, but it's certainly eased off considerably from where it was. So I'm hopeful that the spray now doesn't appear to be too bad, so hopeful that we will be able to get racing underway reasonably shortly here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit for round 4 of the 2025 Car Club Enduro Championship. 2 more meetings to go after this at Alton Park and at Donington Park to complete the season. Champions will be crowned in those final couple of meetings. Safety car lights are off, so safety car is going to pull in at the end of this lap, so that's tremendous news, and we'll be able to have racing underway with probably about an hour and 52 minutes left to go. So safety car lights out, that will make a beeline for the pit lane, and then it's going to be down to Simon Morger to control the pace here.
Simon Major already a winner this season, didn't contest the first round at Croft, but came to Silverstone, won there on his own in his eponymous race team, but now in the company of Alan Blenko as well as he was yesterday. Let's see how it goes as they emerge now out of Murray's. We get this race underway.
Yeah, Marshall with the green flag waves it now, I can see from the gantry beneath us, and yeah, we get racing properly underway then. Single file start, of course. Already it looked like Scott Parkin was trying to make a move as he went up into Richie's for the first time, but it's Simon Major leading. 23, Chris Byallen is in 2nd place, gap back to Wayne Lawson in 3rd, and then it's it's Ryan Scott Parkin indeed coming up on the inside there. He's getting 3rd place away, then 4th is Blakey, and 5th is going to be Gadsby, I think, in the BMW Compact.
So Scott Parkin already splitting the TCR cars up from 5th on the grid into 3rd by the time they come out of the Wilson hairpin. So really great stuff. But that's the leader off the road on the exit of Palmer, all over the grass and finding there's no grip out there at all. Somehow has not lost the lead to Chris Byallen and has managed to just hold the advantage going into Agostini. So great stuff there from Simon Major, but he'll be very aware aware of that next time he comes around Palmer. And of course, the good thing about front-wheel drive is that when you're getting oversteer, you can just plant your right foot and get all the power over to the front wheels. But he is under big pressure from Byallen now in that similar Cupra TCR, the Piranha Motorsport Run machine compared to the major run car that leads. Slippery surface flags are out there. No real surprises there, but Scott Parkin right there in third position, being closely followed by the BMW.
And the Ginetta that was starting from the back already into the pits. This not one of the scheduled stops. That's the number 7 car of Daniel Perry, that Ginetta G55. But it's major leading as they head down to the left-hander at Brundle. Byallen in second place. These two Coopers treading very carefully through. Then it's Scott Parkin in the Audi, then Gadsby. We were told certainly they were starting in the BMW Compact, but that's going well in this early part of the race. That's in fourth position. Bit of a gap back then to fifth, which is still Wayne Lawson. Oh, and that's a big moment, because that's the Ginetta of one of the front runners in Class B. Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster Ginetta, I think, has gone round there. That is on the exit of Williams, I think, onto the Bentley Straight, and that's on the grass, so 3/4 on the grass, certainly on the infield as the cars come through to complete lap number 3, but the first flying lap of racing. No change in the order among the top two, but we do now have the BMW up to third place, Chris.
Yes, we do. So Scott Parkin losing out there to the Gadsby BMW, which is certainly a more modified machine compared to the cars it is racing. You look at the age difference between these machines, where he's looking very racy and challenging for second place. Tucked up behind the Cupra, though, very nearly opened up the door for Scott Parkin to slide down the inside going into the Wilson hairpin. I imagine that BMW is probably running a fair fewer kilos than the cars around it, which in these conditions is probably really helping it as they come out of Palmer. You see the major car taking a much more conservative line through Palmer, and actually that time it was Gadsby who was squiggling around the back end coming out of Palmer. Of course, that's rear drive versus front wheel drive, getting very deep into the Agostini hairpin, very nearly finding the grass on the outside line. Completely different lines being taken by these drivers. Their cars have got very different performance characteristics and very different ways of delivering the power.
Absolutely, so it makes it a really fascinating race, especially in these conditions.
Safety car again.
Safety car panel being shown. Not sure why that is just yet.
Potentially for the Ginetta, if that's still
of course,
towards the barriers. We're going to see here on the exit of the corner, I assume.
Yeah, that's
if
where
we pan over to the left, we'll probably see a Ginetta in the barriers somewhere.
No.
Or one that's just been recovered because the marshals have gone back to the other side.
Yeah, it's just on its way.
Yes, exactly. So they've helped to push it away. So that was the number 8 car, Matthew Tidmarsh, wasn't it? It was one of the Class B cars. Maybe we just got that call in to do the safety car right as we got that car going, unless there's some other incident on the racetrack that we haven't quite seen yet. Although looking at the CCTV cameras, nothing glaringly obvious is popping out at me,
and nothing at the timing screen either that indicates that anyone else is missing that we're expecting. So this could be one of those very short safety car periods. Now we've called it, we've got to sort of run with it.
We have to go through the whole procedure now. It's a bit unfortunate, really.
But it's one of those things. It was the right thing to do, because I did look at that and think, that's going to need a safety car.
Yeah.
But good work from the marshals just to get that Ginetta, not the heaviest car in the world, so that made it life a bit easier.
So
to get that back onto the track.
So we're just going to update you on the other classes then. It is the 83 of Will Pascal, the Motion Motorsport Honda Civic, that continues to lead in Class B, having inherited the pole position after the pole sitter came into pit lane during that first safety car period. It's Jonathan Packer who's made up 3 places from his grid position to move up to second in class, ahead of the 183, the 2 Cooks in the Audi TT, the 183 machine, which I don't have a team entry for, but they're in third position. Then in Class C, it is the 63 of Oliver Harris in the BMW E36 that leads in 16th position overall, ahead of the 77 of Henry Salisbury in the Honda Civic. third in that class is Viteras Pipirus in the number 20 Honda Civic Type R.
And there's the Tidmarsh Ginetta back into the pits. The Flying Tangerine Motorsport car, number 8, is into the pit garage. Now they'll hope to be able to just do some work on that car, check it over, and get it back out into the race, and hopefully pick up some points,
now,
which could be important for the championship.
That is hugely important because, of course, that car is second in the championship going into this weekend in Class B. Bearing in mind that the car that's third in the standings
and that's Puttergill. That's the Puttergill car that is straight on at Ridges. That's the championship leading car.
So I was just going to say, so the Brooks car that was third in the championship, that's withdrawn. We've had the second place car off the road at Williams, and now the championship leader, not just the class championship leader, but the overall championship leader, the Motion Motorsport Will Puttergill car that has had back-to-back victories going into this weekend, is off the road at Ritchie's, and there doesn't seem to be too many signs just yet of it being able to get onto the racetrack again. Extraordinary drama.
And that, I think, must have happened under the safety car. So, unless it's, my car's broken, I'm just going to coast and stop here, but a bizarre thing to happen behind the safety car. That car is still up there, beyond the marshal's post at Richards. We can just see it from our commentary box window. And, yeah, no sign of that it's going to be able to get back into the race without some outside assistance. So, dramas here with the championship leading car, Will Puttergill, the Motion Motorsport Honda Civic Type R, seemingly out of the race at this very early stage, unless that in some way can be recovered and he can get back involved. But that's a big drama. So, yeah, maybe this is one of those championships that nobody wants to win and everyone finds ways to sort of have problems and retirements and failures.
That car was leading in its class, of course, right before that safety car. So that has now promoted Jonathan Packer into the lead of the race in Class B. Now I notice he's absent from the championship standings. Has he not been out this year, Jonathan Packer?
Don't think he has, no.
Interesting. Or is he quite a regular face in this championship?
He has been.
Normally. And I haven't seen the Club Enduros out for some time now, probably since the end of last year.
Yeah. Just looking at the circuit stuff here, just having a look at the barriers. So I think obviously the Tidmarsh Ginetta did make contact with the barriers there on the Bentley straight. They're just checking that those barriers are not damaged and whether there's any repair work needed. There is now, as you can see on the live stream, the recovery truck heading towards Ritchie's to try and recover the Puttergill Honda.
But before the truck goes over those, it's taking a different route, you can see there is evidence of how Puttergill ended up there. And they sort of tell a story, really, don't they, of either a big lock-up or some sort of failure on that car that has put Puttergill into the gravel, and what we could now comfortably say is out of this race.
Yeah, going to be lifted onto the back of the low loader, I think, to remove that car back to the pit lane. But so looking like that car out of the race.
Car 17, which is the Morgan Sparrow Mazda MX5 in Class C, has been given a 1 minute stop and go penalty at the end of this safety car period. Now, not quite an explanation as to why.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be a safety car infringement that has led to that. So
quite possibly. So that car is 7th in Class C at the moment, 22nd overall.
Yeah. So just looking at my information, yes, confirmed that the Puttergill car does need a tow, and yes, this is the 1 minute stop and go penalty now to be served at the end of the safety car period by car number 17, which is one of the Class C contenders.
Well, we started with 28, we're down to 25 already.
Yeah.
And we've only had about 6 or 7 minutes of green flag.
Well, I mean, there's a chat. I don't know what happened with Perry, because obviously that came into the pits after just one lap, didn't it, in the Ginetta G55, but that car could come out, and so too could the Tidmarsh car as well potentially could get back out into the race, and they'll be especially minded to do that now, knowing that the Pottergill car is not in the race, and they can help to sort of limit the damage from their own misfortune. Let's head down to the pit lane now, and Kieran Mogg.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I'm just down with the Motion Motorsport guys at the moment, and they're not actually 100% sure what's happened just yet. So the car's obviously gone off down into the gravel trap. They're not sure exactly what's going on, so they're still waiting on news at that. The number 7, Janetta, is also here. They're having some electrical gremlins. So essentially what happened was they went out of the pit lane, had a bit of an electrical issue, but managed to sort it. They did a lap, and then it started to play up again. They brought it back in, and mechanics are inside the car at the moment, just trying to figure out what the issue is. So they're going through the electrical components of the car, going through the systems, just trying to find out the cause of the issue so they can get it sorted and get it back out onto track. Obviously, not the way you want to be starting a endurance race, but they have said we've got 2 hours. Hopefully, they should be out in no time at all. So hopefully, we'll see this car back out on the track soon.
Thanks, Kieran. So safety car continuing. I don't think it will be too much longer, because it's now just the Pottergill car that needs to be recovered. It is almost behind the barriers now at Riches, so it depends which way that they're going to take the recovery truck. But we're 20 minutes into this race. We've not had a lot of racing in it so far. 18 is the leader, Simon Major, in the Cooper. Second, 23, Chris Byron in another Cooper. Third is number 117, Martin Gadsby in the BMW not 116, BMW Compact, I should say. Fourth, number 89, Scott Parkin. Fifth, number 111, David Blakey. Sixth, number 19, Wayne Lawson. Seventh is number 6, Ryan Parkin. Eighth is number 10, Rob Fennick. Ninth is number 33, which is the car of Aaron Reeve. And rounding out the top 10 is our Class B leader, number 5, Jonathan Packer. Second in Class B is the 183 car of Edward Cook, and 1, Ethan Simmons, is third in that class. Class C is being led by number 1, Oliver Harris. Number 63, Oliver Harris from 77, Henry Salisbury, and 20 is in third, Vitortas Piperas. And I've at least one more lap behind the safety car here, so we're on to lap 7 of the race now. Lap time behind the safety car is about a 3-minute 50 at the moment, and certainly conditions improving again. It's brightening up. It's certainly drier than it was. I think the spots of rain, there's still just a tiny miserly spots of rain on our commentary box window now, but certainly conditions are better than they were when the race was due to start, Chris.
Most definitely. The rain has definitely stopped, or at least has been reduced to a light patter. And so the windscreen wipers aren't working overtime as they were at the start of the race. Interested to see how Simon Major plays this safety car restart. Has had a couple of seconds over Chris Byallen, who is probably no stranger to endurance racing, a champion in V2V competition over in France, has raced all across Europe, but V2V these days better known as the Ultimate Cup series, with a variety of different championships, but most known for its sort of GT and prototype endurance racing, which I'm sure he'll be very accustomed to. And I'm looking forward to seeing how he handles this restart. The third place car of Martin Gadsby, that was also third at Anglesey, should be one to watch as well, because that BMW was looking quite racy in the early stages of this race. And of course, Scott Parkin is always one to watch on a restart.
Absolutely, and the conditions which really favoured the BMW in the early stages, possibly slightly going away from it now as the weather improves, and I think it is expected not necessarily to rain again for the remainder of the race, although the forecasts have been a bit dodgy so far today, but it might plausibly dry out really before the end of the race, so see how things evolve in here. Watching the cars just as they head down the... They've still not quite recovered that Pottergill Civic. It's still there, just at the end of the start-finish race, so they won't restart the race this time around. There's going to be at least another lap behind the safety car, I'm afraid to say. But it's probably going to be the case that we're going to have the safety car period ending, then almost immediately we'll go into the pit lane window being open. And that's going to be a question of whether anyone does make a very early stop, with whoever's been in the car first, having potentially very little racing. But if you are a single driver team, then you don't necessarily need to split it 50-50.
I'm just looking at, obviously we've had quite a bit of championship drama in terms of Class B, with the top 3 all facing dramas, and as it stands, either not starting, not running, or out of this race. So the car that is leading in Class B, obviously it's first time here this season, the car that's second in Class B, the 183 Audi TT, so far this season has scored a grand total of 1 point. So it is very topsy-turvy in terms of that at the moment. The number 1 car that sits in 3rd position is 4th in the standings. That is the Puttergill car that has been recovered onto the road, rather than being taken out of this race. So it looks like it's, well, at the very least it will be able to make its way back to pit lane under its own steam.
Although having lost, 3 laps, 4 laps?
Something like that. What is it? 3 laps down, yes.
Yeah, so I presume it's now just waiting for a gap in the traffic.
Yeah, it came up like right as the leaders were coming by, so it's having to wait for the whole field basically to go around.
Okay, so looks like it's back on the track at least. Now, hopefully that might mean we go green flag racing again at the end of this lap. The safety car lights are still on at the moment, as you can see, as it's making its way down past the Tyrrell's restaurant towards Agostini. Named after the motorcycle great, of course. Around the left-handed hairpin they go on lap 8 of the race. But you're talking about the number 1 car. That's the championship-winning car from last season. Samuel Dennis was at the wheel then. Joined this season by Ethan Simmons, who's just 19 years of age, from Henley, an electrician. Been racing in motorsport and karts and things since the age of since 2018. Very much got his eye on the British Touring Car Championship as something he'd like to compete in the future.
I like that, ambitious young lad, and we've had so many drivers, not just from this championship, but from all across the 750 Motor Club, end up on the either the TOCA support bill or into the British Touring Car Championship itself.
Yeah, I mean, Ashley Sutton, obviously the probably most illustrious of those names, ex-Formula V racer, and of course Josh Cook as well, multiple race winner in the BTCC, and was about 14 years ago, something like that. Now he was a front runner in the Stock Hatch Championship, did Sax Max before that as well. So he cut his teeth in tin top racing with the 750 Motor Club. It's definitely not a place that you can move on from and progress from into the higher echelons of national motorsport.
Absolutely. There were some really ambitious young lads in the 116 Trophy as well. I remember they've got big ambitions of not just touring cars but GT racing, of course, and that's the great thing about racing in Britain is we just have this modicum of series. We've got something for everybody, whether it's touring cars, whether it's GTs, single-seaters. The opportunities are pretty endless.
Yeah, and I know that things like the 116 Trophy are things that a lot of young drivers and parents are looking at for when the kids move on from junior racing, whether that be the Junior Saloons or the Fiestas or whatever. They need to move into senior racing once they get to a certain age, and something like the 116 Trophy is a good option. And now going back out into the race by the looks of it is that going to be going into, where's it going? But that is the Tidmarsh and Webster Ginetta, the front-running Class B car that's been in the pit lane for probably about 5 laps after the off.
So there's some duct tape on the front of it. The scrutiny is just checking the structural rigidity of the front bodywork. I can tell you the front, the right-hand side corner of the front splitter though is missing. So I imagine they haven't quite been able to replace that. The Ginetta now gets waved out into pit lane. He'll have to wait for the queue to go past because we've got the field coming down the start and finish straight. Just while we're on that conversation of people getting up racing and going up the ladders from this championship, if you're looking at this and thinking I want to give this a go, it is not as hard as you think it might be, and it is not as expensive as you think it might be. This is the home of affordable motorsport. If you go to 750mc.co.uk, the first thing you will see is the button that says Go Racing.
Yeah.
You can get your Motorsport UK Go Racing pack for £115. A membership for the 750 Motor Club is only £95 for 12 months as well. Find something you'll like out there. We've got a great registry of different race cars that are for sale, that have got an awful lot of street cred, that are race ready. You can obviously buy your own car and get that race prepped as well. There's a lot of opportunities for Arrive and Drive and some foundation programs as well. Vitias Piperius is one of those great examples of somebody who came into Club Enduro through the foundation program, where there was a lot of contributions towards the finances of the season. You got your race ready car, it helped you get your ARDS license as well, and here he is now in his third season of competition.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you could even come straight into something like Club Enduro. Class C in particular is very accessible, pretty standard MX5s and sort of BMW cars racing in that, so doesn't need to be something that is very powerful. The class structure is such that something that is relatively humble can compete as well in the Tiki World Club Enduro Championship. But you won't look at your teeth in a sprint race Formula First. I get the feeling we're probably going to go green flag racing this time. Yeah, the safety car lights are out, aren't they? And we are 50 seconds away from the pit lane window being open as well. Just looking at it, so it looks like Pottergill is 3 laps off the leader. Tidmarsh is 5 laps off the leader. So those two Class B cars obviously have had various dramas of their own, but they've both got back out into the race. We think that the number 7 car as well, that's also been in the pit lane. That's the Daniel Perry car. That is also expected to head out onto the track in a few minutes' time. But safety car lights are out, and that means that very shortly we'll get both the green flag being waved down, the pit window board, a pit window open board being shown beneath us, because we are now 90 minutes in the race, but the pit window will only open once the safety car goes in, because you can't make your pit stop behind the safety car. In goes the safety car then, and up to the line to cross for the 9th time is going to come Simon Major, with Chris Byallen in 2nd, Martin Gadsby 3rd, Scott Parkin in 4th. Are we going to get a move almost into riches for the first lap of the restart? No, I don't think we are quite going to get that. They turn their way through riches for the first time then. Gadsby 3rd in the BMW, Scott Parkin 4th in the Audi, then 5th is the 111, David Blakey, sort of bright pink BMW E92 M3 that he shares with Josh Lawton. He's there in P5 at the moment, but look, it's Scott Parkin who is right with the first 3 now as they turn their way, through the left-hander at Palmer for the first time after the restart. We'll keep an eye on this overall battle and the class battle as well as things go along. So down towards the left-hander at Agostini, they go quite different lines being taken, and there is something to be said for taking the wide line in these conditions. There's often a bit more grip around there, and that must be what Martin Gadsby was looking for there. Like Wayne Lawson still there in 6th place in the Audi. Into Oggies they go. Still treading relatively cautiously. There won't be much heat in the tyres. Of course, the circuit is probably, although it stopped raining now, almost in the worst conditions where it is a bit greasy and slippery rather than full wet. You never quite know what level of grip that you're going to get from one corner to the next. So every corner really is an adventure at this stage.
Just a bit. Every time you go down there'll be different grip conditions, but Chris Byallen and Simon Major leading this race are doing a pretty good job of judging them at the moment. I'll add Martin Gadsby to the list there as well. Just had the number 17 Mazda MX-5. That's the Morgan Sparrow car serving its 1 minute stop and go penalty. It's just come out of pit lane.
Yeah, that's right. Now here's the 33 car. That's the Aaron Reeve car coming through. He is making a move on the inside there of Fenwick. That is for 8th position overall. The Golf going past the BMW, so good to see Aaron Reeve making up ground, getting into P8 there.
Yeah, so that's going past the M2. CS BMW, which are absolutely cracking machines, got their own class at the Nürburgring 24 Hours and in VLN competition. We have had a change for second place with Gadsby moving through and now potentially making a move for the lead. He's got a great run out of Ritchie's. Simon Major is probably under the biggest pressure he's been under for the race so far. Absolutely level pegging, under braking for the Wilson hairpin. Gadsby trying to go all the way around the outside. An extraordinary manoeuvre in that BMW to take the lead away from Simon Major.
Yeah, absolutely. So a great restart here in the first sort of lap and a bit for the BMW to get into the lead of the race. Now, we were told it was Martin Gadsby, but it could be Ian Jones, of course, that started that, because we know that Ian is the quicker driver of the two, but it could nevertheless be Martin Gadsby that is at the wheel of that car. We'll see if we can maybe get Kieran onto the case to just confirm who is who in that particular lineup. But certainly the BMW out front now. Then it's Major in second, Allen in third, Parkin in fourth, bit of a gap back to David Blakey in fifth. But I expect the BMW now, it's got clear in these conditions, might be able to pull out a bit of an advantage, which could be crucial.
Well, the car run by Toodle Pip Racing, and he's saying Toodle Pip to the field right now. That's just the best team name I've ever heard.
Yeah, I suppose if it was a Birmingham-based team, it'd be Terrarabit Racing or something like that. Anyway, down the Bentley Straight they go, 35 minutes into this race. Pit window is open, but I don't think anyone has taken advantage of that yet for a mandatory stop, looking at our timing screen. There's Aaron Reeve, I think he's made up another place now. Yeah, he's got ahead of Ryan Parkin, so that Golf going well in these conditions as well, the number 33 car. So really good start to the race for Aaron Reeve in number 33. Ryan Parkin in the Audi, which has been fixed since yesterday. Now I think that's to 7th place. And then also having lost one, yeah, the Wayne Lawson car has lost ground on this lap, a couple of positions, so maybe a bit of a mistake there made by Wayne in the Audi.
Well, the Class B leader on the back of the Fennec M2, in fact, which is a Class A car. Now, in these conditions, you are more likely to see more interclass battling, because the slightly less powerful cars don't struggle as much to get the power down in these conditions. I've seen road sport races that were won by Class C cars at Rockingham a couple of years ago. So, although it might, well, actually, won't have been a couple of years ago now, will it? If it was at Rockingham, if you remember that place.
Yes.
That was the greyest day I've ever seen, because it is already quite grey out at Rockingham on the best of days. Yellow flags down at Wilson. I think they have already been rescinded, but it could well have been the Morgan Sparrow Mazda MX5, I'm being told, that potentially spun down at the hairpin.
Yeah, yes, I think there was some contact there possibly as well with another car, I'm being told.
The mystery deepens.
Yeah, but anyway, keep an eye on what goes on there. Looks like everything is back to green flag at the moment anyway. So here's Jonathan Packer now in the number 5 car, the class leading Golf, up with Wayne Lawson in the number 19 Class A car. So we did think this would happen, that some of the Class B cars would be able to start mixing it with the Class A cars in these conditions, just because they can, with less power, they can perhaps put that down more effectively in these conditions. And it looks like Packer might well make a move. He's got right behind him though Ethan Simmons, hasn't he, in the Honda. So Packer's not got Class B all his own way here, Chris.
I think Ethan Simmons, he's moved up to second in that class since we last checked in with him. So he's got past not only the Cook 183 Audi TT, but also the Fennec BMW as well, as has the class leader on that previous lap. So it's game on there in Class B, but Packer's not quite finished yet. He's got more Class A cars that he fancies trying to beat. Capture Motorsports are a very well-run outfit, and they've run championship-winning cars across multiple classes and overall, of course, as well. And Packer's been with them for quite a while now. You see he's on the back of the Audi RS3, isn't it? The number 9. Yes, the TCR of Wayne Lawson, which has struggled a little bit so far in this race. It's Piperius with a bit of company from the Class B championship leader, the number 83 machine of Will Puttigal that was in the gravel earlier. Now that's not going to be a change of position, but a spin though for Piperius coming out of the Brundle and into Nelson.
He's collected the barriers there as well, hasn't he?
Backed into the barriers. I think there was already a bit of front damage there as well. Pit lane has opened for duties. Maybe they're anticipating the safety car. And so this is the driver change down at number 19, Wayne Lawson getting the assistance out of the car.
Yeah, and he's going to hand over to James Pickford, the very experienced racer for the second half of the race. So he's a very useful pilot indeed to be getting into that car. But yeah, we need to keep an eye on what's going on with that Vittoris Piperius car that's off between Brundle and Nelson. That could well be create an issue. It's still there. Yeah, it's not moved. I don't think it's going to move of its own accord, the Honda, I'm afraid. So that's going to need some outside intervention more than likely. Yeah, safety car is confirmed now. That's just popped up on the lighting panel outside our commentary box window. Not yet appeared on the TLCL timing screen, but it has done now.
Well, that's great news for Pickford getting aboard the number 19, because that is going to be an incredibly cheap pit stop. In the end, as far as I can tell, they're the only car that's in
that's right.
pit lane, apart from the Perry Ginetta, which is yet to emerge back out onto the racetrack.
I was just looking at those two. I thought a moment ago into Riches that we might have seen Aaron Reeve go up to 5th place ahead of the Blakey BMW, but obviously didn't quite get that done. And now, with the safety car lights and being illuminated, the yellow flags waved all around the circuit, not able to get ahead. So. Aaron Reeve very close to getting into P5, but not quite able to do it before the safety car. That's going to be this the driver change, James Pickford, now getting into that car. I mean, James raced all kinds of things. I think he did what we now call F1000, but at the time was probably called Formula Honda. I think also appeared in things like the Seat Super. Was it called the Seat Cooper Cup? I think it was.
It wasn't called Formula Jedi.
No, I think that's even before Formula Jedi.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was called Formula Honda first because they ran Honda engines. And I think that was probably the year that he did it in. But yeah, he raced the Seats as well, which supported the British F3 and GT package for a while. A couple of seasons. That was the one they had the TV series, sort of reality TV series made about it as well. But he's been, he's a quick driver. There's the 33 car, Aaron Reeve. That's in 6th position then. Already then into our 3rd safety car period of the race. The safety car has picked up the leader, which is good. So no issue there. It's picked up the 117 Martin Gadsby, Ian Jones BMW.
Just allowed the MX5 of David Brown just to go through, because that was caught initially between the safety car and the overall leader.
And there's the Pickford car that's going to be able to head to the end of the pit lane now. No particular rush to get there because there's a red light on at the end of the pit lane, and when it's clear he'll be able to get back out. But that, as you say, Chris, will be a cheap pit stop. I don't think it was a reaction either to the car spinning. I don't think there was quite enough time for them to have reacted like that, so I think it might have just been blind luck that brought that car into the pit lane at that point in time.
Potentially, yeah, because I think even by the time we called it, it might have already been bound for pit lane, to be honest. It would have been an astonishingly rapid decision being made if that were the case, but has worked out very nicely for them at the moment. So 42 minutes into the race, our 3rd safety car, unfortunately, so far. It is the Martin Gadsby, Ian Jones Toodle Pip BMW that leads the way, the 117 machine against the 2 TCR Cupras of Simon Major from the number 18 crew of Major Motorsport, and then the Piranha number 23 of Chris Byallen. In Class B, it is still Jonathan Packer who leads the way. They're really mixing it in with the Class A cars in his VW Golf. And then the number 1 machine of Ethan Simmons from Motion Motorsport in their Type R. Probably one of the better placed cars in the championship now after the demise of the top 3 in the standings in the early stages of this race. With the Fennec Class A BMW between Simmons and the Ed Cook 183 machine, which is the Audi TT. And then in Class C, there's been some changes there, I believe, because it is Henry Salisbury's Honda Civic Type R that has taken over at the front there, ahead of the Oliver Harris BMW number 63. Again, with a car splitting the second and third place cars in that class, which is the Peter Mansfield Lotus. So third in that category is the number 37 Scott Ferguson BMW Z4.
You can see the recovery crew working their way up at between Brundle and Nelson to recover the Honda Civic FN2 of Vittorio Piperas that I think managed to smite both the front and rear of the car on the barriers, looking at the damage to that car. Didn't quite see how that happened, just having a look to see if I've got any information. It's going to need a lift, apparently. There may well have been some contact with another driver, which that's not confirmed. Yeah, it's in an unsafe position, and I think there is also a bit of damage to the barriers as well, which the circuit staff will be checking. So we'll see what's in there. Right now, the Pickford car is being allowed. So it was quite a long hold at the end, but it is, of course, out before the safety car, so it will be able to join the back of the safety car queue, which is where it would have been anyway.
It sort of matters not really, doesn't it? It's got out ahead of that queue at the very least, so it will rejoin the rear of the train.
That's right.
Should have gained a fair bit in amongst that. It won't look like it at the moment, but when everyone else comes in for their mandatory stop, you would anticipate that will have a net gain over there. So, yes, 83 Karoo, the Audi TT, looking rather handy at the moment. Sorry, not the 83Q, excuse me. It's the 19 of Pickford. Who we know is a rather rapid driver. So we had the 119, the Peter Mansfield Lotus Elise, just saw going through the picture, which is 4th in Class B. And going into this weekend, where was Peter Mansfield? I cannot find him on the championship standing. So is this his first outing of the season there as well in that Lotus Elise?
Yeah, I think it may well be. Yeah.
And now it may well be a different car, but obviously the Rob Boston Racing used to run the Class A Lotus Elise, which I believe it's the same one. Probably with less power though, or maybe a bit more weight.
I think there was a Class B version of it as well, a Class B Lotus Elise as well that team. Anyway, let's head down to Kieran and see who he's got to talk to.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm down here with the driver of car 19. That's obviously, yes, sorry. It's obviously interesting conditions out there. How was it?
Sorry, really sketchy. Lots of standing water in right in the places you don't want them. Really quite sketchy in places. So pleased to be out in one way, but fun while I was doing it. So.
And how does the car feel out there?
My car actually is really good in the wet, I think, and James is going to probably prove that now. He's going to prove how good a car it is in the wet. It is a real good car, so I'm very happy with it. Yeah.
So you're towards the front of the field at the moment. Are you expecting to have a good position towards the end of the race?
Depends how it goes now with the rest of the pit stops, isn't it? You know, the rest of the pit stops are coming up. Everyone else will stop at a more normal time. So we'll have to wait and see, or else you get wheel spin. That look.
Yeah. Perfect, absolutely. Well, good luck for the rest of it.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
You can hear the wheel spin of the Ginetta G55 coming out of pit lane. So Dan Perry finally making it back out into the race.
Safety car lights out here, Chris, as well. And this is before the Lawson and Pickford cars had the opportunity to catch the safety car train as well.
Yeah, he's behind the David Brown Mazda, number 49, which I think has sort of hampered his progress a little bit because, of course, he can't overtake that car. So he's going to be, he's coming up to Agostini now, so he's about half a lap down. That's probably going to negate a lot of the pace he would have gained.
A lot of it, not all of it. But I think still probably actually it will be a net game. But we've got green flags now waving beneath our commentary position. The race is back underway. So that's 3 safety car periods now done and dusted. And it's Simon Major who's trying to get the lead back here as they go into Richie's corner. But no, it's the BMW that holds on to it. And then Major a bit slower through the middle section of the corner. Still there in second place there. Then it's Chris Boylan third. Scott Parkin in the Darkside Developments Audi is fourth. Then it's that battle between David Blakey, 111, and 33, Aaron Reeve. And Reeve, there's some contact there. That's between Ethan Simmons and Rob Fennick. So Class B and Class A cars getting together there. And then it's the Audi TT of the Cooks, the orange car that is next through.
Very nearly dramas there for the reigning champions, and of course the car that's second in Class B, that number 1 car of Ethan Simmons. Robin Fennick down in 8th position in its class. That was all getting a bit close, and it's getting very close here between the number 33 Aaron Reeve VW Golf. That is a Class A car that's already made up quite a bit of ground in this race so far in the very limited green running that we've had, and seems to have gotten the jump so far on David Blackie's BMW M3 in terms of pace. Now, normally it's the rear drive cars that tend to fire out the blocks a little bit more nicely. Anybody who's watched touring car racing will know that the BMWs like to lunge forward in the early stages of races or directly after a safety car. But no, so far it's Aaron Reeve who's looking a little bit racier out there.
Yeah, so down the Bentley straight he goes. He's going to try and position his car on the inside of the BMW, but I think the BMW's got a bit more grunt, hasn't it, in a straight line, and that preserves its 5th position down the Bentley straight. David Blakey in the 111 car that he's sharing with Josh Lawton. Blakey from the Scottish borders, from Duns, and his co-driver Josh Lawton from a bit further south in Hull. Reeve it is that's just behind them in that number 33 car, the driver from Gayton. But we're now working lap 16 of the race, and side by side there, I think that was Ryan Parker being passed by Jonathan Packer for 7th place.
Yes, it was. That was Jonathan Packer, the Class B leader, going right round the outside of Coram in a pretty audacious manoeuvre on the Audi TT there, which I imagine is going to have a little bit more grunt down the straight. Sequential gearbox in that car as well, so not losing as much every time it goes up through the gears. And yes, the Audi does outdrag the Golf down the straight, and undoing that rather audacious manoeuvre that Jonathan Packer just put on a very competitive Darkside Developments car. Richard Stanton into pit lane in the GT4 BMW, the former Century Motorsport machine, now being run by the Simon Green outfit, and he'll be handing over to Paul Simerson, the Ferrari Challenge racer.
Yeah, so that's a scheduled stop. And I think we'll see a few of those now because we're getting up to the 1 hour mark. And of course the drivers, well, we've already seen 3 safety car periods, and into the pits has come the 83 car. So this is Will Putskill to hand over to Chris Nyland, isn't it? As well, and that car also being refueled. You can see there's another team member standing by with the fire extinguisher as is required, just to provide fire cover in the event of something going wrong with the refueling. But it all looks to have gone pretty smoothly.
Yeah, it's a good job by the Motion Motorsport crew there. Chris Nyland, a Ford XR Challenge class winner, but also a class winner here in Club Enduro. And I believe it was actually the last time I watched Club Enduro with you, Ian, in Croft, and we were live streaming that one, was the car that had the rather spectacular blowout on the start and finish straight. It was a very 90s blow up. From a very 90s car.
Yeah.
Because that car also used to compete in Type R Trophy as well.
So we've got the Blakey and Reeve battle going on here. This is still 5th position, and as I say, before the safety car pit, it looked like Reeve was nailed on to take 5th place, but he's not been able to get past that big pinky purple BMW just yet. Still fighting over 5th position. Unsurprisingly now, we are seeing a bit of green, or quite a lot of green on the timing screen as conditions are improving, and we've obviously not had much green flag running, but the green on the timing screen signifies that drivers are improving their personal best lap times, as the BMW leading the race has done there. It's done a 2:21 now, 4:16. Actually, Major in 2nd place was a little bit quicker, 2:21.202 that time through in 2nd place. Chris Byallen still there in 3rd in a 2:22. Scott Parkin, interesting, was only a 2:25.2, so about 3 or 4 seconds slower than the top 3, Chris, which is interesting.
It's not what you're used to seeing from Scott Parkin. Being told he had a bit of a moment at Agostini on that previous lap, which might account for some of that pace, but probably not all of it. So yeah, just not what we're used to seeing from Scott Parkin. Of course, yesterday's Road Sports winner, the Tequila Road Sports Championship, which is a sort of younger sibling series to this championship, the Mini Endurance, 45 minutes. Now that is Robin Fennick getting back past the 2nd place car in Class B, Ethan Simmons. And so the M2 making its way back up into what should be 9th position overall. Now, Robin Fennick coming up from, I believe it was Class C, the Ginetta he used to race.
There's Packer then, turning his way through, and he's done well here. He's got the car up to 8th position overall, that Class B car. He's not an awful long way clear of Ethan Simmons there. They've got the Fennick BMW between them. Oh, and off goes Simmons now, as I just talked about him at Hamilton. He's rejoined the circuit, hasn't lost any positions, although he has got the 3rd place in Class B car behind. That's the Cook Audi. There's one car just about to head out of pit lane, having made its drive change, is the number 63 BMW from Class C. That was the Class C leader, wasn't it? Oliver Harris has handed over to Jack Collins now.
Yep, so changed there. More cars coming out, including the pre-event championship leader, the Will Pattergill started Civic, now with Chris Nyland at the wheel of the number 83, back out into the racetrack. Let's see, car that was in the gravel for about 3 laps at Ritchie's. Bit of a damage limitation race for them at this point, still running down in about 25th place.
So here coming towards us is the 77 car. That's Henry Salisbury in his Honda Civic. He's yet to make his pit stop, and he is running in
the leading Class C.
Yeah, leading Class C car at the moment. That Henry Salisbury, 12th position overall. A few more drivers are making the stops, but that again is a car that's punching above its weight potentially in these conditions. There we can see there the Tidmarsh and Webster Ginetta. We got a brief view of that. That was the car that had been in early on.
I think we just heard Jonathan Packer go in and out of pit lane. There is a car stopped though at Murray's. It looks like potentially is that one of the Type R's, or is that a Cupra?
I think it is. It's the Byallen car, Chris Byallen, who's dropping down the timing screens. It's Chris Byallen. His Cupra is off on the grass now. Whether that's a mechanical issue and he's had to pull off, or something else has happened, I don't know. But he's tumbling down the timing screens. Was in 3rd place, of course, and so one of the front runners, one of the favourites for a podium position overall here, is looking like, at least for the moment, out of the race. Marshall just heading out to see if they can assist, but we've got that car stricken on the grass there. That's the number 23 car.
That is very significant, because that is, of course, the 2nd place car in the Class A Championship that's finished 2nd in every race so far this season, and so it doesn't look like it's going to be a 4th consecutive one for them now. Meanwhile, Simon Major continues to close up here on the Gadsby Jones, what we believe was started by Gadsby in the 117 car. Gap was 1.4 at the start of the lap. It isn't that now. And now we're starting to see some more evidence of a slightly mangled Cupra TCR car, number 23, machined Chris by Allen, as it makes its way back onto the circuit.
And straight into pit lane, I think.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised at all, but it's now going to be a lap down because the leaders are already back at Ritchie's.
Yeah.
So that is hugely significant. Now we're getting a really good look and confirmation it is the Chris by Allen car as we get a good look at it. And yeah, it shouldn't look like that.
No, obviously there's been a bit of contact there. So an update from earlier on, by the way. We saw Will Pottergill go off at Ritchie's earlier on. That was just a lock-up by the driver. Now a driver error there going into Ritchie's. So it wasn't a mechanical issue. It was just that Will Pottergill misjudged things a little bit heading into Ritchie's on that particular lap behind the safety car and ended up heading straight on into the gravel trap. So thanks to Kieran for that update from pit lane.
So it's now just 0.6 of a second between the leaders. Simon Major doing the fastest lap of the race last time around, 2:18.7. And just to give you an indication, the pole position time was a 2:02.0 set by Simon Major. So that just tells you about 18 and a bit seconds slower than they were lapping in the dry this morning. So although the circuit doesn't look too terribly wet, it is having a big impact in terms of the outright performance. So, of course, it will be fewer laps being done, less fuel being used as well. And so maybe not taking quite as long to top it up in those stops as well. There are teams that will be calculating that into their strategies, of course. We have had a change for the lead in Class B, by the way. Now, we saw Packer come into the pits, but he's only 15 seconds behind.
Yeah, he must have just been straight in and out of the pits.
Yeah, so it's Edward Cook's Audi TT that leads in Class B at the moment. And yeah, Packer has been into pit lane and Cook has not.
Yeah, and also within that battle in Class B, the number 1 car is now back out on track. So Ethan Simmons came in and I think is handed over to Sam Dennis now. So the 1 car has made its driver change. Yeah, that's definitely made its driver change. Looking at the lap time. But yeah, the situation with the Packer car is a bit mysterious then as to what happened there for car number 5.
I kind of refuse to believe that it's done its full mandatory pit stop and only
I think you're right too.
15 seconds behind a very competitive Class B car. Here is that class leading Audi TT, very nearly getting onto the grass on the exit of the or in the middle of the bomb hole. But yeah, okay, maybe we need to send Kieran down to the garage for the number 5. Meanwhile, the 49's just gone past us, so that will be the Ben Cooper now driven Mazda MX5, started by David Brown. And I didn't quite get the number of the one that just went past us, but there's Robin Fennick. Into pit lane has come the number 18. So the Simon Major car from second place has come into pit lane to hand over to Alan Blenko. Now, Simon has been running solo throughout this season, so this is going to be a slightly different adventure for him. Ryan Parkin has brought the number 6 Dark Side Developments Audi TT into pit lane to hand over to Dylan Brichter. You can see the kind of outfit that they're running as well, fully prepared with the fans on the front of it as well. They are developing their products to sell to their road customers, of course. Motorsport, as ever, is the best testbed of automotive products. So Dylan Brichter will be taking over that car, the number 6 machine. Of course, Ryan, one of the directors at Darkside Development, brother of Scott, who is the owner of that brand.
Do you remember we're saying that James Pickford couldn't overtake that Mazda MX-5 that it was stuck behind the safety car?
Yes. Has it still not?
Well, it's now got a 60-second stop-and-go penalty for overtaking the safety car. So a 60-second penalty for Wayne Lawson and James Pickford. Also one to Daniel Perry as well, although that's less significant because that car's been in the garage for half of the race. But a stop-and-go penalty to the car that we thought had gained by timing, maybe by look rather than judgment, the pit stop perfectly, is now going to throw that away with this 1 minute stop and go penalty that it's going to have to serve.
Well, dearie me. So that is the TCR Audi RS3 with a big hefty penalty. The Peter Mansfield's 119 Lotus Elise has that's a spin for Jonathan Packer.
Well,
with a top contender in Class B, the number 5 Volkswagen Golf going for a spin going through Brundle.
Going to get going again. Hasn't made contact with anything, I don't think, so it's not going to be too expensive. But the plot thickens with that car, really, doesn't it? Because we think it's made that stop, which was not for its mandatory change, and that's obviously putting out a load of dirt and rubble from underneath it as it's getting back up to speed.
You hate to see it. Such a good-looking car as well, and of course there's going to be very little grip on that grass, and it's going to be so muddy after all that rain that we've had. So yeah, the question I was going to ask was about the Peter Mansfield car. Did we ever work out if Sam Heading is actually in that car this weekend?
Is he showing on the timing screen?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he is.
Place,
and
so
he is in the programme, so yeah, I think it was just an error possibly on the timing sheet this morning.
Okay, fair enough.
Anything else.
That was the number 18 Alan Blenko car getting back out into the race. That felt longer than 3 minutes, didn't it? So
I think it should have been in that case. Yeah, it needed to be. No, they didn't have a penalty to serve.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they did have to do a little bit of rework on the front body work as well, because it came in with a slightly crooked tooth. Back out into the race comes the number 6 Audi TT. And Dylan Brichter very nearly losing it as soon as he got onto the racetrack. Now, there is a drier line starting to form around there, and maybe just with a bit of water on the tyres, having obviously come from the pit lane exit, which is going to be a wetter part of the track than the racing line, and potentially just getting a little bit caught out there, but gathered that snap up very nicely.
Best lap of the race has just been done by the car that's just got the 1 minute stop and go penalty. James Pickford's done a 2 minute 15.026, which is about a second faster than anybody else has gone so far. Let's go down to Kieran Mock. He's got more from the pits.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm down here with Ryan Parkin, and you've just obviously jumped out the car. How was that stint for you?
I didn't do my best driving, but I enjoyed it. Trying to find the grip was pretty difficult, but I think I was the slowest of the fast cars out there, which it's a shame for me, but we've put Dylan in there, let him have a big stint. He's been let down a few times by the car, so while it's working, I think get me out, get him in, and let him have a turn. But yeah, enjoyed it, yeah.
Obviously, if the weather potentially stays off and the track continues drying, do you think you maybe have a bit more of a chance come later in the race?
Definitely. We made the choice to stay on the dry setup, which our cars need a really aggressive wet setup because we've got 295 front tyres, so we've got no grip when it's wet, and the rear's quite stiff. So if we put a wet setup on there, it would have been a lot quicker then. But if it dries, it just took a little bit longer to dry than I expected in the safety car stint. So it is what it is. We'll make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And how's Scott getting on as well?
To be fair, I'm not 100% sure. I've not looked at the timings, but he's doing better than me. I could see he were ahead, so we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, leave you to it, but yeah, thanks for that, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers for that.
Cheers, thank you. And if we just swing around a second as well, we see the 23 that are still in the garage. Unfortunately, they are completely out of the race. So basically what happened was, went into the corner, the back started to slip away, corrected it, and then it just shot him off into the barrier, and they punctured the radiator. They've said that because of how long it would take to change the radiator, there's no point in trying to do it because they wouldn't get much running anyway. So unfortunately, the 23 is officially out of the race. It's a shame for them, obviously, but that's just motorsport sometimes. But yeah, back to you guys.
Thanks, Kieran. So great shame. So that's the 23 car out of the race. Chris Byallen and Simon Mason didn't get a turn in that car in the end. There's the 6 car, the Dylan Brichter car. Ryan Parkin, we just heard from, drove that in the first part of the race, was perhaps a little bit disappointed in his own driving there, but that car is in 12th position now, and of the stoppers, it is, I think, second of the stoppers, about 38 seconds behind the now Alan Blenko driven Cupra. So second of the stoppers, but there are still some quick drivers that have yet to make their mandatory driver changes or pit stops in the event of a single driver entry. The Pickford car has just been in to serve its 1 minute stop and go penalty for overtaking under the safety car. So James Pickford is back out into the race as well. That's car number 19. So he's back out into it, and he is shown 18th on the timing screen, but now much further down the list of drivers that have made only one proper stop. He's shown having made 2 stops now, but one of those was to serve the penalty. Now, Jonathan Packers has an eventful race. He is shown as leading the pit stoppers, but we don't think his pit stop was his full mandatory 3-minute pit stop, so we kind of need to ignore that. And I think it's actually the Blenko car, number 18, that is effectively leading the race here. But Gadsby, if it is Gadsby driving that BMW, is just in the best lap of the race now, a 2:13.844. I think the times are going to continue to tumble here as conditions are improving. There is now the sunshine's trying to break through again, Chris.
Yeah, weather really can't make up its mind, can it? There was still a little bit of water in the air. Just poked my head out the box just there. And there is still a little bit of water in the air. But still very muggy out there. But definitely improving. And the lap times are showing that as well. Because Gadsby's now lapping 2:13 last time around.
Yeah.
And the closest driver to him was the Lawton car. The 111, yeah, Josh Lawton M3, which was still about 2.5 seconds slower. So, yeah, the pace is really starting to come down out there. There's that number 19 Audi RS3 TCR car. It's just served its 1 minute stop and go penalty for passing under the safety car. What could have been for this car, really, as there is the race leader putting a lap on that number 55 BMW M4 GT4 car of Paul Simerson. Should be at the wheel of that car now. Yet to see our race leader into pit lane just yet, with Martin Gadsby now lapping in 2:12 and a second quicker than Scott Parkin in second. 30 seconds his advantage now with the Toodle Pip car.
Yeah, so 117 ahead. 89 is second, that's Scott Parkin. Third is the 33 car of Aaron Reeve. None of those have made their stops so far. Neither's 111 David Blakey in the BMW. But looking further down the time screen, the other classes, I think, other than Packer, I think everyone has. Oh, and yeah, the Cook, of course, the Cook brothers. They've yet to make their stop as yet. So in the Audi TT. So Class C, how's that looking? Yeah, again, Henry Salisbury's yet to hand over to Sister Olivia, and Matthew Sibonite still out there in the Mazda. So just 1 or 2 teams still need to make their stop. They've still got plenty of time to do it, because you don't need to do it until sort of 15 minutes before the end of the race, although it's a risky strategy leaving it too late, because if there's a late safety car, then you might not be able to get your pit stop done, because you can't stop while the safety car is out there, and if you don't make your stop, then you'll be penalised. So probably worth doing it sooner rather than later, I think, for all of those teams that have yet to do it so far.
And can your car run for an hour and 45 minutes on a tank of fuel?
Some will be able to, yeah.
Well, of course, you've got to factor that into the equation.
We've had quite a lot of safety car running as well, which helps.
That's true. Yep, that does help a fair bit. Of course, using less fuel, and it's been wet. So pile all that together, they'll be getting some great MPG out of these cars. It might go as high as 6 for this weekend.
Right, here is Jonathan Packer, and this is his real stop now, I think.
So I wonder what that initial stop was for. It almost seemed like a drive-through penalty, but I didn't see anything come through.
No, there's nothing been notified. So whether it's a miscommunication, maybe he came in, the team weren't ready for him, but if that's the case, you'd have thought he'd come in the following lap.
Yeah, you would still just park anyway and do your stop and just take the few seconds lost rather than driving back through the pit lane again. But that is Packer. So it was leading Class B earlier on, but that's whatever the reason that brought him into pit lane for the first time has definitely cost him the lead in that class. So it is the Cooks who lead there as it stands, and probably should hold the lead after the driver change as well, after they do their mandatory stop. But meanwhile, the race leader has come into pit lane. Martin Gadsby ready to hand over to Ian Jones. We believe that's how we were told it was at the start of the race. The 117 car into pit lane, along with the 111 of Josh Lawton taking over the David Blakey car.
It would be good if Kim could just go down and check who is getting into and out of that BMW, just to confirm who it is that's going to be aboard the BMW for the second part of the race. So yeah, that's pit stop is going on down there.
Don't you wish drivers had just big initials on their helmets all the time, like it was mandatory?
Yeah, it's not always easy to recognise them, especially from certain angles. So 47 minutes of the race left to go. Scott Parkinson out there. Of course, he's a solo driver, so he's not going to think about equalising the driving. And the same goes for Aaron Reeve, who's also still out there. Only 11 seconds behind him as well, so he's going pretty well in the 2:13s. But the best lap of the race now on the last lap, a 2-minute 10.268 seconds for James Pickford. And you just think if he'd not had to make that extra 1 minute stop and go penalty, he'd have been right in contention for this race, I reckon.
Certainly would have been. He's currently 2 laps down from the overall leader, but of course has done the mandatory change. And yeah, you would think it would be in a really, really good position. If you take the time lost it's had.
I was trying to do it a minute ago to figure out where it would have. I kind of gave up. It's difficult, isn't it, when you've got cars on different number of laps?
I kind of don't believe what I'm seeing on the timing screen as well, actually, even though I know I should. It's TSL timing. They do a very good job. Yeah. 46 minutes left in this race. We're yet to see the top 5 come into pit lane, in addition to the 169 Matthew Simonite Mazda MX5. So 6 cars yet to do their mandatory pit stop, and if possible, driver change. We are well into the second half of this race now. This is the car we were just talking about. Where would this car have been were it not for that 1 minute stop and go penalty? Because we believe it was holding a big advantage. Back out into the race, though, is coming the erstwhile leader, the 117 Toodle Pip BMW, which is the compact. And let's see where they come out in relation to the likes of Ryan Parkin, for example, because the nearest rivals, well, one of them was the Audi. That's been taken out of contention. The other one's yet to really stop. And, of course, the 23 car as well. That had its own dramas as well, with Chris Byallen getting some front damage to that car. So it's the other Cupra we really need to keep an eye on, the Simon Major, the Alan Blanco car. Where's Alan Blanco come out in all of this? It's, well, according to our timing screen, ahead of the Major, of the BMW. So that is a net change for the lead, isn't it? In favour. Yeah, well, you can see it on the track now as well. So that is the Major Motorsport TCR car getting into the lead of the race. Again, the car that started on pole.
And that was exactly because of the 10-second penalty, additional time they had to serve in the pits, the BMW success penalty. And you can see the gap is less than 10 seconds. So
yeah, so that is because of its 3rd place finish last time out, correct?
Yeah.
Because at Anglesey and the other car, the Simon Major car, didn't have any from Anglesey. It was winner at Silverstone. But Kieran's got more news for us down in pit lane.
Thank you very much. Yes, we've just seen the 117 and the number 5 cars both come in. Basically, number 5 came in initially when the TCR got stuck at the last corner, so they had to do a drive-through because they obviously couldn't stop during the safety car. The 117 just got in, Gadsby out, Jones in. So I know Ian was asking. So yeah, Gadsby out and Jones is in the car. But yeah, the 5 had to do an additional stop in because the TCR got stuck at the end of the straight. So they've come in for the actual stop. The initial one wasn't a stop. They had to just drive through the pit lane. So there we go. So back to you guys.
Oh, thanks very much for that, Kieran. That certainly explains a lot to do with the Jonathan Packer car. So that's just really unfortunate timing there for Jonathan Packer. You don't look convinced.
I'm not convinced by this. The timing didn't feel right, and we never had a safety car for that. Anyway, for that instance. So I'm a bit confused.
Maybe
it's another.
They thought there might be a safety car.
But even so, if you think that you might be a safety car, you're okay. It's only you can't stop once the safety car boards have gone out. Anyway, what has happened has happened.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got a real close battle for the lead here. Now, what will become the lead? I think it's not for the lead because these have both stopped and other drivers haven't. But you've got Alan Blenko, number 18, and now you have got the quick driver in the BMW, the quicker driver in the BMW, Ian Jones. He's closed that gap quite considerably. He was a little bit quicker on the previous lap, but it was a second at the start of this lap. It's less than a second now as they head down to Oggies on lap 27 in their case in this 120-minute race. 41 minutes left to go. It looks like we might get a change for position here, and this could be prove decisive for the lead of the race. They're heading down the Bentley Straight.
So we must give credit to Martin Gadsby then for that brilliant first stint, where it did include that rather audacious manoeuvre around the outside of the Wilson hairpin, and Ian Jones might try and make an audacious move of his own around the outside of Brundle, and yes, brilliantly retakes the lead of the race from the Seat Cupra car of Alan Blenko.
Yeah, so that's the BMW ahead. It's not for the lead yet, but I suspect it will be because he's now the first of the cars that have made their pit stops. The one that we're going to have to watch still, potentially, is the Pickford car, because that is doing fastest lap after fast lap at 2 minutes 6.759. Everyone else, apart from Scott Parkin, actually, is in the 2 minute 10 still.
Yeah, so where are they at in relation to the... What is it? It's about a minute behind, do you reckon, in total? So
I'm going, for roughly a minute, so that's about half a lap, really.
Yeah, which tracks, because it was half a lap... Well, it was half a lap behind on the safety car restart before it got that penalty.
And if they hadn't had to serve that minute stop-and-go penalty, I think that Pickford car would be in the lead.
100%, but what it has done, it's given us a real interesting dynamic here, because they're so much faster than everyone else. Down in the 206s, there's no one else around them that's anywhere close. The Gadsby car, like a 207 last time around, but I would not count out the Pickford Audi for a podium overall, potentially here.
I mean, that's 4 seconds off a dry lap at the moment.
Yeah.
The other cars are 8 seconds off a dry lap. There must be something in the setup as well. Of either way, the Pickford Audi being set up particularly well, or other cars not being set up for the drying conditions.
I wonder if they, what sort of gamble on tyres can they make with these cars? So I don't think it's slicks. It's not full slicks.
It's not slicks. No.
It's dry tyres.
But there are dry tyres and there are dry tyres, aren't there? There'll be some tyres that will be more suited to the wet conditions, clearly. The other thing to think about is what lap time's Ian Jones, because Ian Jones on that lap was done 2 minutes 7, so to Scott Parkin in the lead of the race. So he's now a bit closer to the times of Pickford as well. So that's going to make it more challenging, whereas Blenko only did 2 minute 9, the former British Touring Car Championship driver, in the 2 minute 9s that time. Now Pickford has done another 2.66.05, so yeah, we're getting faster all the time. It's proving an interesting contest. Here's Aaron Reeve. He's still in second place, but he's one of only 3 drivers now that have yet to make their stops. The other one being Scott Parkin and Edward Cook in the orange Audi TT.
Yeah, and that's the class leader. We've got the number 10 back into pit lane though, so that is the Andrew Shepherd, BMW M2. That's already made its stop, but is coming back into pit lane, presumably with some sort of helmet. No, has it already done its stop? Am I thinking of the 55? No, it hasn't.
No, I think this is its stop, isn't it?
So, sorry, excuse me. That's Fennick handing over the car to Andrew Shepherd now. Which explains why it was up in, like, 4th position at that point. So, they're just going to pit lane to do their stop. Top 3 yet to do so.
The Cooks are into... the pit lane right now.
Yeah, made that top 2 because the Class B leader, Edward Cook, has brought the Audi TT in to hand over to Stephen Cook.
And just looking at those, it'd be interesting to see where the cooks feed back in here, because the second place car in Class B, which has made it stop, is Samuel Dennis in the Honda Civic Type R, the car that won the championship last year. That's done just on 2:15.183. The cooks have just done 2:15.465, so they're lapping in very similar lap times, those cars as well. So it'll be interesting to see where they come out in relation to one another once that stop is completed. And Scott Parkin is now into pit lane as well.
I remember that Motorsport Cook car has only scored 1 point all season long, so I think no matter what happens with them in Class B at this point, they've had an extraordinary outing so far. Here is that 183 car having the refuel, and yeah, we've got Scott Parkin coming into pit lane.
Yeah, so that's just leaving Aaron Reeve out on his own in the Golf that's now leading the race. Oh, we've got a yellow flag at Riches. Oh, and he's not leading the race! Aaron Reeve is off the road. Now, I wonder why that is. I mean, there's a non-negligible possibility that there's a fuel issue there, because he's got an hour and 24 minutes into the race, and it could just have potted to a halt with a lack of fuel. But that car has stopped on the exit of Riches Corner, just out of view of our commentary box. So the car that had on the timing screen taken the lead of the race is certainly going to be dropping back down the order at the very least.
What if we get a safety car now? This is great news for Scott Parkin, of course, and for the Cooks as well in their pursuit of the Class B battle. Double waved yellows now down at Ritchie's as they look to recover that car. And safety car has been deployed, Ian. That is huge news. So Scott Parkin surely is going to have a huge advantage because of this, as will the Ethan and Stephen Cook Audi TT that should, in theory, now come out in the lead in Class B. And so all of a sudden, the Aaron Reeve car might have just done Scott Parkin a massive favour. I mean, hugely disappointing for Aaron Reeve. He was having a mega race in that Golf, and I would be so curious to find out if that was just him running out of fuel or whether something's gone wrong on the car, because I don't think he's made a mistake, because he's pretty simply pulled over.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, doesn't it? The position of it is well round the corner. Safety car waiting at the end of the pit lane to try and pick up the leader.
And this is great news for the Pickford car as well, because all that gap that it's on, it'll be right on the back of the queue now, because it was 6.7 behind the Lawton 111 BMW, and then there was the Brickter car, so it's gained about a minute back to the podium cars.
But what's going to happen here is that Scott Parkin is going to have to sit at the pit lane, I think, and wait for the whole safety car train to pass before it's allowed out.
Yeah, so what we've got a situation here where the safety car needs to pick up the leader. Well, the leader's parked at the side of the road. The second place car is in pit lane. So who does he pick up? It should surely
pick up
Ian Jones,
Ian Jones in the BMW, you would think, who is... That's not him, that's the Johnny Hayes BMW.
No relation to Sonny.
So we've got the safety car has gone out, probably we'll do a wave through of a few of the cars.
I think it has to, yeah, because it's got a lot of cars that are not the race leader, and of course you can end up losing quite significantly when that happens, especially if you've got the class leader.
But Ian Jones has come through, as has Alan Blanco.
Yeah, so just needs to let a couple of cars go back through. So we've got a queue forming at the end of pit lane here, which is the 183 Audi TT of Stephen Cook, and now Scott Parkin in the Darkside Developments Audi TT, just second in that queue.
It's just a question of how long he's going to have to sit there now.
Because if he loses a lap, then that's really going to.
He's not going to lose a lap. It's going to be right at the end of the queue, I think. I don't think he'll lose a lap anyway. I would think they'll put the green lights at the end of the pit lane.
Well, and we think he's gained.
No, I think he's lost here.
Well, yeah. So the initial thought is always that you're going to gain stopping under safety car, but we saw that the race was restarted last time while the Audi was about half a lap behind. So,
well, we know whatever happens now, he's going to be well behind those cars that we can see on screen now at the Agostini hairpin, because he's
But was he not a lap ahead of them though? So we can afford to lose.
No,
this lap.
he's yet to complete his 30th lap. They've already completed their 30th laps. He's only completed 29 laps so far. He'll complete his 30th as he crosses the line, I think.
What next time around? Because obviously the pit lane exit is beyond the timing line. We'll find out, won't we?
I don't think it has worked out. Right, we've got the recovery vehicle now on its way along the start and finish straight to try and deal with the Aaron Reeve car that had stopped out on circuit on the exit of Rich's corner. We've got 32 minutes of this race left to go. Pit window is academic now because the only car that had yet to make its stop is the one that's being recovered, so it's got 17 minutes left to go for the record. Safety car has now started to do the wave through. So one of the cars it has waved through is what I think is going to prove to be Class B leader, and it is already in fact the Class B leader, which is Sam Dennis now in the number 1 Honda Civic.
Yes, because it was the car that was leading in Class B is still sitting there at the end of pit lane, isn't it?
Yeah. So in a similar situation, I think, to Scott Parkin, really.
Yeah, it could well be. I'd be very curious to see when the timing screen updates itself next time around. The recovery vehicle is on site with Aaron Reeve, looking to get that car cleared from the runoff area of Ritchie's.
The car that we thought might have run out of fuel has a puncture, apparently.
Oh, what a shame. So, well, that would explain why it's ended up there as well, because you can very easily skate off the road if you have a front left puncture, especially going into a right-hander, and a jolly fast right-hander at that as well. So, coming up to 30 minutes remaining. These races really do fly by, don't they?
They do, even when you've got so much shit behind the safety car as well. This is number 4, I think.
That's fantastic
in this race.
These really are great races. I think the Club Enduro has got to be the best value for money racing in the UK.
No, it's really good from both the competitor's point of view and the spectators. Right. So here we go. Now 31 laps completed for the race leaders.
Yeah.
Martin Gasby and Ian Jones, and still sitting there in the pit lane is Scott Parkin, who is now tumbling down the timer screen.
And now they've been allowed to go, but they've lost a lap here.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's now shown as having completed 30 laps. Now he's exited the pit lane.
Wow.
So I think when you're in the pit lane, it doesn't trip until you actually leave the pit lane. So he's lost a lap. It could have been so close to going the other way, though, couldn't it? And
Absolutely.
If he had been allowed out just in the nick of time, then... but with it being such a long mandatory stop, 3 minutes, then it's quite a lot of time that can pass to allow the safety car to get out and then the queue to form up and so forth. And that's why...
But you lose a lap.
Yeah.
Anyway, even under green.
Yeah. So... Yeah, it's clearly not worked out for Scott Parkin today, but that is the look of the draw. Now, again, we've got a situation where I think it's the same Mazda MX5, but he's not catching up with the rest of the safety car train that didn't before. That's the is it the number 49
Yeah,
car?
so that's the now Ben Cooper driven car, it should be.
Yes. So that needs to really catch up with the rest of the safety car train. That's what drivers should be doing. They should be trying to keep within a reasonable distance of the car in front. No, you need to... You're told to slow down on the safety car, obviously, but you do need to make sure you're in touch with the car in front and catching the train. But as you can see, there is quite a big gap after the first few cars.
So, now that we've got all the stops completed and we're under safety car conditions, there is yet a third train of cars that's just gone past us as well, actually. But now we've got we've got a semblance of an order here now, which is that Ian Jones leads in the two-clip BMW Compact. Directly behind him as well is his nearest rival, Alan Blenko, in the car that started on pole position at the hands of Simon Major, the Major Motorsport Cupra TCR car. Third overall is Dylan Brichter now in the number 6 Darkside Developments Audi TT. Quite a few cars between the TCR and the Audi. And then there's a 56-second gap at the moment to the Lawton 111 BMW M3.
Which is stuck behind that MX5.
Yes, so that MX5 really needs to get a wiggle on, doesn't it? Because that could be the difference between the 19 ending up making it onto the podium, the Audi TCR car, the RS3, because that is caught in that train of cars at the moment.
Yeah, you see, we should have another car right behind Scott Parkin, who's at the rear of that group at the moment, and we don't have one. And that's the problem we have. Now, at this stage, I think still the Aaron Reeve car is being recovered, so there is more time for the pack to catch up, but it's not doing it at a particularly rapid rate.
No, it's a bit moot at the moment. They're coming around Nelson now, while these guys are coming around the last corner at Murray. So again, the gap is closing a little bit, but I don't know, can they tell the safety car to slow down a little bit?
Well, I think it probably already is driving relatively slowly.
Yeah, 3:30 last time round for the leaders. I'll just run through the rest of the other classes real quick. So it's the reigning champions now who lead in Class B, which is the Ethan Simmons and now Sam Dennis-driven Motion Motorsport Honda Civic Type R. And, of course, the top three in the championship not having a brilliant day. So could be a good haul of points for them in the championship. Second in Class B is the Lotus Elise, the Peter Mansfield Sam Heading car. It's heading now at the wheel of it. And in third in Class B is still Jonathan Packer, actually. But again, he's caught up in another sort of train of cars, isn't he? But should close down. Would still come away with the Class B podium despite the extra drive through the pits and the spin for that car.
Yeah.
And then in Class C is the 63 Jack Collins driven BMW M3 that was started by Ollie Harris. That's a German Autowerks car, because he used to run Joel Oswick in Class C, and then eventually it's Class A competition as well. Second in Class C is the Hallisbury car, so the 77. Olivia now at the wheel of that one. That's another of the Motion Motorsport Civics. And then third in that category is the number 37 Neil Luke driven BMW Z4 from Luke and Luke Racing.
The good news is that we seem to now have sort of a larger pack of cars together behind the safety car. So safety car is driving sufficiently slowly to allow the next group to catch up. So I think we have...
I think they're all together.
Yeah, I think they're all back together, aren't they? And with the Aaron Reeve car now having been recovered, will we be able to go racing this time potentially? If the recovery truck
Lights
is out,
off.
well, yeah, lights are off. So, yeah, looks like we're going to go this time. 24 minutes of the race remaining. We might get another 11, 12 laps out of this. Just depends whether we get another safety car or not, really, doesn't it? Between now and the end of the race. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting contest here. You've obviously got the top two. Ian Jones, who's rapid in that BMW. You've got Alan Blanker, ex-BTCC driver in the Cupra. Then a few cars back, you've got Dylan Brichter, who's just got a few back markers to try and pass. He could get into the equation as well. And then you've got, now pretty much with them as well, not too far behind, the Josh Lawton number 111 car as well, which is a rapid machine. It's had a couple of strong results during the course of the season. Right, safety car's going to peel into pit lane. Control now in the hands of Ian Jones, and he's gone. He's accelerating his way up to the line to restart the race with 23.5 minutes to go. Green flag waves.
So frustrating for Dylan Brichter because he can't pass the lap traffic until he gets to the timing line, which he has now done so. But it is Ian Jones who leads going into Ritchie's for the first time.
Yeah, and Scott Parkin also was similarly delayed, but he's now started to get through past some slower cars. So round Wilson, there you go. Track would have dried out a bit more during that safety car period as well, so the grip levels will have changed again from what they were beforehand. So it is through the left-hander goes the Gadsby and Jones car. Ian Jones now driving that car in the lead of the race. You can see in the background there's Scott Parkin trying to make up some positions. It might get on terms with the sister car, mightn't it, of Dylan Brichter before the end of the race.
That slow Mazda that was holding everyone up during the safety car has just come out of pit lane, so it must have just come in on that safety car restart with, I guess, some sort of problem. Might explain why it was struggling to keep up even under safety car speeds, because there was still a bit of a gap, wasn't there?
Yeah, now Ian Jones here there's a little bit of a gap back to Alan Blake. Not pulled away hugely, but starting to get away a little bit. And now Dylan Brichter is up to third on the road, so he's got past the slower cars. And Scott Parkin, I think, is about to go fourth on the road as well. So we're going to have the top four. Oh no, Scott Parkin, of course, is a lap down, isn't he? So ignore him. But he's going to be on the lead lap, and he'll probably get stuck in here. But it's the James Pickford car that's not too far behind and is on the lead lap. So that's certainly what we want to watch, isn't it? Given the lap times it was doing before the safety car.
Yeah, so that Pickford car in 6th position, only 12 seconds off of the race leader because of the traffic that was between him and the race leader.
Yeah.
But remember, he was lapping so much faster than everyone else, not necessarily quicker than Ian Jones. The pace was quite similar all in all, but significantly quicker than the cars in front of it. It could still come away with a podium, could the RS3.
Right, Jones on the first flying lap after the restart has done 2:04.304, which is the best lap of the race. Pickford goes over the line. Does he manage to improve his lap time?
2:05. Well, he's up to 4th already, is Pickford. He's made up 2 places on this lap, and just gone around the 111 car of Lawton, the BMW there, into Ritchie. So this is a great first lap on the safety car restart for Pickford, and moving up into 4th position. What is the gap? It's 7.7 seconds to the Dylan Brichter Audi in 3rd position.
Yeah, and I mean, he had more traffic to deal with on that lap, so he's going to get a clear lap or clearer lap here. So we'll see if he can eat into the advantage. He's going to pass the Jonathan Packer car, isn't he, before much longer. That's the car that is running 3rd in Class B at the moment, as they make their way out of Palmer and down to Agostini for the, what are we on, 35th lap of this race now. It is the, there goes the Pickford car. It's past now the Packer car, which is on a different lap and in a different class, but it's another opportunity there for Pickford to try and gain on the Dylan Brichter car, which is the next target on the same lap.
Yep, so big job here for Pickford to try and haul himself back up into the podium places. But you can see the car already just tipped into the Brundle and Nelson complex, and has now done so itself as well. I think it's going to have Scott Parkin between himself and it. I wonder if Parkin might actually play a little bit of a role here in defending his brother's car. Of course, it's not his brother driving it at the moment, it's his teammate, but still, it's his brother scoring the result there as well. Great stuff again. We've still got some great drama to come with 20 minutes to go in this Club Enduro race. As it stands, 117, if it were to stay like this, bagging its first victory of the season after its first podium, after what was not a lucrative start to the season for them either. Really, I've got points for finishing, that was it, and then suddenly it all started to come good in Anglesey last time out. The number 18 on course for a second podium. Well, again, if it were to stay like this, I'm sure Darkside Developments will be pushing on Ryan and Dylan Brichter for their best finish as well. They've not been on the podium yet this season, and I don't remember the last time actually that pairing, or the Ryan parking car anyway, was on the podium.
Be good if we could have a look at the battle for the Class B, because there's only half a second here between Sam Dennis and Sam Heading now. The car's 1 and 119 as they're battling for the lead of Class B, so that could be quite interesting before the end of the race. And in
good
Class,
shout. Here it is.
Yeah, absolutely. There is the blue Lotus chasing after the Honda, so that's, and they're just going past the MX5 as well. It's actually closing up in Class C as well. We'll come to that in a minute, but Sam Dennis has Sam Heading right behind him, and they're heading their way through Palmer. And they are also still on the leading lap 36 of the race. So are we going to get a change here? On the previous lap it was actually Dennis that was just slightly quicker, able to extend the lead from 0.2 of a second to 0.5 of a second. So very interesting to see whether the Honda is able to keep the Lotus at bay. These are cars, very different cars. They're going to have strength at different parts of the circuit. Turning their way through the right-hander at Oggies on towards Williams they'll go to go back onto the Bentley straight. But we've got a real fight for the lead in Class B. As I say, we'll keep an eye on Class C, where Paul Subiani is only 5 seconds behind the it's the Jack Collins car, isn't it?
Yes.
Number 63, and they were closing. That gap was closing as well, so we'll keep an eye on that. Leaders have gone through. And what's happened to Ian Jones? Ian Jones has not come through that time. The race leader in the BMW has not come through.
I'm pretty sure I did see it go around there. Might just be a Dicky transponder.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye out on the window. They're about to come through. Palmer's are the leaders. I'll just keep an eye out for that BMW.
I'll keep watching the Sam Dennis and Sam Heading battle here. And they are making their way around the circuit.
No, it's gone, Ian. I can't believe it. Something's happened to that car, and it's the Dark Side Developments Audi TT. I believe that's going to be Scott Parkin, who is right behind the leading TCR car. But wow, this race has just been blown wide open.
And the Class B second place car's got a 1 minute stop and go penalty as well, I'm hearing, and not quite sure what that is for. But Sam Headings in the second place car in Class B, that's got a 1 minute stop and go penalty, as too does Andrew Etheridge in the BMW M3, who's a bit further back down the order, actually in 6th place, so still well up the order. So it's all going on. There's the BMW. It looks like it's in the spectator area almost there. It's parked up. Ian Jones out of the race from the lead, and that has handed the lead over to Blanco, hasn't it? With Brichter right behind him. Here's the lead of Class B, but that's going to be changed when the Lotus has to head in for a pit stop.
The number 80 has also picked up that same stop-go penalty. It's the 6th place car of Chris Hetheridge in the BMW. But yeah, so that's the car that actually now leads in Class B, Ian, because he's got past the Dennis Honda into the lead in Class B, and so that Lotus Elise has just taken the lead there with the 1 minute penalty, 1 minute stop and go. Wow, this is extraordinary stuff.
The overall race is now heading into Rich's corner. There's only 0.4 of a second between them, and James Pickford is still catching them. He's about 5 seconds behind. There's only 15 minutes to go in this race, though.
Yeah, so the car that I thought was Scott Parkin is actually the Dylan Brichter car in 2nd place. So this is the lead battle between the the major run Seat TCR Cooper of Alan Blanco against the Dark Side Developments Audi TT of Dylan Brichter. But let's not forget, James Pickford in that Audi RS3 is catching it. He's right there coming out of Palmer. That is the gap. 6 seconds is the gap. And he's lapping about a second quicker than the race lead as it stands. And if these two start squabbling as well, that's only going to bring him in even closer. This could be a grandstand finish here to the 4th meeting of the season for Tequila Club Enduro.
Absolutely.
Oh, that was smoke. Smoke from the 2nd place car of Dylan Brichter. Problems there. Surely it's going to meet the barriers. That didn't look like a lockup. That looked like some sort of mechanical failure. Is this a repeat of the issues we saw of this car on the formation lap in the road sports yesterday? Because that looked like another failure.
It's a failure of some kind, that's for certain. It didn't find the barriers, and pleased to say,
I cannot believe
Dylan Brichter climbing out of the car. And so that's one potential challenger to Alan Blanco. Literally gone up in smoke, but look in the background at the orange and black Audi TT that is herring after him down the Bentley straight. Are we going to get another safety car as well? We'll probably bring an end to the race. And at this point now, Pickford doesn't want a safety car, does he? Because he needs to have the racing laps to try and catch Alan Blanco for the victory here. The Motion Motorsport car chasing after the race leader now.
Contenders are dropping like flies suddenly in the closing stages of this race. So We've got the Class B leader that will soon be in to serve that stop-and-go penalty. We've had the leader parked to the side of the road. The second-place car going up in smoke as well.
The gap from first to second, about to come through, is James Pickford, is now 4.5. It's come down by a second and 1.4 seconds on that lap. The other thing I was about to say was the Class C lead battle is getting close as well, because Paul Subiani is now within a second and a half of Jack Collins for the Class C lead as well.
And car parked up at the side of the road. Is that the Jonathan Packer car from third position in
like
Class B? Yes, so that is also right. God, they really are dropping like stones here. I will say the thorn in the side of Pickford here is the Scott Parkin car that is currently right in between himself and the race leader, because Scott's not going to give that up in a hurry. No, even if he is a lap down.
He's not. He's absolutely not. So the Packer, that's another car potentially in a dodgy position. Let's very quickly go down to Kieran. Hopefully we'll hear from Kieran very shortly for an update on what's gone on with the Darkside Developments car of Dylan Victor. Let's head back down to him now.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a really tough weekend for Ryan Parkin in that car 6. So basically what happened is Dylan going down the straight, something in the engine blew and it threw oil all up the windscreen, hence all the smoke and everything. I don't know exactly what it is at this stage, but something in the engine blew, shucking oil at the windscreen, and hence why he pulled off the track. So big shame for the car 6 and the Darkside boys down here, because they've still got number 89 with Scott Parkin in the race, so hopefully he can make up some position. So back to you.
Class C leaders are right together as they go round Wilson Open, and the safety car is coming out! The safety car is coming out, and with 11 minutes of the race to go, surely no more racing laps today in the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, and that is going to be what James Pickford did not want to see. He was closing in at a second a lap. There was probably 5 or 6 more laps to go, and now there ain't. I mean, if there is a safety car, which there is, and there is more racing laps, it could work out. It's a big if, though, I reckon, Chris, because there's a couple of cars to recover here.
Yeah, I cannot believe that. And really poor timing for the previous Class B leader, because the Rob Boston Racing Lotus has just been in to serve its penalty, but now is going to be sat at the end of pit lane until the end of time, waiting for them to gather the cars back up. But, man, you could not make it up, could you? 11 minutes left on the clock, and it's going to be a big ask to get this race back underway with what sounds like it's going to have to be oil cleared up as well from that report from Kieran. If it's thrown up the oil, presumably some of it from the Darkside Developments Audi TT number 6 has made its way onto the racetrack. That's going to need some quick dry or some detergent-based fluid down there as well. So while it will have closed up the 5.7 second gap between Pickford and Blenko, albeit with the sole remaining Darkside Audi TT in between them, I think that is probably the final nail in the coffin. Nonetheless, an extraordinary recovery for that Audi RS3 crew. And what should be a second win of the season for Simon Major now.
Yeah, and don't forget, if it hadn't been for that 1 minute penalty for overtaking behind the safety car, then Pickford and Lawson would be leading this race. Right, where's this leaving thing? So Class B, let's check in on that. So that's now Sam Dennis from, it will be, I think, is it going to be the Cooks back up to second here?
I think it's... well, at the moment, it's still Sam Heading and Peter Mansfield, because it hasn't they've just actually been released now, as has the number 80, though I don't believe that penalty is going to have counter-served, because the 80 served it under the safety car, whereas the Rob Boston car was in pit lane.
Before the safety car.
Well before. It was literally, it was pulling out, and then safety car was called. So... I think we might have to wait a lap to get an update on Class B.
Yes.
But in Class C, it should still be, the Jack Collins BMW, the German Autoworks car that is leading the way there.
Yeah, it is, from Paul Subiani in the BMW compact. So
so that's the...
there they are on screen now, actually, those two.
So the championship leading car in Class C in second place. Now that car hasn't finished outside the top 2 all year. 2 second place finishes in the first 2 meetings of the season, then victory last time out in Anglesey. They're having a very good year, and I can only assume will be our new overall championship leader as well, with the demise of Patagil and Nyland in their Class B car that was leading the overall championship going into this weekend. Obviously we'll get confirmation of that a little bit later on. And then third in that category is going to be the 37, the Neil Luke driven. Oh yeah, there's still the Z4 there from Luke and Luke Racing, which should be back-to-back podium finishes for that car.
Yeah, so there's the car in second place in Class C that was just on the point of starting to try and make a move on the class leading car, Jack Collins, when the safety car came out. So that's one that I suspect may not get a chance to try to complete that move and go for the Class C victory, but so close.
This Mazda again.
Yeah,
it's got a huge train of cars behind it. So the leaders are just coming past us now on the start-finish straight. These guys are coming into Brundle and Nelson about 5 corners back. So somebody needs to tell that Mazda to hurry up.
Well, I expect there will be a word with the clerk of the course afterwards, because this is the 3rd time now we've seen that car, different drivers, delaying cars behind the safety car, and it really shouldn't be happening like that. They should be catching up with the safety car train, and when it's safe to do so, obviously. If you're passing the incident, then you don't necessarily want to be getting your foot down too close to the floor. Kieran, back in the pit lane.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we saw the rain earlier on, and we thought it might be the last of it. But if you just look up there, the clouds are getting a lot darker, a lot more universal, and I have just felt some spits down in the pit lane. So it may get a little bit extra in the last 8 minutes of this race. You never know what to expect with Club Enduro. So yeah, I mean, look at that cloud. It's absolutely mad. Back to you.
Yeah, a little bit extra, and I'm sure the championship's got some mad riz as well. What's some other genty terms we can use?
You're asking the wrong person.
This, that's a bit skibbity for the Dark Side Development team. I don't even know if I'm using that one.
No, probably not.
Right, to be honest. If you're under the age of 24 and you'd like to let us know,
please do.
Yeah, but just put it in the YouTube chat. Don't email us, because you don't know what email is.
No. Right, 5 minutes to go before the end of the race here. So, unless it started this time, then it is going to finish behind the safety car, this race, unfortunately. Which is a pity.
Yeah, we were such a grandstand finish in prospects there, and it has been a fantastic race, despite the constant intervention of the safety car. It's the 5th one of the race, but it has been enthralling.
It has, and there's, especially in this last sort of half an hour or so, there's been something happening every lap, every minute. Some new dimension has been added. With the retirement of Ian Jones. Don't know what happened to that BMW, but that just came out of the blue. The battle for the lead in Class B, which was then dissipated by the penalty for Sam Heading and Peter Mansfield, and the Class C battle that was about to ignite as well before this final safety car.
By the way, you wanted to know what was happening in Class B, right? So because we're running out of contenders basically in Class B, because they had so many things going wrong for them. So the Mansfield Heading Lotus Elise is still 2nd in class and 9th overall. So it is, the Simmons and Dennis car leading the way there, the reigning champions, as we suspected. 3rd in that category, though, is going to be the Cooks still, the 183. So the Stephen Cook Audi TT. Where am I looking? Yeah, so that's another of the Motion Motorsport run machines. And yeah, I think that genuinely that is because we're just running out of people. Yeah. The car that was leading the championship going into this weekend is 5th in class at the moment, 19th overall. Now remember, that was Will Puttergill lost 3 laps in the gravel trap over at Ritchie's in the first part of this race. So that's been been a decent recovery. But yeah, obviously we lost Jonathan Packer earlier on as well. We lost the Tidmarsh Webster Ginetta, and then there was more dramas, wasn't there? Packers obviously had a fair few of them as well.
And that's the car from second place in Class C that is out of the race. The race goes on to its last lap behind the safety car.
And the car that was going to take the lead in the championship, the Class C leader, that hasn't finished outside the top 2 all season long. That is hugely significant. Less than 3 minutes to go in this race. And the car that was standing to gain the most in terms of the overall championship now out of contention. So, I mean, to be honest, Ian, I'm out of mental arithmetic at this point. I've had my fill.
Well, it'll all get worked out before Alton Park.
Yes,
and,
quite. This has been an extraordinary race in terms of the championship.
It has. It's maybe turned it on its head. Isn't quite the right phrase, but it's blown it wide open.
No, it's
certainly,
been blasted into space, been musked. So
Oh gosh, look at that cloud.
That is ominous, isn't it? And is that rain or is that like God rays coming down on the left-hand side?
I think it's raining somewhere over there.
It probably is. Oh yeah, if I look out the window, I can definitely see. So. Right, so we had top 3 in Class B, either out of the race, not starting, or sitting in a gravel trap for 3 laps. Class C leader parked to the side of the road. We had the Class A leader caught in pit lane for an abnormally long time.
And the Class A second place car.
And the second place car with damage.
Yeah, that retired
on that
halfway through.
Yep. Did it retire?
It did retire, yeah.
It did retire, okay.
Yeah.
So we're really running out of cars.
Well, it's just as well. This is the last lap of the race.
Yes.
There's a minute and 9 seconds to go, and they're not going to make it back round before the end. There's going to be no more racing today in the Car Club Enduro Championship. I'm not quite sure how many actual racing laps we have actually had, and what proportion of the 2 hours will have been spent in under racing conditions. And TSL will give us the answers to that after the race, no doubt. But this is why we've got to keep going, because there's cars that could still break down even behind the safety car, as Hayes and Subiani have proved. Now, of course, because it's an endurance race, the rules about who is actually classified will be a bit different. So we'll have to wait and see what the official classification is at the end. Interestingly, safety car lights have gone out. So they're not going to get right around here in 25 seconds anyway.
But I'm seeing a green flag being prepared, not a checkered flag.
Yeah, but
in the marshal's box,
they're not going to get around in time to see the green flag.
No, you're right. It's 10 seconds left on the clock. It would be quite extraordinary if they did, though. No, I think they're going to have to replace that green flag with a checkered flag anytime soon, because the clock is now at 0 and they're coming out of Murray's. Now it will be the dash, and yes, the checkered flag is now being prepared.
Yeah, so safety car, has it pulled in? Yes, it has. So up to the line they come, but they are going to see the safety car as they accelerate towards it. So the win goes to Alan Blanco and Simon Major. Second place goes the way of James Pickford and Wayne Lawson. Third place goes to Josh Lawson and David Blakey. Simerson and Stanton are fourth in the BMW. Fifth place to Shepherd and Fenwick. Sixth and winning Class B, it's Samuel Dennis and Ethan Simmons, I should say. Seventh place to the Etheridges. Eighth place to Scott Parkin, although he's a lap down. Ninth place and second place in Class B, Peter Mansfield and Sam Heading. Rounding out the top 10 is our Class C winner, Oliver Harris and Jack Collins, ahead of Scott Ferguson and Neil Luke. Henry and Olivia Salisbury are 12th. 13th are Edward and Sam Cook, who are third in Class B as well. And, a crazy race, made all the more crazy by the fact that we had that little spectacle of the cars sprinting towards the checkered flag, as it turned out.
Yeah, great stuff. That was a very enjoyable race, and definitely earning its place as the best value for money racing here in the UK. Not just value for money, it's just a super enjoyable race all round. Great drama in terms of the championship. There's going to be a lot of maths having to be done to work out the standings. The championship is going to look so different going into Alton Park, which of course is another of our live streamed events in September. And then we round out the season at Donington Park in October, I
And
believe.
it's starting to rain.
Well, not for naught now, isn't it? It's
well,
just gonna make Kieran's job harder in Park
that's a
Ferme.
shame.
Oh dear. Hope we still got that umbrella.
Let's have a look at the results. It is a win then for number 18, Simon Major, and Alan Blanco in the Cooper TCR. Second place, the Audi of Wayne Lawson and James Pickford, the RS3 TCR car, 6/10 of a second behind, although of course that's pretty academic given the safety car. Third place to the 111 car, which is David Blakey and Josh Lawton. Fourth place to number 55, Richard Stanton and Paul Simerson. Fifth to number 10, which is Rob Fennick and Andrew Shepherd. Rounding out the top 6 and winning Class B, number 1, Ethan Simmons and Sam Dennis. 7th place to number 80, Andrew and Christopher Etheridge. 8th to number 89, Scott Parkin. 9th place to 119 car, Peter Mansfield and Sam Heading. 2nd place in Class B. 10th place in winning Class C, Oliver Harris and Jack Collins in the BMW E36 3 litre. 2nd place in that class and 11th overall, number 37, Scott Ferguson and Neil Luke. And then 3rd in that class and 12th overall, a great result for Henry and Olivia Salisbury in the Honda Civic Type R. 13th overall and 3rd in Class C, Edward Cook and Sam Cook as well. And then Senna Osman and Jodie House were next up in the number 171 E30. Then it was Matthew Simonite 15th, Edward Christie 16th, Hazen Subiani shown on the screen as 17th, although they didn't make it to the checkered flag, so we'll check the official classification at the end. Putskill and Nyland, despite losing 3 laps in the gravel trap, were 18th. The Sparrows were 19th, and again, although not making it to the checkered flag, Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brichter in the Audi TT. So that rounds out the top 20. Good news is that Kieran has retained the umbrella, so he will hopefully be able to have a word with some drivers at the end of that race. I remind, though, that there are still 3 more races to come this evening, if we can squeeze them all in, here at Snetterton, the Tiggy World Type R Trophy, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. I think we can wave goodbye to the possibility of 2 Type R Trophy races now,
yes,
given that we've only got an hour and a half to the curfew.
But that was going to be my next question. The curfew was at 6:30.
Should, all being well, and with everything going to plan, hopefully we're to get those 3 races in between now and the end of the day, if the rain doesn't throw too big a spanner in the works. Kieran's down there. He doesn't necessarily have any drivers to talk to at the moment, is the only problem here.
They're all stuck in the scrutineering bay at the moment,
so
aren't
I think you may need to go to them rather than wait for them to come to you, Kieran, is what I would say. If you're going to try and find anyone, you've just got to work out which bay and which garage they're in and try and encourage them out to talk to you. But good luck with that.
Yeah, it's an enviable job, isn't it? No, I'm glad I'm up here and not down there today. So I used to do Kieran's job down there, and definitely trying to squeeze in all of those Club Enduro interviews when you've still got racing to come.
Yes,
was definitely not the best thing to try and do, but it does look like he's at least found one driver to have a word with, and
that's good.
I do believe it is from the race-winning car. So we should be ready to throw down to him any moment now. We just saw the celebrations down in Park Ferme. Unfortunately, a lot of the cars being kept in scrutineering for quite a bit longer than we would normally see with the sprint races. Of course, quite a few checks to have to go and do after 2 hours of racing. And a very eventful 2 hours of racing as well. Thoroughly enjoyed that one. So congratulations to all of our class winners in there. Definitely a very hard-fought race as well with the conditions we had at the start of the race. Remember, we were under safety car for quite a bit while the guys explored the grip conditions out there. So, hopefully we should be ready to throw down to Kieran any second now. And we can, in fact, hear from Kieran.
Thank you very much. Yes, so down here with the winner, Alan Blanco, in the number 18 Cupra. That was a race.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough race. Simon did a great job going out, first of all, in those very tricky conditions. Handed over to me, and we just had no front end in the car at all. So would I say, to Jonesy in that one, he was robbed in that one. That was probably his race. But we worked hard, the team worked hard all weekend. It's the first time pairing up with Simon Major, and we've come out on top, so that's great.
Yeah, nice way to obviously end the weekend. So how was it in terms of the traffic management and everything?
To be honest, traffic was absolutely fine. It was just getting used to the changing of conditions. Obviously, when I went out, it was very greasy and it was getting drier, so I had to push a little bit more to get more out of the car every lap. But no, it was very good, and here it comes again. Yeah. So we just missed that, but yeah, no, it was a great race, but Jonesy was robbed in that one.
Sorry, just to break up all the people running away from the rain. That's absolutely mental. But yeah, you've just about missed out on that. But obviously, we had a lot of rain at the start. How are the changeable conditions out there?
Yeah, well, obviously Simon had the worst of it. He had to do the start of the race, so yeah, he had to manage it and managed it very well. But obviously, when I went out, it was getting drier and drier, so you have to just go a little bit quicker every lap and hope the back hangs on. And unfortunately, we lost loads of front-end grip, and we were a bit of a sitting duck, so we were probably saved a little bit by the safety car there.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, let's swing around to try and get our Class B winner. Sam, how was that?
It was a lot of fun. My teammate Ethan did a fantastic job in the first stint, and I just brought it home. It was nice. We had some fantastic fighting with the Lotus Elise all the way through the race. It was phenomenal fun out there.
So it's a lot of cars. Obviously, you were very busy in that mid-pack as well. So was that tricky?
Yes, especially during the wet, watching it on the live stream with the my other driver it looked very busy, and there was a lot of very close racing for us as well.
Yeah, very, very, very well done, obviously, to end the day like that.
Thank you very much. It's great to be back on the top step after last year.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah, awesome. Right, which one's which class? Sorry.
Class C.
Class C winners. Excellent. So how was that?
It was good. It was sketchy, I'd say. I think I was out in second, so Ollie gave me a really good car to get into in a decent spot. He had a tricky stint. I know he did. Dried up for mine. We had a bit of an issue that I just had to manage for the last bit of the race. So second place really caught up. So the safety car really saved us there a little bit. So yeah, very happy with the win.
And how was that first stint?
It was torrential rain, and it was just absolute. Really difficult to handle with the semi-slicks, and it was just really difficult. And with our rear-wheel drive car, it's so much more difficult in the wet compared to the Civic, which was front-wheel drive. So yeah, really.
And obviously, there's a massive variety of cars out there as well. So I'm guessing you had to really try and push to keep up with some of the front-wheel drive, especially.
Yeah, it was really difficult because yeah, we had loads of understeer, and then powering out the corners was so much more difficult than the Civic. So yeah, really good fun though.
Yeah, absolutely. So nice way to end the weekend for you.
Definitely, yeah. Hopefully again next time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations both.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, I think that's all our class winners over here done. Yeah, we're carrying underneath the shelter at the moment, but I can see some cars out on the grid. So, Ian and Chris, take it away.
So, about 5.5 hours ago, we tried to have race 2 of the weekend for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. It didn't really happen. We had 2 red flags then, and now the news is we're going to get 2 green flags, which I suppose equals it out, really, because we're going to have 2 green flag laps because of a massive change in conditions since these cars were out on track earlier. Give the grid in a second, because it's absolutely lashing it down, still really pouring very heavily with rain at the moment. Here is the grid. It's the same grid as it was earlier on. So on pole position is number 77, Luke Evans. Besides him is the number 374 car of Kai Lindsay. Row 2 has number 13, which is Tom McFarlane, and number 16, Adam Huntley. On the third row of the grid, he is out there, good to go. The number 19 car of Ollie Musgrave, who was involved in one of the red flag incidents earlier on, and the 83 car of John Labella. On row 4 of the grid, it is going to be on the inside the 15 car of Don de Graaf, just waiting for the graphic to catch up with me. The 93 car of Joseph Delgado, also on the 4th row of the grid, as the green flag laps get underway. 5th row of the grid is going to be 21 David Walsh and 42 Trafford King. On the 6th row of the grid, it's 60 Jack Reynolds and 7 Andrew Idwin. The 7th row, 62 Max Martin and 96 Jackson Carden. Row 8 is 66 Ross Borman and 26 Lee Rickard. On the 9th row, Jake Johnson in 24 and James Millward in 98. The 10th row, 97 Jordan Banks and 118 Matthew Duffel. On the 11th row, 10 is Mohammed Ben Lada and 151 Andy Stevens. Row 12, 6 James Delisle and 12 Richard Jones. And number 74 Richard Lindsay will be at the back. So this is the same grid as we should have had for race 2. This is now race 3. We were kind of hoping that we might have time for race 2 at the end of the day. That's not going to happen though, because we're sadly behind timetable and it's now pouring with rain and we need 2 green flag laps before this race can get underway. They've had some dramas of their own making, so they've not had many racing laps so far, the Takiwa Tripar Trophy drivers this weekend. They can't help this rain, but it's not going to make life any easier for anybody, is it? So start delayed, then the instruction to turn on the lights, which is very reasonable. Now they've gone off on their 2 green flag laps, and they're being reminded that driving standards are under observation after, I think, a few issues in the earlier races during the course of the weekend, Chris.
Yeah, we've got the worst conditions of the day now meeting. The drivers have probably been the least well behaved all weekend, to be honest, because there was a big start incident yesterday that didn't result in too many pieces being flown about, but did involve quite a few cars. And then this morning we had to have, 2 or 3 attempts at trying to get a race underway, and eventually they said, right, we're scrapping this, we're going to park it for a little bit and try again later. So although this is the race 3 slot, it is effectively race 2. It is the reverse grid that we have for this one, and the chances of getting what was scheduled to be a 3rd race in now, I would say, are pretty much nil. It's an hour and 20 until the curfew hits, and we've still got to have 5 Club Racing, MX5 Cup, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship out there in that time. So I think we're struggling to get all 3 of those races in anyway, especially if the conditions continue to deteriorate as they are. But it's okay, Ian, because I'm sure your weather app is still saying this is just light rain.
I shall have a look, see what it is
saying,
let's
say what the official word is on this from the Met Office.
This
it's coming down again.
Deluge. It's cloudy with the possibility of some sunny intervals. The sun is coming out.
I can see it way off in the distance. Yeah, somewhere over that rainbow over there. But they're taking it so easily. And Luke Emmons, as he was this morning, actually taking it very steady on the green flag lap. So this is just adding into the the delay to get the actual race underway. I hope he's not going to get in trouble for one of his headlights being out, because obviously the lights have been told you have to have them on.
It's not the only one though. There's one or even both out. I think.
Well, I was going to say some of them are probably shattered, which isn't helping.
No.
There's quite a bit of bandaging and duct tape holding some of these cars together, which they do get a bit argy-bargy out there. It's great entertainment for us. It's like someone's just turned off a tap over here, though, because it's just stopped raining. As if, it's
I think it's still raining over at Coram by the sounds of it.
Sounds like it, yes.
But not so much over here right now.
That's a good 600 metres to our left, down the other end of the circuit. But over where we are, it is just like turning off a tap.
Right, we've got another green flag lap to go, everybody.
Oh goodness
this isn't the greatest action we've had on the Alpha live stream so far this season. Yeah, green flag waving. Come on, you've got to do another one. Now, are they going to start the clock as they go over the line this time? Yes, they are. So they're now eating into their 15 minutes of race time. I thought they would do that, and I think that's perfectly fair and reasonable to do it. So,
Luke, do not drop the car on the straight. He would very nearly.
I mean, there's little merit, I would think, in weaving to try and get the heat in the tyres on this track as well. So just find out where the grip is and use it for that purpose. And actually, you're better off actually trying to push a little bit hard, actually, to find out where the grip is. You're going to learn nothing at all by weaving around like that.
No, it's true. You're supposed to be, you should be exploring the lines, taking the wide line around Wilson. For example, Palmer, probably a bit of grip out there.
He's not the only one doing it, by the way, but...
No, it's racing driver instinct, isn't it?
But look, Don de Graaf isn't doing it. He's probably one of the more experienced drivers out there, Don de Graaf, and he's just keeping it on the straight and narrow, really.
It's one of my favourite, not to compare everything to Formula One, but there's that video from a few years ago. Everyone on the formation lap is weaving, except for Kimi Raikkonen, who's just going dead straight. And I don't know. I guess that's like Kimi Raikkonen aura, to go back to using some Gen Z terms.
So we are working the second minute of this race now, with the cars still obviously on their green flag lap, but in terms of the time that's counting down here. So at the pace we're going, it's going to be a 10-minute-ish kind of race, I think.
Just a reminder of what happened in yesterday's race, which... we did manage to complete, but with quite a bit of safety car intervention. I think it was only two laps really. We had under green flag running. It was a fourth victory of the season for Trafford King, who has extended his championship advantage. And was there some talk about him potentially being able to wrap up the championship today, which I'm sure has been squandered now?
I doubt it. No? Okay. I don't think so, and especially we don't know what's going to happen with the race that's not been held, whether they will be able to reschedule that, maybe to make it a triple header for the final event. But
I was going to say, that is supposed to only be a double, isn't it?
Yes.
So we could reschedule a race.
But there might not be time in the programme to do that, and the drivers might not all agree to that, so it's who knows, is the question.
Yeah, okay. So it is technically 4 races still to run in the championship, and we might lose one of those. I mean, heck, we might even lose this one as well if we can't get. What if we get a red? If we get 2 reds again, like we did this morning? Let me just run you through. So it was David Walsh in second place yesterday for another podium finish. That was his 4th of the season. He's been in quite a rich vein of form lately, but was one of the drivers who was a bit caught out this morning. And then Joe Dalgarno getting the podium in race 1, which I believe was his first
of the season.
Yeah, so he became the 12th different driver, was he not, to be on a podium in a Type R Trophy race. Goes to show the incredible competitiveness of this championship, and that is thanks to extremely limited modifications that you can make to these cars, and also the introduction of success ballast, which has proven to be a massive hit, I think, this year.
It has. That black sky you can see, that's gone over us now, I think. The sky that is heading towards us is looking a bit brighter, fingers crossed.
Yes, so that's everything that's heading away. What you can see on screen now, that's what's heading away from us. If I look over out the right side of the commentary box where the wind is coming from, there's still some grey clouds, but there's also an awful lot of clear sky coming this way as well. So if that could hurry its way over here, that would be much appreciated.
So that green flag lap has taken about 4 minutes to be completed by Luke Emmons. So by the time everyone's on the grid and gridded up, it's going to be less than 10 minutes, I think, of racing time that we're going to have.
Looking at about 9, aren't we, really?
Yes, 9 and a bit, I would suggest.
9 and a bit to be...
Which is probably in these conditions going to be 4 laps, isn't it, realistically? Because it'll be a long lap time in these conditions, so probably 4 laps of racing for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy.
Assuming no safety cars, of course. Now, Luke Evans is going to be hoping this goes an awful lot better than restart from the race this morning, where he was, again, starting on pole position. Didn't get off the line particularly well, and then ended up going straight on at the first corner.
Indeed, so fingers crossed it's more like the first start rather than the second one. Looks like we're getting the last car to stop at the back. Green flag is waved, and so we should any second now see the 5-second board being shown. We do. We wait then for the lights. It's going to be almost exactly 10 minutes of racing, I think, by the looks of the clock that is counting down. Red lights go on, they go out with 9 minutes and 59 seconds to go, and probably is going to be a 4-lap race here. It's not a good start from Luke Emmons. It's a race. It's a restart start rather than the original start for him. Kai Lindsay's aced it, really. He's got away very nicely. One going from the pit lane as well. But is he going to hold on to it? Because around the outside of him goes the number 16 car of Adam Huntley. Adam Huntley's going coming into the lead of the race. Kai Lindsay down to second, and John Labella also looks like he's made a decent start as well in the number 83 car. Yes, he's up to second place now. Up to third is Don de Graaf, and Kai Lindsay, having been leading into riches, is down to fourth position. Luke Evans is about 8th or 9th, I think, as he turns in to Wilson for the first time. But Labella now it is that's challenging for the lead on Oliver Huntley, number 16, the 41-year-old from Bexhill, leading the way as they head down to Palmer for the first time. Quite wide through there, but it all seems to have worked out for him. And with the rain having stopped, there's going to be a lot of spray, but at least it's not the surface water not being added to it as this race goes on.
I don't think it was a great start for Trafford King. I think he's fallen outside of the top 10, but Adam Huntley, extraordinary stuff. Right round the outside of Ritchie's and have explored the grip out there, as we were saying. John Labella's right on his tail as well. Great stuff from Don de Graaf. He's got to try and close the gap to Trafford King in this race, surely. He has had 3 wins so far this year, but his championship a little bit marred by what happened at the first meeting of the season in Brands Hatch, involved in a very nasty multi-car crash there that included John Labella there as well, who's all over the back of Huntley. Now, Labella, in his first full season of racing, joined us towards the end of last year and doing a great job out there. The top 3 really starting to gap the rest of the field. One car off the road, which didn't quite get the number of, but it looks like it's side by side for the lead now, with Labella trying to come around the outside. No, Huntley's got that one covered, unless Labella's going to do a dive on the inside, trying to get that stopped. Doing a very good job of doing so. No!
He's off, and he's going to be into the barriers. No, he's not. He's missed them. He's avoided the barriers, but he's thrown away the lead. It's John Labella now leading. He's trying to recover back onto the circuit. He's going to come back in about 8th or 9th, I think. So it's Labella now leading. It's Don de Graaf up to second place as they're making their way towards Coram. There's Huntley. He's back on track after losing the back end through Brundle and Nelson. Off onto the grass he went, thankfully kept it out of the barriers, and he's back into the race, but he's thrown away a lead there. Leaders are coming up towards us though, Chris.
0 to 0 in the space of one lap for Adam Huntley there, I'm afraid. What a shame for him. I thought he was going to gather that up, but now it's John Labella who leads. Hasn't won yet in the Skiba Type R Trophy, but has been on the podium on a couple of occasions. Third place finishes at Mallory and Cadwell Park, as well as a second place finish at the latter. But Don de Graaf looking very, very racy as well. He's going for his 4th win of the season, would match the win tally of Trafford King, and they're so far clear, 5 seconds clear of the chasing pack.
And you thought that Trafford King had dropped way back down the order, but he's actually 4th at the end of the opening lap. He made up 6 positions on that opening lap, so Trafford King possibly a better second half of the lap. On Huntley, he came across the line in 10th, but I think he's already made up ground. He's ahead of David Walsh already, and I think Ross Bourman as well, who was 7th. So Huntley fighting back here. He loves the wet most of the time, I think, but Labella it is that's leading. Then it's Don de Graaf in second, and it is quite a big gap of nearly 5 seconds now off to Jack Dalgarno, and it's Lindsay, Kai Lindsay, number 374, started on the front row, led briefly, and he's off on the grass exploring the extremities of the circuit.
And another one through the pit lane.
Andy Stevens, I think, in the 151 car.
Stevens has made his way back out onto the racetrack, but very slowly. And oh, look at that. Don de Graaf lost a lot of ground to John Labella on this lap so far. Trafford King mounting a challenge on Joe Dalgarno for 3rd position. Remember, I mentioned Dalgarno got his first podium of the season yesterday. It's side by side further back through that very tight and technical middle sector. We've got the Max Martin car coming under pressure from the Tom McFarlane machine that I think started on the what was it, 2nd or 3rd row of the grid. Yeah, from 3rd position on the grid. Here comes Trafford King though, the championship leader, trying to usurp Joe Dalgarno for 3rd position, but Dalgarno holding that very, very nicely on the inside. A race winner in back in 2023 is Dalgarno, so he's no slouch out there.
Absolutely not. Oh, and looks like Ross Bourman might have been off the road briefly there. He's, from the body language of that car, but looked like it was recovering, so we'll keep an eye on that. Now, it looked to me as if John Nobella was pulling away from Don de Graaf last time I saw them, so 0.8 of a second was the gap at the start of the lap. We'll see what it is as they come through this time around. Yeah, looking at them as they come up the straight, it's going to be much more than that. We're going to have 2 more laps to go here because there's 4.5 minutes left on the clock, and a lap is about 2 minutes 40 in these conditions. Yeah, and the gap has gone out to 3 seconds from car H3 John Nobella to 15 Don de Graaf, but it's side by side for third place here. Look as they go into Rich's corner. It's going to be the championship leader Trafford King, number 42 on the inside line. Can he get the final podium position away from Joseph Delgado? Yes, he can. So number 42 Trafford King, who started on row 5, he's up to third position. Joe Delgado goes down to 4th. 5th is number 19 Oliver Musgrave, and 6th is the 21 car of Walsh. But as they come up to the hairpin, can Delgado fight back? No, I don't think he can. Looks like the wind's been taken out of his sails for the moment at least. So working the penultimate lap of this race now is John Nobella leading by about 3 seconds from Don de Graaf.
And he was about 2 seconds quicker than anyone else last time around, John Nobella. Extraordinary pace out there at the front of the field. Great recovery here from Trafford King. I say recovery. He started 10th because he won yesterday. It's the top 10 reverse grid race and up 7 places so far in this race. So cracking job from the man going for his first championship, the novice champion in his first season back in 2023. Fought for the title last year, just fell short, but now mounting a very serious challenge for the championship with only 1 meeting to go after this one. And looking at John Nobella, who's still pulling away very nicely from Don de Graaf, a former karter, but only started car racing at the end of last year. Battle a little bit further down, which yeah, is this the McFarlane, Walsh? Oh no, hang on, that's not
McFarlane, Borman, and Huntley. Those 3.
Yeah, so Borman. Yeah, sorry, I was looking further down. McFarlane, Borman, and Huntley there in 8th, 9th, and 10th position. There is the Max Martin and David Walsh battle for 6th and 7th, just making its way around Nelson, not far behind Ollie Musgrave there as well. Oh, spin for Adam Huntley in the background. The same part of the track, he lost it at the start of the race as well.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, Kai Lindsay's back on the road. Nice to see him on the asphalt rather than the grass.
That's good to see. So we're going to get the last lap underway very shortly then, because John Nobella coming up to the line. He's powering ahead here. Over the line he's gone. He's done a 2:41, so actually not as quick as he was on the previous lap, but I think he's still extended his lead over Don de Graaf, yet also slower that lap. So interestingly, the lap times that you think might improve are not improving, but they have done for Joe Delgado. He's gone faster, because what's happened to Trafford King? What has happened to Trafford King? He has yet to come through. Has he gone off somewhere?
Well, that's the championship leader,
yeah,
of course.
Exactly. Just want to check in there. He's definitely not there.
Where am I looking?
No. He should be ahead of all of these cars, and he isn't there. He has just come through now. He's just come through. He's lost 14 positions. Now Joe Delgado's losing positions because he's gone straight on at the Wilson hairpin. So he's going to get back onto the circuit. He was up in 3rd. He's now going to rejoin. Who knows where he's going to rejoin. But yeah, Trafford King came across the line in 17th place, having lost 14 positions. He'd done a lap that was about 25-30 seconds slower than it should have been. So he clearly had a moment to spin probably out of our sight. Now with the grass very wet, difficult to recover quickly.
Oh, that's extraordinary stuff in terms of the championship. Great news for Don de Graaf there, of course, as well, who was 5th in the standings going into this weekend, and ahead of the likes of Borman, Musgrave and Walsh, who are all ahead of him in the championship as well. So I'm expecting de Graaf to make up quite a few places here, because it was close in the standings as well. 209 points for de Graaf going into this weekend, and he's had a good couple of races here. So as that promoted Ollie Musgrave up into 3rd position, one would assume so. Yeah, Musgrave going for his 3rd podium of the season.
I think it was Oggies where Trafford King went off, and he might even have had a light touch of the barrier as well, from what I'm hearing.
Wow.
Meanwhile, John Labella was 5.1 seconds ahead at the beginning of this lap, so it's his to throw away here. He's got a big lead over Don de Graaf. It's even more than the 5 seconds now, looking at the shot in the background. So John Labella, who in that first race of the season involved in a massive accident, a horrifying accident really, at Brands Hatch, he had to go off to hospital. New car really required, and so he has really bounced back very strongly here, and he's going to come through, all being well, to get his first win. Through Murray's he comes, and he's going to head towards the checkered flag with the clock having counted down to 0. Checkered flag is made ready, and the third race of the weekend, as this has become for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, is won by John Labella. He takes the checkered flag, and you can see how happy he is about that, punching the air in the cockpit of that EP3. Don de Graaf, well, good race actually for the championship for him, although he's 7 seconds behind. He takes second place. Third place in the end is going to be Oliver Musgrave, and he caused the red flag this morning, so that's a good comeback from him. David Walsh, number 21, takes fourth. Max Martin, number 62, is fifth. And sixth is going to be the 13 car of Tom McFarlane. Seventh is number 66, Ross Borman. Eighth is 93, Joseph Delgado, despite that spin. Despite 2 spins, ninth is number 16, Adam Huntley. And Lee Rickard, number 26, rounds out the top 10. Trafford King is just about to come over the line, and he gets 4 places back on the final lap to take 13th and limit the damage. And it means that the championship is going to go down to Donington Park in October.
Certainly, well, very much looking forward to seeing that one, but what a race for John Labella. Been racing in cars for less than a year. It started in September. We're now 11 months later in August, and made all the more sweet by the recovery from the awful incident he had at Brands Hatch. And he was telling me about it yesterday morning, and not an experience I would want to relive and tell a lot of people personally, because it did sound awful. And the efforts to get that car reshelled and back out into racing, and now here he is, a race winner. Extraordinary stuff. Ahead of Don de Graaf by 7.7 seconds in the end, with Ollie Musgrave joining them on the podium. And Labella becomes the 5th different winner so far this year in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. David Walsh in 4th ahead of Max Martin, Tom McFarlane, Ross Borman, Joe Dalgano. Could have had the podium there, but 8th in the end after that moment at Wilson, and 2 spins for Adam Huntley reduces him to 9th. Ahead of Lee Rickard, Jake Johnson, Richard Jones, Trafford King 13th in the end, the championship leader after an incident a couple of laps ago, and then Andrew Aindwan in 14th. Mohammed Ben Lada, Jordan Banks, Richard Lindsay, Jackson Carden, Jack Reynolds, James Minward, and then Luke Emmons, who started on pole position, don't forget, a few laps ago. James Delisle, Matthew Duffel, and Kai Lindsay, and then Andy Stevens. I think we might have lost somewhere in that race. We know he came through pit lane, but maybe we didn't quite get much more out of him than that.
Well, that brings to an end the Type R Trophy action for this weekend. I say they continue at Donington Park to end their season. 2 more races to come here this evening at Snetterton. We've got coming up next the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. And I imagine they might get a green flag lap, which they wouldn't normally do because of the changing conditions. And we've also got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. We'll try and squeeze all of this in before the 6:30 curfew if we can, but let's head down to Kieran now in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much. Yes, they may have missed out on the second race, but they're all absolutely joyous down here. I've just seen Trafford King drive past, and obviously he's had a really tricky race, but he was just singing to John Labella for that first win, and just look at this. Everyone is so pleased that he's got this first win. He's running away from me just to celebrate with his team at the moment. But that was an amazing race for you, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with second. I tried to hang with John for a bit, but the guy's fast in the wet. What can I say? I just couldn't stay with him. And then once I sort of lost him, I was then in no man's land, and it was just sort of playing with your own head not to throw it off. I was in a good position, so yeah. But fair play to Johnny, he was absolutely rapid.
And how were the conditions?
The first few laps I couldn't see much, especially at the start because I started 7th. I couldn't see a lot, but once it was just me and John out the front, it wasn't too bad. There was a bit of standing water, but it was okay. Yeah, not too bad.
Nice way to end the weekend, at least. So congratulations on P2.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, now he's still he's coming over now. John Labella, first win. What a way to do it.
Yeah, God, it was pretty wild out there. We were begging for the rain. We came testing last week and it got red flagged because it was just completely flooded for the whole test session. The day ended early at 11 o'clock, so it was good to put that into practice today. When the rain started coming when we were in Parc Ferme, I was like, yeah, this is good. Yeah, I like the wet. Yeah.
Yes, fantastic way to end the weekend, so congratulations.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, we'll quickly get a word with Oliver Musgrave. Obviously, a bit of a mixed fortunes day for you today.
Yeah, it's been mental today. You know, we haven't had the pace, and to get punted off in the straight and not give up, we kept at it, and you know, these crazy races happen. You know, I stayed on the track. I wasn't doing anything special and just trying to hold out till the end. But yeah, what a day.
What a day, absolutely. Well, congratulations ending the day P3.
Yeah, buzzing. Absolutely buzzing with that.
Congratulations. All right, so that is the Type R's done. Now, on the grid, I believe, are the MX5s.
Yeah, the Massive MO Tyres MX5 Cup by 5 Club Racing, and it's going to be a 15-minute race. They are going to get a green flag lap given the change in weather conditions since they were last out this morning. So they're forming up on the grid now. The grid for this one is set by the results of the previous race, but it's partially reversed. So on pole position, it's the number 99 car of Martin Vernon, and besides him, it's number 70 Michael Pearce. 128 Samuel Gormer and 168 Zoltan Shabai are on the second row of the grid. Row 3 is 46 Ben Smiles and 97 Jack Lawrence. On the fourth row it's 4 Simon Walker-Hansel and 13 Scott Leach, with Oak Richardson, the winner from this morning, number 17, lining up on the inside of row 5 next to 105 Roger Chesno. Row 6 is 5 Glenn Whipcrook and 9 Ian Tomlinson. The 7th row is 96 Sam Moody and 65, which is Amy Worthington. Next up on row 8 of the grid is 191 Philip Barrett and 68 Stephen Robinson. On the 9th row, 90 Andrew Robinson and 592 Aidan Wardley. On row 10, 113 James McCann has 72 Matthew Short besides him. On the 11th row, it's 31 Neil Burrows and 11 Richard Beale. The 12th row, 127 Jonathan Christie Randall and 174 Nick Rice. The 13th row, as the green flag lap gets underway and the clock starts to count down, 60 Trevor Jenkins and 26 Izzy Burrows. On the 14th row, 64 Scott Lawrence and 43 Bradley Gaunt, and on the 15th and final row, 29 Mary Barnard and 129 Paul Barnard. So this is a green flag lap, but the time is counting as part of the 15 minutes for the race. A reminder that this morning it was Oak Richardson that took the win from Scott Leach and Simon Walker-Hansel, who took the checkered flag yesterday. For Oak, I think it was a monkey off the back, because he was complaining that commentators kept talking about him not having won a race since April.
Yeah, sorry, that was me.
Don't know who that was, yeah.
Sorry about that, Oak.
But anyway, so he's got that monkey off his back now. He's won a race in August, which is splendid. And he'll look to add to that today, but he's got work to do, hasn't he, from row 5 of the grid in P9 on the grid, in tricky conditions, wet conditions, but drying. And obviously going to be a slightly shorter race as well, because it's not going to be the full 15 minutes, probably going to be about 10 or 11 by the time they come round at the end of this green flag lap. It just depends at the pace at which this green flag lap is completed.
So it was the 9th place spot that got the random lottery draw for reverse grids, a bit like touring cars in that sense. So Martin Vernon starting on reverse grid pole for this one. Michael Pearce in a really good position here, I would say, from second on the grid. Now, he was caught up in that big melee we had at the Wilson hairpin that involved, well, almost everyone, pretty much anyone who wasn't Oak Richardson and Simon Walker-Hansel, I think, Simon Walker-Hansel, because Scott Leach managed to navigate his way through it and eventually find himself in second place. So it's been a really good weekend for Scott Leach so far. 2 podium finishes. We've had the same 3 drivers on the podium, but more because of the issues we've had for other cars. Now that is Andrew Robinson, who's gone for a spin on this green flag lap coming out of Hamilton.
Now, he's not fallen to the back of the field, so he will be able to retake his correct grid position. So he can get back to where he should have been, which was road 9 of the grid. 17th is due to start. So he'll hope to be able to navigate his way through safely. There's the slippery surface flag out there I could see, so I think that's probably more than just for the rain, but probably maybe some fluid has been put down as well, which in these conditions is probably more difficult to treat.
Most definitely. It's already pretty slick out there.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the 5 club contenders handle these conditions and who's going to be quick in them. We've had 2 dry races during the course of the weekend so far. And I think it is those really tricky in-betweeny conditions, isn't it? It's not full wet anymore, and I think it's going to dry as the race goes on. There'll be a drying line, I think, appear as time goes on. But so it'll be interesting to see. Again, it's probably going to be about 4 laps of racing that we get in the end for the 5 club contenders, something like that. As coming up to the line now is our pole position driver, number 99, Martin Vernon. 70, Michael Pearce is next to him. I didn't work out the points again after this morning's race for the MX5s, and partly because there's still 6 races to go after this weekend, so quite a long way to go in the championship, and the system is such that it does tend to keep things nice and tight. So I don't think anything's going to be decided this weekend. They've still got Croft next month and Donington Park in October to round out the season, the MX5s, where we'll hopefully have maybe dry conditions that we're going to have for this race. So orange and black car of Vernon, number 99 on pole. The green car of Michael Pearce, number 17 next to him. It's the red, black and sort of white checker flag design on 128 Sam Gormer and 168, which is Zoltan Shabai. That's the black BS Motorsport prepared car with the blue checker flag design down the left-hand side of it.
Yeah, so I think Pearce will be looking to recover from a difficult race to earlier on. He's in a great position here on the front row with the grid. Surely he's got to be one of the favourites for this one. Got the likes of Scott Leach going from the 4th row of the grid, as well as Simon Walker-Hansel, and of course Oak Richardson from 9th. Got the last couple of cars just moving into position. Some of them choosing to have the wipers on at the start for this one. It's not currently raining out there, but I'm sure there'll still be a fair bit of spray out there, as we're just waiting to get the green flag waved to the back. 5-second board being shown.
Yeah, it is. So I think basically we've got a 4-lap race ahead of us then for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Red lights go out, the race gets underway, and it's a good stop by Michael Pearce from the front of the grid. A pretty shoddy start, I would say, from Martin Vernon. He's already back to about the 9th place. He finished race 1 in, I think, as the cars head off up towards Riches. But it's Michael Pearce leading then. Who is that in second? It's Samuel Gormer, I think, that's made its way into second place as they go into Riches for the first time. Third looks to be Zoltan Shabai. And 4th is Ben Smiles in the 46 car, I think, but he's very sideways. Oh! And he makes contact with the number 97 car of Jack Lawrence, but they both survive that as they head down to Wilson. So it's Pearce leading, Gormer second, Shabai third, as they turn their way gingerly through Wilson. No big schmozzle like there was there on the opening lap of the earlier race this morning. Everyone's being very cautious indeed now as they head down towards Palmer for the first time. Pearce still there ahead. It'll be interesting to see if the likes of Richardson and Walker-Hansel and Leach can come through here. They were the podium finishes earlier on this morning.
Quick reactions from Ben Smiles out of Richards, the youngster, the 17-year-old. Doing a great job just about hanging on to that. And I do think Jack Lawrence did help a little bit with him pinging off the side of number 97 machine. So we've got Matthew Short side by side further down the order with Scott Lawrence, and Short round the outside of Agostini. Now that was Samuel Gormer going very sideways, and another sideways moment there for Jack Lawrence. That's allowed Oak Richardson to come through, and I believe Ian Tomlinson as well, who's just picked up a spot there as a result of that. But there is your championship leader, the blue car with the yellow stars on it. Michael Pearce through into the lead though, ahead of Sam Gormer as they make their way around Williams for the first time at speed. Oak Richardson going for a manoeuvre here on Ben Smiles. He had a great run out of Williams onto the Bentley straight. I'm sure that Smiles was smiling after his mega save. 3 wide down the Bentley straight with Richardson on the inside, potentially taking 2 in 1 manoeuvre here and getting himself up into 3rd place. So great stuff from the championship leader. He's cleared Smiles and the Zoltan Shabai car as well. That I must say had a very quick start. Didn't quite manage to make the most of it, but I was looking out the window and definitely seemed to get off the line. The Bears, Richardson very sideways on the curbing, not a whole lot of grip out there, and that has allowed the Gorma car to go back through as well. So he's lost a ton of places there just with that little moment. Still Michael Pearce who leads though. Now Richardson's hold on to 2nd place for now. I thought for a second he was going to lose out to both Smiles and Sam Gorma.
So over the line they come to complete lap number 1. It's Pearce leading, Richardson in 2nd, Ben Smiles is 3rd, Samuel Gorma is 4th, Zoltan Shabai is 5th, Samuel Cancel is 6th, Ian Tomlinson 7th, Scott Leach 8th, Jack Lawrence 9th, and Roger Chesneau is in 10th position. But it's Pearce leading by almost exactly a second then at the end of the first lap of the race. But for how long is that going to be the case? Not long, I don't think, because Richards is up the inside into the Wilson hairpin, and he goes through to take the lead. So that's not bad, is it? 9th to the lead in a lap and 2 corners. Pearce down to 2nd, Smiles 3rd, Gorma with them in 4th. And Shabai has, I think, someone more cancelled trying to take 5th place off him as well as they came out of Wilson that time. But Richardson's got the lead. Can he hold on to it? No, he can't. Fair play to Michael Pearce. He's gone back around the outside at Palmer. And Richardson's got to do that again.
Smiles very nearly off the road coming out of Palmer. It was a bit over-ambitious with that outside manoeuvre. There was a car just behind it that looked like it was headed towards the grass as well. But yeah, fair play to Michael Pearce, fighting back against the championship leader. Doing a great job out there to reclaim the lead. It's 5 minutes left on the clock. And Richardson back down into 2nd place. Ben Smiles holding on to 3rd ahead of Sam Gorma and Zoltan Shabai. You see Richardson taking 2 very different lines, turning into the corner much later, trying different lines to the race leader. This one's worked out very nicely for him on the exit of Oggies. It's given him the line into Williams. Again, he runs out slightly wider. Pearce tries to crisscross and straighten up the car for the Bentley straights. He managed to retake the lead almost immediately when Richardson went through on the previous lap. We've had 3 lead changes. Is it going to be a 4th as we get into the Brundle and Nelson complex? For now, it is just the 3 with Richardson holding the advantage into the left-hander and yes, now consolidating that lead change and trying to pull away with Ben Smiles now looking the aggressor, although again finding a bit more curbing on the outside line there. They're starting to just pull away from the Gorma and Shabai battle behind them for 4th place. Smiles carrying a lot of speed through the bomb hole, lighting up those rear Massimo tyres, trying to get the line into Coram. He's managed to make it work though. Great job from the youngster. Has a little twitch on the way in, but does take 2nd place away from Michael Pearce.
He does indeed. So that was entertaining stuff from young Ben in his first season of racing in the 5 Club MX5 Cup, and up into P2 he has gone with that sort of little squirmy movement through the bomb hole section. Now he's got to try and pull away from Michael Pearce and see if he can get on terms with Richardson here. 3.5 minutes to go, so there'll be 2 more laps to go in this race. Richardson that time did the first final lap of 2:59.834. I think we'll find it's the only driver under the 3-minute mark on that first flying lap of the race.
Simon Walker-Hansel's made up 2 places on that previous lap ahead of Zoltan Shabai and Sam Gorma. And so Walker-Hansel, who's been on the podium in both races so far this weekend, our race 1 winner, of course, as well. Onto the back now of this podium battle. Do not count him out either, as we've got the number 97 of Jack Lawrence getting very sideways on the exit of Ritchie's. You've got the 64 there of Scott Lawrence on the inside of Roger Chesneau into the Wilson hairpin. Ian Tomlinson just ahead of them as well. So it's the battle for 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Here are the leaders though, with Michael Pearce trying to reclaim second position. Simon Walker-Hansel soon to enter this battle as well. We've got a lap and a half remaining. I think we estimated. There is Walker-Hansel, our race 1 winner. It was his first victory in MX5 competition yesterday, and trying to make it 3 consecutive podiums here at Snetterton as well, with Pearce just in front of him. Ben Smiles has got right up to the back of Oak Richardson, though. He led by 2 seconds at the start of the lap. He's leading by less than a car length now, as Ben Smiles now tries that line that Richardson used to such good effect on the previous lap against Michael Pearce. Did not work for him, though. 1 iota. Richardson pulled away about 2 car lengths.
But all of a sudden, there seems to be all back together again, because Simon Walker-Hansel now with them as well. He's slotting up on the inside line of Michael Pearce as they come through Williams and onto the Bentley straight. Now, that, if he stays there, will give him the outside line for Brundley. Might just be advised to stick in make sure he picks up a toe here, which he might do from Ben Smiles, actually. And I think that's exactly what has happened. And he has gone through into 3rd place, I'm pretty sure. It's hard to tell now. He's going to go second around the outside of Ben Smiles. He's almost going to get the lead here, as Oak Richardson has almost stopped at Nelson, that part of the circuit. So it's Oak Richardson clinging on here, and then it's up to 2nd place now, Simon Walker-Hansel. Great move there. 2 places made down the Bentley Straight. Ben Smiles 3rd, Michael Pearce in 4th. Quite a long way clear then of Samuel Gormer, who is in 5th position. And I think it's still Zolly Shabai in 6th. But it's all about these 4 cars for the lead. They're going to have 1 more lap to go, as off the circuit has gone the number 60 car of Trevor Jenkins. But yeah, it's going to be all about these 4 cars. They're going to have 1 more lap to go, and is Oak Richardson going to be able to keep the flying Simon Walker-Hansel behind him for the final 3 miles of Snetterton? Out of Murray's they come, up the centre straight to complete the lap. Oh, and now Amy Worthington has had a spin as well in the number 65 car. But over the line they go, and there's 9 tenths between Richardson and Walker-Hansel. Smiles is only a 10th or so behind him, and it's about 2 tenths further back to Pearce. So all to play for.
Absolutely. Remember, Richardson had about a second on the previous lap as well, but by the time they got into the middle sector, it was absolutely nothing. Walker-Hansel, who got a little golf clap from me after that great manoeuvre into Brundle, is already challenging on the outside into the Wilson hairpin. That's a very wide line there for Walker-Hansel. Doesn't quite allow Ben Smiles to go through, and the status quo is somewhat maintained on the exit of the corner. We go around Palmer for the final time, and that surely Walker-Hansel is looking like the most aggressive of the 3 here. Slightly wider through Palmer there as well for our race 1 winner.
Oak Richards is being warned for exceeding track limits as well now, so he cannot afford to do it again, and he might, feel the pressure here, because Simon Walker-Hansel already alongside him. He's on the outside line for Agostini. He goes very different line and much deeper into the corner. Will he get the cut back on the exit? Maybe. It's Oak Richardson still leading at the moment. Walker-Hansel still second, and the 4 of them right together as they head off down to Hamilton.
So into Hamilton, the left-hander now. Richardson just leading by, well, less than half a car length, about a quarter of a length, but he gets it very sideways on the exit of the corner, and Walker-Hansel pulls that to the outside for the right-hander at Oggies. Oh, Richardson with a big mistake, though. Did he get tagged into the back of? He's lost all 3 of those places. Simon Walker-Hansel goes into the lead of the race with less than half a lap remaining. It's Ben Smiles in 2nd, and Michael Pearce now 4th. I'm sure Richardson had a little bit of contact there, because he could not get it turned into the corner as well. Now is Ben Smiles potentially on course here for a first victory. He's in the slipstream of Simon Walker-Hansel going down that Bentley straight. He's looking one way, then the other. Walker-Hansel feeling very, very calm. I'm sure certainly his car manoeuvres are very calm going into Brundle and Nelson. He's got the advantage by a couple of car lengths. Surely here it's Simon's to lose.
Yeah, he's the experienced driver here, but he's not looking that experienced through there. He made a bit of a mistake through Nelson, and that gives more encouragement for Ben Smiles. I don't think it actually really closed the gap between them, as Ben Smiles may have just had to get out of that as well, just to avoid contact with the car ahead of him. Michael Pearce is a little bit sideways as well as they head through the bomb hole. Richardson chasing them in 4th. I just think Ben Smiles is too far behind here, barring another mistake for Simon Walker-Hansel to try and get through. There's about 4 or 5 car lengths between them as they head into Murray's for the final time. Here they come then. It is Simon Ward-Cancel in the lead, looking to make it his second win of the weekend. It's going to be Ben Smiles, I think, best result if it stays this way. Up to the line they come then. Checkered flag is prepared, and the 1, 2, 3 is going to be Simon Ward-Cancel, Ben Smiles, and Michael Pearce. And then in fourth place, it's Oak Richardson, who was leading going on to the final lap. But a great race, only 4 laps of it, but a really intense fight. Fifth place is going to go the way of 64. No, it's a 168. Zoltan Shabai in the end. Scott Leach, number 13, was 6th. Then Jack Lawrence, 97, was 7th. The 105, Roger Chesno, 8th. Samuel Gorma lost a load of places. I think about 6 places on the final lap, so he was 10th in the end in the 128 car,
and
behind Ian Tomlinson.
Scott Lawrence potentially with a drama. Oh, no,
yes.
It was a Dicky transponder. He's just been put back up into 5th position ahead of Zoltan Shabai.
Yeah, I thought I'd seen the 64 car there, but then he didn't appear, but it was a transponder issue. So yeah, Scott Lawrence 5th, Zoltan Shabai 6th, everyone else 1 place further down than I originally said. But Simon Ward-Cancel winning by half a second there, and it was certainly a thrilling race. For the winner from 46, Ben Smiles in second place, 0.499 seconds behind. Third place went the way of number 70, that was Michael Pearce. In fourth place, number 17, Oak Richardson. Fifth was 64, Scott Lawrence. Sixth was the 168 car of Zoltan Shabai. Seventh, number 13, Scott Leach. 8th to 97, Jack Lawrence. 9th was 105, Roger Chesno. And rounding out the top 10 was number 9, Ian Tomlinson, ahead of Samuel Gorma, Matthew Short, Glenn Whitbrook, and Aidan Wardley. And then on the next screen in 15th place, that's James McCann, Sam Moody 16th, Amy Worthington, despite a spin, 17th, Philip Barrett 18th, Martin Vernon, who was on pole position of course, 19th, and Andrew Robinson rounding out the top 20 at the end of the final race of the weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. And those top 3 drivers have already parked in their respective positions, 1, 2 and 3 down there in Parc Fermé, so we'll hopefully be able to hear from them with Kieran very shortly. He's wandering over to have a chat with them. So one more race to come this evening, which is for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. That will be underway very shortly indeed. So drivers just getting out of their cars down there in Parc Fermé. Ben Smiles taking off his pink helmet, and he's shaking off his balaclava as well. Handshakes between the 3 podium drivers there, and we can hear from them now with Kieran.
Thank you very much. Yes, obviously the 3 top guys are having a bit of a discussion at the moment. If I can just break this up, Simon, if I can just grab you for a second. That was just consistency.
Yeah, it wasn't just finding the grip. Tell you what, this young lad here did brilliant. It's just like go-karting again, yeah. Which I just reminded him was 24 years ago for me, so I was a bit sort of get up to speed at the start. I saw it go through, and luckily, at the end we had the pace, so it was just enough laps.
And what happened with Oak? Did he just outbrake himself and went off?
Yeah, he started getting really untidy. He was really quick at the start, got through, and then at the end he just, I don't know, his tyres or maybe overdriving it, I don't know, but I didn't think I was going to get to the front because I saw that those 3 were quite quick, and it was just enough.
Yeah. But 3 races, 2 wins, not bad.
Not bad, yeah. I enjoyed this weekend.
Yeah, congratulations on the win.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, let's speak with Ben. A very, very interesting race for you. You were at points sideways for quite a lot of the laps, so that looks interesting.
Yeah, no, it was really good. Obviously didn't quite expect to come second, but no, yeah, just finding where the grip was. It sort of brought me back to the karting days, going around the outside of the track, but yeah, I managed to sort of find where the grip was quite quickly, and yeah, really happy to be honest.
A nice way to end the weekend.
Yeah, amazing. Obviously thanks to my sponsor AGP Auto Service and all my family for coming, but yeah, I'm buzzing. That was brilliant.
Absolutely, congratulations.
Thank you, thanks.
Cheers, thank you. And we've got Michael, P3, that was a bit unexpected at the end there.
Well, Oak sort of did something silly, so I capitalised from that. But no, it was an interesting one for sure. When we did the green flag lap, I thought all of us were going to go off at turn 1. It was that slippy. We tested on Friday in similar conditions, and it wasn't as bad as that. So there's a lot of something gone down over the weekend. But yeah, good race, enjoyed it. It was hard work, and just trying to keep it on the black stuff was pretty difficult.
And how is it in these conditions, in these cars especially, because obviously they haven't got the most weight in the world, and that's not exactly the most grippy surface?
Just a huge amount of fun. You've just got to be so patient all the time and just try not to push too hard. As you saw, you can just get it sideways all the time, and you just got to be so careful on the throttle. Just a little bit too much, and you're going off one way or the other.
Nice way to end the weekend, though.
I needed some luck after the first race this morning, where I had a bit of a tangle, so ended up going from 5th to plumb last and fighting my way back to about 8th or 9th. So it was whilst I don't want to go off, it's always fun to push your way through the pack and have a good race like that. But I'm quite pleased to finish on the podium after the weekend, really.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the P3.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. All right, so that's it for the MX5s for the weekend. We have one race remaining. They are just gridding up now, and that is the BMW Car Club.
So the final race of the day is going to be for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. It's the second race of the day for these cars. Earlier on it was a win for the invitation entry of Jazz Sapra in his F80 M3 from second place, and the M1 class winner number 25 Ben Pearson, and third place was Stephen Schweikart, second in the M1 class. There were class wins in M2 for Theo Millward, in class 6 for Chris Blakey, and in the Cup class for Gareth Thomas. Grid for this race set by the result of race 1, so it's number 40 Jazz Sapra on the front of the grid. Besides him is number 25 Ben Pearson. Second row is 43 Stephen Schweikart, and number 9, which is Jason Rees. Third row, number 81 Theo Millward, and number 69 Aidan Vilku. On the fourth row it's going to be 27 Chris Blakey and 35 Colin Whitmore. Row 5 will be 177 as the green flag lap gets underway. Max Bunting and 31 Phil Laramie. Row 6 I should say, is 44 Ben Haynes and 4 William Lake. On the 7th row, 75 Craig Emerson has 68 Gareth Thomas besides him. Then on the next row, row 8, it's 74 Warren Hales and 46 Shane Tweedy. Row 9 is 8 Nicholas Geeves and 126 Brian Branson. 10th row, 76 Stuart Pywell and 235 Michael Dark. Then on row 11, 66 Mark Colmer and 88 Andrew Phillips, with on the 12th row 42 Paul Neville, 37 Cavan Granger, with Ernie Graham going from the back in number 61. A couple of cars there had to do their practice laps behind the safety car at lunchtime, those being the cars of Cavan Granger, who was the championship leader coming into this weekend but missed the first race, and Ernie Graham, who I think is out for the first time. You can just see, the car turning through at the back of shot there, first time out I think for that E30 M3. That's a new car for him, and a new car for the championship. Looks like a left-hand drive car as well, I think built in the Netherlands, that car. So it's great to have another E30 3 Series on the grid in this, the 50th anniversary year for the 3 Series. So off they've gone on their green flag warming up lap. Oh, and I'm afraid to say it's been a spin for Ernie Graham at the Wilson hairpin in that very smart looking E30 M3. He's now going to have to try and catch up with the back of the pack. Of course, he was at the rear of the grid anyway, so it doesn't actually affect things too much. So we've not had the 20-minute start to countdown when the green flag lap got underway. Note the curfew for when the cars will need to be off the circuit, when the checker flag will need to go out. The curfew is 6:30, so we'll need to finish this race by 27 minutes past roughly, and we should have time to do that, I think, which is good news.
Yeah, it's currently, 1 minute past the hour, so we should be able to get the full complement of 20 minutes in.
Absolutely.
Just about before hitting the curfew.
Yep, all being well. So green flag lap being led around here by Jazz Sapra. Won that first race by just under 3 seconds. Ben Pearson was about 5 seconds clear of Stephen Schweikart in the M1 class battle. And as far as the championship is concerned, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, I think, again, this is very unofficial, but after drop scores now, I reckon it is Ben Pearson leading with 107 points from Aidan Vilku 103, Chris Blakey 102, the same as Kevin Granger.
Sorry, Ian, we've got another spinner on the warm-up lap. This time it's for Shane Tweedy in the Cup Class 325. That carries on his way down the Bentley Straight.
Yeah, so as you can tell, though, very tight in the point standings. There's 3 more races to go. This one here at Snetterton and 2 more at Croft next month to round out the BMW Car Club Racing Championship season. So, cars about to head onto the grid. Be interesting to see if Ben Pearson can make another good start. He was fast away in race 1. He's in the number 25 car, the M2355, the former Ginetta Junior racer many years ago. That's a decade or more ago that he'd been racing in the junior categories. Ben Pearson. So he's then got next up behind him the 2-time Class 6 champion, 1-time overall champion, Steve Schweikart. One of the marshals just had to run out to check something with Ben Pearson there, but thumbs up has been given, so whatever it was has been all is well. Be interesting to see what Kevin Granger can do from the back here as well, of course. He was the M2 and overall championship leader coming into this weekend, but missed the first race, some problems in qualifying, but has managed to get out onto the grid for race 2. So let's see how high up the order he can get in the 20 minutes that are available to us.
Curious to see the progress of Brian Bransom as well. There was last lap dramas for him. He was running a very competitive second and giving Jasper Sapra an awful lot to think about during that race, but because of those mechanical woes at the end of that race, he has to go from 18th on the grid in this one. So look for that little black and orange rocket to move forward. Now we've got the car that spun on the Wilson hairpin retaking its grid position. Now my understanding is he has to go from the back.
Well, had he dropped all the way to the back of the field? If he had, then he should have retaken, so he'll get a penalty for that.
He did, but I could be mistaken.
5-second board is shown. 20 minutes of racing about to get underway for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Red lights are on. They go out. Race gets underway. Good start this time from Jasper Sapra from pole position. Not such a good start by Ben Pearson this time, and he's going to be under threat from Stephen Schweikart, I think, as they head up to the first corner. No, it's not Stephen Schweikart, actually. It's one of the other cars that's out there that's taking the fight to him. But as they make their way up to the first corner, it is the Aidan Vilku car, number 69, that's made a very quick start, leading the M2 class. He's got ahead of Schweikart there, up into 3rd position overall. Schweikart in 4th. Then I think it's Theo Millward in 5th. There's Kevin Granger. Look how many cars he's already passed from the back of the grid. That's at least 10 cars, I reckon, that he's passed from the back of the grid. Kevin Granger, as he's trying to limit the damage to his championship lead this weekend. He's going past Colin Whitmore now. He started in 8th position. So great start to the race for Kevin as the cars make their way down the straight towards Agostini for the first time. It's a big lead for the first 2. It's now Schweikart that's got back ahead of Vilku now. So Vilku still leading. Oh no, he's not leading the M2 class, because up on his inside goes Theo Millward there in the number 81 car.
Yeah, so a change for their class lead there. Ryan Branson wasn't really able to do anything. Oh, that was one car getting very sideways on the exit of Agostini, one of the M2 cars, I believe. Oh no, the M2 leader very nearly off the road, and Theo Millward very nearly yielding that lead back to Aidan Vilku with that little moment through Hamilton, but just managed to hold it. Now he yields the lead to Aidan Vilku, who goes on the inside out of Oggies and then into Williams. And so, and now Vilku goes for a spin and holds up Theo Millward as well. And so was it the 3rd place car that ended up going through into the lead there, I think.
Yeah, so that's all a little bit crazy. So it's a shame that Vilker's been, but I'm relieved that no one managed to make contact with the car there. That would have not been nice to see.
Oh no, excuse me. The car that I thought was going through was actually the Brian Bransom
it
car.
was.
It was already onto the back of Stephen Schweikart. So it wasn't a super electric start to the race, but since then it's rocketed through the order. So should still be Teo Millward who leads in will it be Teo Millward who leads in?
Yeah, I think it will.
Cup 2 class. Yes, it will. Sorry, it's wrong on the sheet here. It's listed as an invitational car, which I thought wasn't right, but doubted myself for a moment there. So, just for Sapra, already he's long gone. He's went past us ages ago. Pearson's gone by about 14 seconds behind Sapra and that F80 rocket. Bransom up into third position from 18th on the grid. Then it's Stephen Schweikart, second of the M1 runners, the cars that will be scoring points in this race, with Jason Rees in third. Change here between the 81 of Teo Millward going past Jason Rees in the number 9 car. So that is an M2 car passing a more powerful M1 machine, but Millward still leading the way in the M2 category.
Yeah, I mean, 14 seconds as a lead on race one for lap 1, I should say, for Sapper. I wonder if, because he's in the invitation class, he's managed to get onto some tyres that are more suitable than the cars that are in the main championship classes can race on. That's a possibility, but that's just speculation. So it's Sapper leading, Pearson second, Schweikart third, Rees fourth, Millward fifth. There's Millward now going through shot. And in fact, that's Rees behind him, isn't it? I think so. Millward's got ahead of Jason Rees now as well in the number 81 car. So he's going pretty well here. Millward, drive from Shropshire, company director, and he has got quite a lot to make up before the next car in front of him, which is going to be Schweikart. It's about 8 or 9 seconds that he's going to have to try and pursue. Classic car he has there, the E36 3 Series, looks absolutely perfect. That delightfully turned out red car. Where did Kevin Grange get to on lap 1? He got to 11th on the opening lap, just looking at him, and that puts him third in the M2 class. We're just looking there at Chris Blakey, who's in 6th place overall and leading class 6, just ahead of the class M1 entrant, Colin Whitmore there. Down the Bentley Straight goes Stephen Schweikart in 3rd position overall. He's got... yes, Brian Bransom's not being timed, so this is confusing, and that's because he's not sorted his transponder out. So Brian Bransom, although he's on the circuit, he's not being timed, so we're not going to be able to give you any information about his lap times. But Jazz Sapra's just come through again. He's done a 2:24 on the first flying lap of the race, and I'm interested to see what his lead is over Brian Bransom. He comes through now, and he'll have gone quicker, I reckon, but we will never be able to tell you because he's not got a transponder. But he is now catching Jazz Sapra, I think. But really, then we need to look for Ben Pearson, who's going to come across the line in what is 2nd place on our timing screens, and he's 27 seconds behind, so he's lost another 13 seconds to Jazz Sapra on that lap. Meanwhile, here's Aidan Vilku on screen. He's recovering from his spin, and he's just behind. Is that the Stuart Pywell car? No, it's not. It's
I think it was 76.
Yeah, it might be right, actually.
Yeah, just coming around Coram, and obviously Vilker had that first lap spin from the lead in the M2 category. Teo Millward rather unchallenged out there now as a result of that. A very hectic start to this race. We've got the Class 6 leader well inside the top 10 as well, which is the 27 of Chris Blakey in 6th position overall. As the 235 car, Michael Dark, another of the M1 cars, makes its way through Ritchie's in 9th position, having made up a couple of places on that previous lap as well. And what I like to call the cupcake livery. It looks like a,
the sprinkles.
Icing with sprinkles, yeah.
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I reckon that Brian Bransom is about 10 seconds behind Jazz Sapra at the moment, just from counting the number of seconds I can see is behind as they came out of Agostini. So we'll keep an eye on whether Bransom continues to close in on Jazz Sapra, although of course he's not going to be included in the results of the race, so it's of academic interest. There is the 27 car, Chris Blakey, our Class 6 leader. The 2nd place car in Class 6 is Paul Laramie, number 31, and he is just there, so he's just a few car lengths behind him. Right, here comes Just Sapra. Is he about to come up to the line? Just waiting for him just to say, yeah, here he is. So he's over the line now to complete the third lap. And I'd say that's less than 10 seconds his gap over Brian Branson now. So we'll see if he can catch him. But back here, there's Colin Whitmore in the M1 class car. There's Paul Laramie. He's second in class 6. And there's Michael Dark.
I was trying to listen to where the second place car of Branson was braking for the first corner, because Sapra was doing it at about 150 metres, I reckon, because it's got working brake lights, whereas the Branson car does not. And I'm assuming that it did eventually brake at maybe the 100 meter board, the Branson car, but I definitely didn't hear it slowing down before it came out of earshot. So that's the difference between those two cars.
Pearson's gone through, and so too is Schweikart now. They're first and second in the M1 class, and there's 18.4 seconds between them. That time through, Pearson was about 7 seconds faster than Stephen Schweikart. And this is just an illustration of these tricky conditions. Third place of the points doing cars across the line is the M2 class leader, Theo Millward. And he's about 13 seconds behind Schweikart. And Jason Rees is in fifth position, third in M1. And Colin Whitmore's now got himself ahead of Chris Blake as well, which ought to be the case, because Whitmore in a Class M1 car and Blake in a Class 6, and possibly as the conditions dry out, the conditions coming back to the more powerful cars as the race develops. Cup class we've not talked about yet. That's the Warren Hales car, number 74, that is leading in that class by quite a few positions from Gareth Thomas. As of last time he came across the line, he's just come across the line again. And yeah, there's still a few. Ernie Graham going pretty well in that E30. We can just see out of our comment box window too. Oh, yellow flags now at Riches. Can't see why that is. It's something that's happened around the corner. See if we can pick that up in a minute. But there's Ben Pearson on screen. Our racer. The car that was off was number 4, which was the reigning champion, Will Lake. He was in third place in Class 6, but he's lost a few places there. He's now behind the... trying to work out which car that is. Might be Shane Tweedy. No, it's not.
It's the Hayes car.
The Haynes car, yeah. 44.
Yeah, Ben Haynes, the E46 330. This is that... are we calling it the second place car because of...
Oh, I've lost track. Yes, it is the second place car because the... Oh, and now Jazz Sapra's in the pits. Jazz Sapra is in the pits. So that's now going to be the lead car. The car on screen, Ben Pearson.
But we've still got Branson out there, right?
Yeah, but he's not going to be in the results because he's not being timed. So he's just kind of doing a glorified test session, really. So Jazz Sapra out of the race. He's pulling into Parc Ferme, so he's out of the race. So that means Brian Branson is out there lapping very quickly, but the race leader now is number 25, and that's Ben Pearson. He's just making his way out of Murray's up towards the line to complete lap number 4. We've got about 9.5 minutes of this race left to go, and he's got this big lead of about 18 seconds over Stephen Schweikart on the previous lap. That time through he's gone faster again. He's done a 2:32.942 now. And Stephen Schweikart, I don't think yet onto the start and finish straight. Theo Millward is still leading Class M2, I can see. There's Will Lake recovering from his spin. We just saw a shot of him in the number 4 car in the ex-Schweikart machine. So 9 minutes to go.
Next car over the line should be Theo Millward, the M2 class leader. That's the Cup class leader, just making its way around the 44 of Ben Haynes. And there's a little bit of damage to the back of that Warren Hales 325.
It looks like a bit of sort of rubber trim from around the rear screen or something has come dislodged.
Very
something
bizarre
like that.
one.
It's sort of flopping around, isn't it? On that car. So the order. Oh, now Brian Branson has now been included on the timing screen.
Oh, so the transponder's working again.
Well, or they've just decided to put him in. Anyway, he is leading. He's done the best lap of a 2:18.2. He's 43 seconds clear of Ben Pearson, but he is invitation class car, so it doesn't really matter anyway. Pearson seconds, 43 Stephen Schweikart third, number 81 Theo Millward is fourth, fifth is number 9 which is Jason Rees, and 6th is number 35, Colin Whitmore, as we're watching Chris Blakey, who lost a position on that lap but still leads Class 6, but the gap to Paul Laramie now down, we can see, to less than a second between the two class leaders there. Is them coming through? Yes, it is. Those two coming through now, and there's not a lot to choose between them. What of Cavan Granger, by the way? He made a brilliant start. He was up to 11th, but now he's running in 13th position, still 4th place in Class 2. There's Paul Laramie, number 31, making his way through the left-hander at Agostini. He's worked his way from the cup up from the cup class over the years, and he's got the car of Stuart Pywell, hasn't he? The M1 class car, sort of separating now the two Class 6 leaders.
Yeah, so Laramie with the M1 car directly in front of him. That was having a little bit of a wiggle, struggling to get that power down, as often is the case in these conditions for the top class cars. But he does separate those two Class 6 machines, with Chris Blakey, championship leader in that category, leading the way there. I'm sure that Laramie will be hoping that Pywell goes after Blakey as well, and brings the two class rivals back line astern in the order. There is that class leader, the Chris Blakey machine, the number 27, just making its way through the bomb hole. You see here how careful they're having to be on the throttle, and still getting a bit of rear slip. So you come out of there and then around Coram. It's 6 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, so up towards the Brundle Nelson S's they go. And look, this is the two cup class cars together now. 74 being Hales, Warren Hales, and just behind him is his class rival Gareth Thomas, number 68. So those two right together now. They're just ahead of Ernie Graham in the E30, still with that rubber trim flapping away behind the number 74 car there of Hales.
So those three cars line astern. Remember, Ernie Graham was a car that spun on the green flag lap. Gareth Thomas, second in that class at the moment, leads the standings going into this weekend in that cup category, and trying to make the move for the lead down the straight. Meanwhile, the 177 M2 class car of Max Bunting is just ahead of Cavan Granger there for third position in that category.
Yeah, so P3 in this class up for grabs here. Of course, Cavan Granger started at the back of the grid, made a really good start to the race, but then it sort of plateaued a little bit in the Bisley Removal Services backed car. So he's heading off down to the left-hander at Palmer, trying to get P3 away from Max Bunting, the 25-year-old BMW technician from... Oh, he's going to do it now, because the BMW from technician is... Well, I thought he was going to be off on the grass there, but all credit Max Bunting, because you've held that brilliantly and kept Cavan Granger behind you. You do say that Snetterton's your favourite circuit on your commentary information, so I'm not sure if that's why you like it so much, but Granger is now piling the pressure on. Meanwhile, we're working the with 4 minutes to go in this race now. Branson leading by 1:07 from Ben Pearson in second place, who still comfortably leads in the M1 class machine. There, I think we saw the two cup class leaders together briefly. There's Jason Rees, number 9. He's in 5th position in that E92, and he has behind him Colin Whitmore. Now, as into the pits comes Paul Neville, number 42, from 21st position.
Oh dear, that's a shame. 235 car of Michael Dark. There is on the back of
Colin Whitmore.
Whitmore, another of the M1 class cars. So that's for 4th in the category. The M3 Evo, that's directly in front of him in that cupcake livery.
And not too far behind Jason Rees either, actually, in 5th position.
No, because the former Welsh rally driver, Jason Rees, for a spot on the podium. And in fact, Dark was ahead at the timing line, and I believe ahead when they got into Ritchie's as well.
Now, Brian Branson's coming up to lap them here as well in his invitation class car. And I guess one of the reasons they needed to time him was because he's leading the race, and you need to know who to show the checkered flag to. So he's coming up to lap them, but it is Reese with the door being left open, half open there for Michael Dark in the Crown Paints car to go through.
I don't think he
make it.
had much of a choice, really, 'cause otherwise I think there would have been contact.
Yeah.
So Michael Dark was sort of showing his nose there. Branson coming through. Will do so on the exit of Palmer for the Colin Whitmore car at the very least. And we'll look how much speed. Blast past all three of them before they get into Agostini. Michael Dark did manage to get that move done on the exit of Palmer. Branson not quite managing to put the lap on Dark, but will do on the exit of Agostini. So Dark up to third position in the M1 category now, behind Pearson and Schweikart.
Yeah, Branson's best lap, just for illustration, of 2:18. Ben Pearson's best lap, of 2:32. But of course, he's in a different class, Brian Branson, so not really comparable, but still very impressive effort this from Brian Branson, especially in these conditions.
Well, it certainly is. Lapping in the wet quicker than some of these cars managed to do in the dry.
Yeah, Pearson is just gone on to his next lap. He's 1:21 behind the race leader, so there'll be one more lap to go at the end of this one, I think, for Brian Branson. So he turns his way through Brundle and Nelson for the penultimate time. But yeah, so a bit of a demonstration drive from him. Very impressive though it is. It's Pearson. I mean, he's still not got his nearest competitor in M1 come through in second place. What's the gap between Pearson and Schweikart now? It's 35 seconds. Consistently, Pearson has been lapping about, well, on average, 5 seconds a lap faster than Stephen Schweikart, and those two cars are in the same class. Here's Pearson now down to Agostini in this M235i, number 25 car. Quite deep into the corner, trying to find the grip on the deeper line. Comes out of the corner now. And if this race was going on much more than 20 minutes, I think Pearson would have been lapped as well.
Definitely. Well, the thing is that Branson's so far ahead, and you lose track of, like, are we on the last lap yet?
He is on the last lap.
He is on the last lap now. Okay, good.
But Pearson has still got a lap and a half to go. So he's not going to be caught, I don't think, by Brian Branson before the end of this lap. So Pearson's still got a lap and a half to go of his race. Unless we get a checkered flag early. Well, no, we can't have the checkered flag early now because it is the last lap.
Yeah. No, but
see how it messes with your head, doesn't it?
It really does. We could record a podcast in the gap between the first and second place cars.
We could, certainly could. Right, Chris Blakey is still ahead in Class 6. Aidan Vilku in M2 has recovered to second place after his spin in the early stages. As we're watching Ben Pearson still on screen at the moment. He's on his own here. Cavan Granger, he is now third, so he did get ahead of Bunting. Here's our Class 6 leader, and he's got Aidan Vilku just behind him from M2, who's not going to catch Theo Millward. He's a long way behind him. But Blakey's done a good job here in Class 6, 9th place overall.
Pearson's coming around the final couple of corners now to start his final lap of the race, so I would expect Branson in about a minute's time.
Yeah, something like that to take the checkered flag. Here is Branson now down the Bentley Straight into Brundle for the final time as Pearson does go on to his final lap, a minute 36 behind the race leader, 15 seconds slower than Branson on the previous lap. Schweikart and Millward are the only two cars yet to come through that will still be on the lead lap. Everybody else now has gone a lap down, I think, in this race. So Branson just coming through Coram Curve for the final time in the invitation class car. Number 126, the man from Norwich in his E36 M3. He's going to come through to take the checkered flag and win this BMW Car Club Racing Championship from the invitation class. So 2 invitation class winners today in the BMW Car Club, but they don't count for points. So it looks like it's going to be another win for Ben Pearson, but he's still got most of his lap to go. Where is he? Trying to spot him out on track now from our commentary box window. Theo Millward's coming through to take the M2 class win, so congratulations to him. That's 2 M2 class wins for him today. And third place, coming through next is Michael Dark in 5th position overall.
That's for the M1 podium there, of course. So third position in that category, beats Jason Rees and Colin Whitemore to their particular honour. And yeah, you're right, it's only Pearson and Schweikart who weren't lapped by Brian Branson. And so be about a 2.5 minute wait from there to Pearson before we get him at the checkered flag. Waiting to see the next class winner across the line. Well, second in the M2 category, Aidan Vilku. And then the Class 6 category going to Chris Blakey in 10th position overall. And only 0.16 of a second ahead of Paul Laramie in 31 in the end. So it was very close there for the Class 6 honours.
Okay, well, we're waiting for Ben Pearson and Stephen Schweikart to come through to take their M1 class first and second place there. They are about to do that. But we're coming up to the curfew here at Snetterton, so a very quick thank you to all of the marshals who've been out in very difficult conditions today with a lot of rain this afternoon to help keep this race meeting possible. So we're going to say a very good night to you now from here at Snetterton, everyone at the circuit. Thanks to everyone at the 750 Motor Club and at MSV who've made this meeting possible, all of the other officials, but from Chris Stevens and myself, for everyone on the PA, it's a very good night. And we'll continue on the live stream because Ben Pearson has come through to take the M1 class victory. And no, he's still not come through, has he, Stephen Schweikart, to take second place? It's not a timekeeper we need, it's a calendar in this race because he's not come through yet, Stephen Schweikart, as far as I have seen. Is he going to? Has he retired on the final lap? All of these questions remain unanswered.
He was quite a ways behind.
Oh, he's already in Parc Fermé.
So is
I'm confused. So he must have got lapped by Brian Branson just over the line, maybe? That's going to be an interesting one for the timekeepers to sort out. Anyway, let's have a look at the result as it appears on the screen. 1:26, Brian Branson takes the win after 9 laps. Second place went the way of number 25, Ben Pearson. He won Class M1. Third place, as it says on our screen, is number 43, Stephen Schweikart. Fourth place, number 81, Theo Millward. Fifth, number 235, Michael Dark. Sixth was number 9, Jason Rees. Seventh, number 35, Colin Whitmore. 8th, 76, Stuart Pywell. 969, Aidan Vilku. And 10th, number 27, Chris Blakey. Theo Millward there won Class M2. Chris Blakey won Class 6. 11th was the 31 car of Paul Laramie. 12th was number 37, Kevin Granger. 13th, 177, Max Bunting. And 14th, number 4, William Lake. Back in 15th position was the car of number 44, that was Ben Haynes. Then it was Warren Hales, I should say, Ernie Graham, Gareth Thomas and Craig Emerson and Shane Tweedy rounding out the top 20. So Warren Hales did indeed win the Cup class. So we've got a smattering of drivers down there. We've got Stephen Schweikart, we've got Ben Pearson's car down there as well. We've got our Class 6 winner, Chris Blakey, he's just climbing out of the car. We've got Warren Hales from the Cup class there. So we're only missing Theo Millward, who's stopped, not where we should have done, I don't think. He's got his and Aidan's Fuku's car off to the side. So we'll see if we can grab a word with all of those before we bring our live stream to a close here at Snetterton this evening. But Chris, quick final few thoughts from you.
Yeah, really enjoyable day of racing here. The rain's definitely spiced things up, and again, a big thank you to the marshals for continuing to work in those horrible conditions we had out there, and big preach to Kieran Mock out there who was roaming around with the mic out there, and very enjoyable weekend of racing all in all. Still getting over the Club Enduro race there as well.
Crazy,
really fun race that was, and I'm very much looking forward to being at Brands Hatch again with the 750 Motor Club next weekend alongside Josh on the circuit comms there. That should be a very fun day indeed.
Indeed, and then the following week I'm at Silverstone on the international circuit with Marcus Pye for another non-live stream meeting, but looking forward to that. Next live streamed event from the 750 Motor Club is Alton Park on the 20th of September. Johnny Palmer will be looking after you there. But for now, from Chris Stevens and myself, we'll say a very good night to you and leave you in the capable hands of Kieran Mogg. Good night.
Thank you very much. Yes, we've got all of the class winners down here, and we'll start with Ben Pearson in the number 25. That was a bit more of a sedate race.
Yeah, we went out on dries, which you can see the two at the front pulled away, but they were on racing wets, which we're not allowed to run, but they're invitational. So, but yeah, it was tough and it was getting better and better, but it was just that horrible greasy conditions where there's no traction out there and just hunt for the grip everywhere. Casting experience comes in hand with that, and yeah, just head down and go.
2 wins, 2 races. Sorry, 2 races, 2 wins. Can't ask for much more.
Well, that's it. Maximum points. So ideal for the championship. So.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, we'll move on to Steve Schreikart, who's at P2 in the A-class. You couldn't quite catch him, but still, good race.
It was a good race. It was very, very slippery. I enjoyed it. We had a laugh. And, yeah, it needs to be a bit softer for this sort of conditions, but, yeah, it was good fun. Yeah.
Next time, maybe.
Well, I'll keep saying next time, but I'll get there, don't you worry. I'll be up there one day.
Look forward to it. Congratulations on P2.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you all. Have Chris Blakey. Chris, not bad, how are you?
It's better now that I'm out the car. That's finished. The checker flag's been. I'm still alive. Car's in one piece. Everybody's in one piece, I think. So, yeah, it was a spicy race, that one. It was just, I think, there was no right tyre to be on. We've got guys on Rain Sports, guys on the Nankang AR1s, CSRs. Nobody had the right combo. It just slided everywhere. It was unreal. Couldn't get heat into them. So, and almost at the pack, like Mr. Laramie almost had me. I just lit up coming out. I was like, oh, that's enough. That's enough. Here he's coming, and I don't know what the gap was as he went across, but he was on my bumper. So it was a good race. Good race. He kept me honest the whole way. So good racing. So.
Yeah, it seemed quite interesting because obviously, like you say, you know, the different classes and the different sort of tyres that you had on, all the classes were completely mixed up. There wasn't a case of A, then B, then C. It was all together.
No, it was crazy. It was it's not to get round here. It's I don't know what position I finished overall, but like I say, you could tell the guys with who are rain specialists because they just excel and they just push on, they fly off. So yeah, I survived. I don't class myself as a rain specialist, but I'll a rain survivalist, I think is the accurate term. So I'm happy, very happy. Good
nice, nice way to end it.
Yes, very good weekend. Perfect weekend again. Pole, two class wins. So yeah, on to the last race of the season, should be good. So.
Absolutely, well, congratulations.
Brilliant, thank you. Cheers, guys. Cheers.
Yes, thank you very much. We'll move on to Warren. Now, so Warren, class winner as well. So how was that out there?
Terrifying. No, I've always loved driving in the wet. You have to concentrate hard, don't take too many risks, you know, play it safe, and yeah, paid off today. So, first race, very happy.
Obviously, right in the middle of the pack where you finished as well. So how was it, obviously, with the different classes you were up against as well?
To be honest, I was struggling to concentrate, you know. I was just trying to do my own thing, you know. But yeah, I think I might have finished ahead of one of the other classes, but I don't know. But I'm happy, very happy.
Nice way to end the weekend for you.
Absolutely. Thanks very much.
No problem. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. And our final class winner, Theo. Yeah, that was an interesting race as well.
It was pretty spicy. I think I need to change of underwear, to be honest. It was, yeah, obviously we had the huge downpour just before and the track was sort of mixed conditions, but yeah, we survived, so I'm grateful to have survived.
And how was it with the conditions as well? Obviously, we were just talking about the different tyres and the different sort of configurations of the cars and everything. So, was it tricky to get it right and keep it on the road?
100%. So I've never driven that car in the wet before. It's also on a dry setup, and we're on Rain Sports, which I think really are geared for like proper monsoon conditions. So the thing I found hard was if it looked visibly dry, it was actually really slippy, and if it looked kind of slippy, it was actually kind of dry line. So it's a bit counterintuitive, but yeah, we made it, so I'll take it.
That's the main thing, and it's obviously a fantastic way to win the weekend for you.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, again, huge congratulations to the guys who built the car. It's amazing. It's all down to them, really. I just get the privilege of trying not to crash it.
And obviously got one more round to go, or one more event even to go. What are you expecting there?
I'm not sure I'll be doing it, to be absolutely honest, because the car might be otherwise engaged, but if it isn't, I shall be there trying to cause nice kind of chaos.
Look forward to seeing it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right. So, and that wraps it up. Unfortunately, that is all the racing that we have here from Snetterton for this double-header weekend. It's been a fantastic weekend, and so now it's obviously time to say the thanks to all the marshals for a start. Obviously, we couldn't go racing without them, and they've had a pretty busy job today. Obviously, big thank you to 750 for putting this on. Everybody at the Snetterton for having us. Big thank you to everyone at Alpha Live, obviously, for broadcasting this, so you wouldn't be able to see it without them. So we've got Will, who is the producer, Rob, project manager, Luke behind the camera here. Then camera ops out on the track, we've got Ben, Jack, Matt, Russ and Darren. So all that's left to say is from myself, from Ian and from Chris, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.